This guy is a genius student. Chen Jiliao has a lot of problems to solve at school, and the biggest one is his girlfriend. This girl forces him to do all the homework because she needs to play games all night to maintain her high rank. Chen Jiliao accepts this because it's the only way to have such a beautiful girlfriend. But he wants more, so he asked to play with her at night too. The girl agreed because she needs a healer in her party. That day, the MC went home after buying that famous game. His mom made his favorite food, but Chen Jiliao couldn't wait. The Cosmos game was in his backpack waiting for him. He ran to his room. The rainy weather was relaxing. If Chen Jiliao gets closer to his girlfriend, he can finally try to take their relationship deeper. Putting on the VR helmet and turning on the machines, his mind started seeing another reality. This place is the start of the Cosmos game. Here it is explained that this is a survival game, and the player must choose their class right now. Chen Jiliao knows Xiaomei said they needed a healer, so he is going to choose that class. While the protagonist was connected, heavy rain was falling outside and a lightning bolt hit his house. The electric discharge traveled through the cables and fried his mind. I feel the energy. My brain feels like it's going to melt, thought Chen Jiliao. The whole room glowed blue, and when his mom went to bring his food, where did her son go? The only clue in the room is the computer screen with this information. Somewhere else, a girl was in danger. Several monsters defeated the humans and were ready for the banquet. The girl could only scream for help. Then a bright light caught everyone's attention. Chen Jiliao appeared there and said that Xiaomei would be safe. All he wanted was to touch her lips. So it happens, but look, it was just a dream and it was this lizard that woke him up. Confused, he wonders what happened to the transfer process. The sensation is described as an electric shock, strangely pleasant. From this, he deduces he's now inside the game. Staring at the desert's vastness, he wonders if this is truly the game. The intense heat, the excessive realism, and the absence of people in the supposed newbie village catch his attention. Because of this, he decides to search for Xiaomei. A player search screen appears before him. However, the system reports that the player was not found. The situation seems strange to him, as her ID is perfectly etched into his memory. Even so, he decides to go to the village to find her. Now, wearing a hooded cloak, he continues walking through the desert. Then, a map opens, displaying his location in an unconfirmed desert area. Doubt returns, making him wonder if he made a mistake and where the game teleported him. 2 game area connection screens appear in sequence. Soon after, a system message informs him he's outside the server area. It becomes clear to him that not being able to contact Xiaomei isn't normal. With the constant heat, he calculates he's losing almost a liter of water per hour. At this moment, he finally realizes this isn't just a game anymore, as he could soon collapse from dehydration. The decision seems obvious. The game is too hard, and it's best to disconnect to explain everything to Xiaomei. However, an error message appears on the screen. Trying again, he questions if this is a joke, since disconnecting seems impossible. Insistently, he presses the button multiple times, but the error message keeps appearing. Without answers, he starts to wonder why he can't leave. A scream escapes him as he realizes he's trapped in the game. Soon after, a notification informs him of a new message, sparking an immediate reaction of curiosity. The screen then displays the details of a quest called Survive, with infinite duration and unknown rewards. Rage consumed him. He just wanted to play with Mei, but now he was trapped. Punching the sand, he felt frustration surge, unable to log out or contact anyone. Doubt then assailed him, questioning if he would be stuck there forever. 8 hours later, he still struggled to believe he was trapped in what he would come to call his first day in the apocalypse. Over time, he discovered the game possessed the same mechanics as the real world. Temperature and dehydration symptoms were entirely real. Because of this, he realized that if he continued like this, the only thing awaiting him was death. To have a chance at survival, he concluded he needed to find water. Memory brought forth a show he'd watched, where limestone rocks indicated the presence of nearby water. From this, he deduced there should be a water source in the rocky area ahead. Without wasting time, he began walking in that direction. As he advanced, a creature with sharp fangs stalked him closely. As he approached the rocks, he hoped his deduction was correct. Inside a cave, he finally found a water source. Back on the surface, he drank urgently, declaring it essential to his survival. Outside, a monstrous creature watched him from atop the rocks. Lying on the ground, he concluded the water problem was solved, though there was still no way out. Sitting up, he opened a system screen, pondering that if this was a game, there had to be a clue to escape the desert. Next, he observed the map displayed on the screen. However, the map only showed explored areas, leading him to check his own system profile. Analyzing his attributes, he concluded that with such a low level and no skills, his only option was to run if he encountered a monster. Given that, he decided to check what equipment he had. The system then materialized a sword and a pair of gloves before him. He immediately noticed his class's starting weapon was a sword. As a precaution, he decided it was best to keep the weapon with him and equip it along with the gloves. Now standing, he raised the sword and tested its movement. Then he struck a rock, which shattered on impact. The realization hit him. The weapon was far harder and more resistant than in reality. Noticing the system even displayed equipment wear, he concluded everything in this game seemed terrifyingly real. Standing at the cave entrance, he heard his own stomach rumble. Necessity called, and he decided to go out and find food. Otherwise, he wouldn't last long. However, as he turned, a noise from the water behind him caught his attention, making him wonder what it was. Quickly, he hid behind a rock and cautiously peered inside the cave. Immediately, regret washed over him for not having watched the area more carefully after drinking the water. Suddenly, a bone dropped to the ground near him, drawing his surprised gaze. Before him, an enormous pile of animal skeletons lay accumulated at the back of the cave. Crouching, he picked up one of the bones, wondering why so many were scattered there. Carefully, he ran his finger over the teeth marks etched into the bone. A memory triggered as he recognized those marks from a book he'd seen before. With a look of shock, he exclaimed, "This can't be real!" Abruptly, he turned and declared, "I can't stay here. I need to get out, now." Suddenly, the monstrous creature appeared right before him. His body froze, paralyzed by the monster's fangs. At the last second, he managed to dodge the attack. The wolf then began to circle him. An info screen popped up, identifying the creature as a level 5 desert wolf. The system detailed the beast's main attack, a bite with 300 kilograms of force. However, a notification highlighted the monster's belly as its primary weakness. The realization hit him. There was indeed a monster right in front of him. It also became clear that with the wolf's superior speed, fighting was his only option. With that, he stood up and took a combat stance, gripping his sword tightly. The risk was immediate. He knew if he lost, he would die. With a shout that echoed through the cave, he declared, "You're underestimating me!" as he blocked the creature's attack with his sword. A memory flashed, taking him back to his high school days. Back then, he was the president of the Windblast Kendo Club and became the youngest person in the country to achieve the 6th degree in swordsmanship. His motivation for learning kendo had always been simple. His mother, when she was younger, was a huge celebrity fan, and among her idols was local kendo star J. Kimura Yae. For that reason, she encouraged her son to train in swordsmanship from an early age. At first, he thought kendo was easy, just a show with fancy clothes. However, once he started real practice, he quickly realized the sport was far from simple. Facing an opponent in kendo armor, his own breath and heartbeat became his sole focus. In that moment, an inexplicable sensation would seize his body, making movements difficult. The source of this feeling was the realization that he wasn't strong enough. The only way to overcome it was to keep practicing and pushing himself relentlessly. That's why he spent all his free time in the non-air-conditioned dojo, repeating the same movements countless times. Training was marked by constant failures and numerous injuries. Still, he never stopped training, refining each movement little by little, until he became the youngest 6th Dan Kendo practitioner in Z City. Even after achieving that feat, he never stopped training. The belief that guided him was simple. In a world where the strong devour the weak, the victor is king. Back in the present, he stares down the wolf, acutely aware that the next opponent could be far more terrifying. His hand tightens its grip on the sword hilt, bracing for the imminent danger. Again, he roared that the monster had underestimated him, blocking its attack. Sparks erupted as his blade clashed against the creature's claws. He reeled, shocked by the brutal force of the impact. The wolf lunged with ferocity, striking Chen Jile with brutal force. His body slammed against the cave wall. Still, he questioned why his sword attacks had no effect. A system notification flashed. Attack ineffective. It explained that only strikes to the abdomen would deal damage. Other areas were invulnerable. His mind raced, desperate for a solution, even with the monster's weakness laid bare. The beast was too fast. With every lunge, its weak point remained just out of reach. It was clear that merely defending would only lead to his exhaustion. Standing before the creature, he began to weigh his options. Doubt gnawed at him, wondering if this was truly where he would die. But then, remembering the beast's vulnerable abdomen, an idea finally sparked. His feet pressed firmly into the ground, a gamble forming in his mind that this plan would work. Without hesitation, he charged, convinced this was his only way to slay the beast. The wolf leaped, sinking its fangs deep into his shoulder. Seizing the proximity, Chenjilo plunged his sword deep into the monster's belly. With fierce conviction, he declared, "There's no way that attack wasn't valid this time." As the wolf collapsed at his feet, he declared victory without a shred of doubt. He then explained his strategy. He deliberately allowed the bite, forcing the beast to drop its guard and expose its weak point. The game's logic is quite interesting, he mused. A system notification blared. Arena Wolf defeated. Experience granted. Level up. You are now level 5, 25 skill points acquired. Immediately after, he noticed that with the level up, all his wounds healed instantly. Another notification popped up announcing, Hidden Level Shop System activated. He carefully observed the options laid out before him. However, irritation flared as he stared at the shop section. Who developed this? He muttered. Did they really expect me to die alone in this hole? He mused, recalling that just like in other games, defeating monsters granted experience to level up and earn skill points. Sitting down, he began to ponder what this hidden shop system truly was. Driven by curiosity, he decided to enter and check it out, pressing the access button. A gust of wind hit him the moment he accessed the new interface. Before his eyes, a vast selection of high-level weapons and equipment materialized. As he observed the floating items, he wondered, is this really the shop? A list of categories revealed that different item types were unlocked at specific levels. What caught his eye was that, beyond weapons and equipment, there were also housing items and home appliances. Who would even buy these in a game? He questioned. He also noted that the mercenary system required level 100 to unlock. Suddenly, binary code erupted from the ground, completely surrounding him. Amidst the data, a female figure materialized before him. Immediately, he wondered if it was a holographic projection. Multiple data circles formed on the ground around him. Soon after, an offensive-type figure materialized in front of him. Next, a defensive-type mercenary appeared. A moment later, a magic-type representative emerged before him. Finally, an assassin manifested amidst the digital data. As he observed the vast array of available mercenaries, something caught his eye. A support-type mercenary with butterfly wings presented herself. He was speechless, seeing her lying on a bed that suddenly appeared there. Annoyance flared in him again as he stared at the shop section, wondering who developed something so bizarre. The system informed him that at his current level, only the daily necessities phase could be unlocked, and asked if he wished to proceed. His answer was immediate. He affirmed yes, making it clear there was no need to ask for permission to unlock it. A notification confirmed the daily necessities section was successfully activated, consuming 5 levels. Sitting with his new supplies, he concluded that for now, he could only exchange his levels for these items, but it was still a relief. Next, he requested the system display his skill points, noting that currently, he could only rely on attributes to evolve. As he analyzed the screen, he pondered that these attributes would define his future, as points couldn't be changed once distributed. Recalling the defeated wolf, he concluded that to face more powerful monsters, he'd need an advantage in speed and attack power. He confirmed this by allocating 5 points to physique, 10 to strength, and 10 to agility. The status screen reflected the distributed points, granting more health, sufficient damage, and greater speed. An intense sensation coursed through his body, which felt lighter and filled with power, confirming that skill points directly affected his capabilities. He declared with conviction, "This feeling of getting stronger is amazing." However, he soon faced a new horde of wolves emerging from the cave entrance. Taking a combat stance, he declared this was the perfect moment to test the effect of his new attributes. A shout echoed as he vowed to end this wolf den, and the creatures charged. One of the wolves leaped towards him to attack. With agility, he dodged the blow and struck 2 of the creatures in a swift movement. His strengthened attack power now proved capable of ignoring the wolves' defense. Soon after, another wolf lunged, jaws wide open. Without hesitation, he blocked the attack and counterattacked with his sword. The attribute improvements also boosted his weapon handling skills. He hurled a stone, which ricocheted off the cave walls. Seizing the opening, he unleashed a single spinning strike that hit multiple wolves simultaneously. Advancing through the horde, he defeated the enemies one by one with his blade. The system issued successive notifications, informing him that several levels had been achieved in sequence. Sitting atop a pile of defeated wolves, he received congratulations from the system for reaching level 15 and gaining new skill points. He remarked, "After leveling up, killing monsters became so much easier." Under the starry sky, he realized it was late, and the intense cold made it impossible to search for an exit, even with food and water. Suddenly, something caught his attention in the distance. As he approached, he found several wolf bodies scattered across the ground. Crouching beside one of the animals, he wondered why they were dead. Suddenly, another wolf was struck down nearby. Soon after, a mysterious figure appeared atop a rock holding 2 wolves. His gaze fixed on the silhouette as the question arose, who is that person? His character sheet updated, indicating he had reached level 16. Inspecting one of the dead wolves, he noticed it was as if all the blood had been drained from its body. He immediately concluded that humans weren't responsible for these deaths. With a sudden movement, he spun around and exclaimed in shock, "That can't be!" Staring at the desolate landscape, the situation felt strange to him. Beside the corpses, he claimed to have seen someone there just seconds ago. Doubt assailed him as he wondered if other players were trapped in this place just like him. One detail caught his his attention. The body's blood seemed to have been completely drained by something. Still, he hesitated to believe such ferocious tactics could have been used by another player. Suddenly, he realized he was wrong. A danger alert flashed right in front of him. Something shot past him at incredible speed. With an immediate reflex, he sharply turned towards the attack. A tentacle slammed into the ground with force. The creature's tip dripped blood before writhing on the surface. Faced with the scene, he observed the monster before him, as the system informed him that his weapon's durability had decreased. The conclusion hit him with chilling clarity. Humans hadn't killed those wolves. From the shadows, a jackal-headed humanoid figure emerged. It was clear these deaths were caused by a high-level monster. He quickly realized this enemy was nothing like the arena wolves. A chilling thought struck him. If his stats hadn't boosted after leveling up, he'd be dead right now. The monster watched its own hand regenerate before his eyes. In that instant, Chen identified the creature's ability, regeneration. A system screen flashed, revealing the enemy's name, Wandering Dominator, level unknown. The description called it the King of Speed, at the top of the food chain, feeding on the blood of other creatures. It also made it clear no one could escape its hunt. Even prepared for any monster, the creature's murderous aura was utterly overwhelming. His body felt pinned to the ground, utterly unable to move. All he could do was wait to be hunted. In that moment, he admitted he'd never felt such intense fear before. Chen Zhilu stared down the monster before him. A scream tore from his throat as he yelled, "Demons!" With a simple flick of its hand, the creature attacked. The blow struck him full on. Still, he managed to recover and braced for its next move. Leaping into the air, he tried to strike the creature from above. He declared firmly that he wouldn't be intimidated. His sword sliced through the air in a precise strike, but the attack passed right through his target, hitting only the ground. Confused, he looked back, trying to understand what just happened. The monster instantly appeared behind him. With no time to react, a punch sent him flying. Chen Zhilei tumbled across the ground from the impact. With effort, he scrambled to his feet and started running. He plunged his blade into the ground to halt his momentum, wondering if this was the absolute speed the system had mentioned. The monster stared at him and uttered words in an unknown tongue. Immediately after, the creature lunged and struck him brutally. The impact sent him to his knees, his sword clattering to the ground. Hand pressed to his chest, he knew that last blow could have easily killed him. Still, he wondered what this creature truly wanted. In response, his sword was flung back, embedding itself in the ground right before him. Then, the monster returned the weapon again, repeating the same words in an unknown tongue. Confused, the protagonist asked why the creature kept returning his sword and what its real intention was. Without answering, the creature gestured with its hand, directly inviting him to combat. A chilling thought struck him. Was the monster just toying with him? The situation felt like a cat playing with its prey, not devouring it immediately, but toying with it before the final strike. Seizing a moment of carelessness, he managed to break free and launch an attack against the monster. Lying on the ground, Chen Zhilei cursed his situation as the wandering dominator approached. It was clear the enemy was too fast, and ordinary attacks wouldn't work. Without warning, the creature grabbed him by the collar. Lifted into the air, Chen Zhilei snarled, "You bastard!" The wandering dominator stared at him and uttered the word, "humans." Surprise washed over Chen Zhilei. This type of creature could talk? With contempt, the monster declared humans were nothing but weak worms. In response, the young man slashed the creature's arm and broke free. Retaliation came swift, a precise sword strike. Chen Zhilei hurled back the insult, calling his foe a beetle-brained worm. The wandering dominator stared at the wound on his hand. Amused, he declared, "It's been centuries since a human made me this excited." Chen Zhilei shot back, "I'm a little excited myself." He refused to die, not when he still had family, friends, and a long life ahead to live with them. With a firm voice, he roared, "Wait for my return!" A beam of light pierced the heavens. A notification flashed. His extraordinary fighting spirit had activated the revelation of the god Latonaya. Another message revealed, all his attributes had just surged by 100 points. His body shifted, adopting a new, powerful combat stance. Satisfied, the wandering dominator smirked. "Now you're better. Come closer." In a flash, Chen Zhilei lunged, slashing the creature. The impact sent his foe reeling. Giving no quarter, the young man unleashed a rapid flurry of blows. A system warning blared. Weapon durability 0, unusable. He prepared to hurl the broken sword's hilt, then slammed a direct punch into the creature's face. The force of the blow sent the wandering dominator hurtling into a mountain. Confident, Chen Zhilei declared, "I'll kill you and take your experience." But then, his enemy reappeared behind him, transformed into a new, terrifying form. The attack came swift, slamming him against the jagged rocks. The creature stalked towards the fallen young man, sneering, "Foolish human, a species no better than worms." Wounded, Chen Jile wondered if he could possibly defeat him in this state. Showing no further interest, the monster turned and began to walk away. Raising a hand, he invoked a new, terrifying ability. An enormous skeletal creature materialized in the sky, casting a chilling shadow. The wandering dominator bid the human farewell. Immediately, the summoned beast descended from the heavens, crashing down on Chen Jile. The protagonist's body was flung backward, already gravely wounded. A final, chilling doubt gripped him. Am I going to die? His hand fell lifelessly beside a notification. HP 0. You have died. A soft, feminine voice asked, "Are you awake?" His vision blurred, then cleared. He was sitting on a bed in an unfamiliar room. Bending forward, he struggles to catch his breath. Doubt grips him as he wonders if he's even alive. He walks to the window, questioning if he managed to escape the game. Quickly, however, he realizes that's not the case. Looking outside, his confusion deepens. Where on earth could this place be? Back at the bed, he opens a system screen. Since the interface is still there, he concludes he's still trapped in the game. The memory of being killed by the monster floods back, clashing with the fact that he's now sitting there, perfectly fine. Lifting his shirt, he confirms there are no injuries on his body and starts to question what's going on. Just then, a woman enters the room holding a basin. Cautiously, she asks if he's awake. For a few moments, they stare at each other in silence. In response to her greeting, he confirms he just woke up. Without another word, the woman rushes out and announces to Grandpa Ubre that he's awake. Chen Jilei's confusion intensifies as he wonders if the game transported him to the beginner's village. Outside, an older man named Ubre was gathering herbs. Hearing the call, he stops what he's doing and asks what she said. Turning to Chen Jile, the woman asks, surprised, "Were you killed?" Now facing both of them, he confirms his chest was pierced and asks how he got there. She explains that Grandpa Ubre found him while hunting. Lighting his pipe, the elder states that the young man was on the verge of death, but not dead. He then adds that this place is neither the game nor the beginner's village he keeps mentioning. Ubre also clarifies that they are not NPCs or players, as the young man insists. Unconvinced, Chen Jile refuses to believe them, asserting that this is the game world and they are mistaken. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Summoning the system screen, he asks them both to look closely. Ubre and the woman stare at the screen, understanding absolutely nothing. Pointing to the interface, he shows them the tabs for quests, game, status, equipment, and even the mini-map. The woman asks her grandfather if the monster hit him so hard it scrambled his brain, and Ubre agrees he seems extremely confused. Realizing he couldn't contact the GM or find Xiaomei's ID, he understood he was completely cut off from the outside world. Anguish swelled within him as he wondered how he could ever escape this place. Desperate, he screamed at the system interface, "I want to go home!" A voice replied, stating, "No one can leave." Ubre finished the sentence, "No one in the entire Latonaya desert can leave." Incredulous, Chen Jilo demanded, "How is this possible? How did everyone end up here?" The woman then explained that, according to legends, the only way to gain freedom was to find the location of Kabri's temple. The legends also claimed this desert was an endless labyrinth. She added that countless people had left the city in search of the temple, but no one had ever returned alive. As time passed, everyone eventually accepted this reality, as continuing to live seemed better than marching to their deaths. Uber added that new people were sent there every year, but he had never witnessed anyone successfully escape. In a counseling tone, he urged the young man to accept reality and suggested Solly take him on a tour of the city later. Even so, Chen Jilo insisted, "That's impossible! I was transported directly into the game." Suddenly, a new quest notification flashed before him. He stared at the quest, titled Kabri's Feathered Vengeance, and wondered what it was about. The description stated the task was to find Kabri's temple in the desert, defeat the guardian monster Mabris, and free the god. The reward for completing the quest was the key to escaping the sealed land, the Latonaya desert. Lying in the grass, Chen Jile reflected that while he still didn't know why he'd been sent to this place, at least now he had a goal: escape the desert by finding Kabri's temple and killing Nabris. When that moment came, he would be ready to find a way out. A voice called out to Chen Jile. Sitting up, he noticed a woman approaching in the distance. As she drew closer, she asked why he was there, revealing she had been looking for him. Standing up, Chen Jile apologizes, explaining he had nothing to do and just went for a walk. Then, he points to the horizon and asks if the Latonaya desert is in that direction. She replies, "In a way, yes." She then explains that their current location is actually surrounded by the desert. Hearing this, Chen Jile remarks that he doesn't know how long it will take to find the temple. Surprised, she asks if he's really planning to look for it. Chen Jile confirms, stating he needs to get out of this place. Seriously, she warns him, there's no temple there. You'll die if you go. Without hesitation, he replies, I've already died once. I'll find that temple no matter the cost. After that, Salali invites him to go to the city together. They walk side by side towards the city. As they walk, Salali asks again if he really intends to search for the temple. His answer is simple and direct, yes. She then warns him that the desert is full of powerful monsters, and even Grandfather Ubre can't guarantee he'll defeat them. Confidently, Chenjile tells her not to worry, claiming his fighting ability usually surprises people. Suddenly, an attack rains down from the sky, heading straight for them. Chenjile watches the strike approach, and an explosion rips through the middle of the road. 3 men emerge, walking through the rising dust. The group's leader grins and declares, the prey has been caught. Shrouded in smoke, the protagonist wonders what's happening. In a swift move, Salali shifts and blocks an attack aimed at Chenjile. Kneeling on the ground, Salali questions if the blow was really blocked by a wall of fire. The leader approaches and greets Salali, saying, we meet again. In response, she asks, you again, Boban? Confused, Chenjile demanded, what's happening? Why are we being attacked? Salali then explained she'd forgotten to mention that the hunter thieves in this region were even more dangerous than the monsters themselves. One of the men added that they weren't willing to hunt in Latonaya, preferring to steal from others instead. Boban, for his part, described them as a bunch of cowards who lived by hunting and killing their own kind. As he finished speaking, a sword materialized in his hands. Watching the scene unfold, Chenjile wondered what kind of ability that was. Boban turned to Salali, saying, last time you managed to escape, but it won't be so easy now. Salali adopted a firm stance, ready for combat. Then she yelled at Chenjile to fall back and find Grandpa Ubre, leaving the fight to her. With an arrogant smirk, Boban declared her spells couldn't harm him. He further taunted, saying she'd be better off coming back with him obediently. Finally, Boban added that he might consider letting that idiot go. A question hung in the air. Was another storm brewing? The path back to the village was long and silent. Amidst the waiting, Ubre found it strange that Salali hadn't returned from the settlement yet. With a mocking tone, Boban questioned, did you really think you'd be free to go back and find that old man? He bluntly stated her spells were useless and that it would be best to obey and return with him. The taunt continued as he added he might consider letting that idiot go. Stepping in front of Chenjile, Salali retorted, that won't happen, not even in your dreams. The threat came immediately, with Boban warning her not to blame him for what he'd do next. Turning quickly, she told Chenjile to run, assuring him she'd find a way to stop them. His answer was simple and firm. Surprised, Salali turned and asked, what did you say? With conviction, he declared that even though they'd only just met, the word escape didn't exist for him. He made it clear, admitting he wasn't the kind of person to abandon a companion and run away alone. In a sudden, brutal move, the opponent slammed him against a tree. Salali's scream echoed as she saw Boban holding the young man. With contempt, he called him trash and demanded, who do you think you are? Do you really believe you can fool yourself with those words? You don't use your mouth to talk. You use force. Against all expectations, Chenjile managed to grab his opponent's wrist. The question came directly, asking if Boban really thought he was strong. He then asked, with biting irony, if this strength Boban boasted about was only good for sneak attacks. The answer came in the form of a punch to the face, which Boban managed to dodge by lunging backward. Calling the young man despicable, he showed surprise, realizing the boy's strength had been enough to dislocate his wrist. His assessment was immediate. The enemy was fast. Even with all his agility points, he hadn't perceived the stealthy attack. Salali approached, asking if he was okay. He calmly replied, yes. Turning to Boban, she demanded, what exactly are you trying to do? His voice exploded with frustration. I've told you countless times I want you to be my girlfriend. Her refusal was firm. That's impossible. Just give up. Confusion etched on his face. Chenjile asked, all this fuss, just because of that? She confirmed it. Enraged, Boban roared, are you rejecting me because of him? Salali tried to clarify. You're wrong. Chenjile is just a friend. Disbelief twisted his features. Friend? That's just an excuse. Without another word, Boban challenged him to a man-to-man battle, snarling, don't hide like a turtle. He made a promise. If Chenjile won, he'd stop bothering her. A side quest, Shadow's Madness, activated. The condition, defeat Shadow Swordsman Boban. The reward, the lost map of Latonaya. He realized this had triggered a quest. Could getting the map mean he could finally escape this place? Faced with that possibility, he agreed and accepted the deal. Boan confirmed the agreement. Boban's two henchmen exchanged glances, wondering why their boss had suddenly gotten so serious. One muttered, "The air just turned sour." With clear concern, Salali asked, "Are you sure about this? You can't beat him? Boban is the strongest shadow swordsman in this city?" Curiosity piqued. Chen Jilei questioned the title. Shadow swordsman? Is he really that strong? Salali explained that swordsmen who wielded shadow power didn't just have a speed advantage. Their strength is terrifyingly high too, she added. "A blade wreathed in shadows can kill you." Unfazed, he replied, "It doesn't matter. I've already died once." Weighing his options, he declared he'd rather risk everything than stay trapped here. Then he turned to Salali, stating, "I'm not leaving you behind." In a calm tone, he tried to reassure her. "This is a battle that needs to be fought. If I win, maybe we can both leave this place." Surprised, she whispered, "Leave?" Chen Jilei charged without hesitation, grabbing Boan and questioning his transformation, accusing him of not living his own life properly. Then, Chen Jilei's mind sharpened on the real objective. All he had to do was defeat Boan, get the map, and escape. An image of Boan flickered behind Chen Jilei. In a swift reflex, he tried to land a kick. Boan easily dodged the attack, then revealed himself beside his followers. Salali and Chen Jilei realized they were surrounded in the middle of the forest. Wielding his blade, Boan taunted, asking if this was all the strength of the guy Salali was so interested in. Doubt gripped Chen Jilei as he realized his opponent was only defending, never striking back. Seeing their predicament, Salali urged Chen Jilei to go find Grandpa Wu Bulei, insisting he was the only one who could stop Boan. His refusal was immediate, leaving Salali stunned. Calmly, he told her to relax, explaining that this battle had to happen if they wanted to escape together. Confused, Salali demanded, "What are you talking about? What does beating Boan have to do with getting out of here?" Chen Jilei explained that ever since he entered this game, nothing had made sense. The only clue the system gave was to defeat Boan to get the map that showed the exit. He concluded that everything seemed normal, but it felt like someone was pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Calling out to his opponent, Chen Jilei locked his gaze. Boan stood still, his sword plunged into the ground. Tauntingly, he asked Chen Jilei's name and challenged him, "Are you scared?" The answer came firm, denying any fear and comparing his enemy to a hidden turtle. Boan scoffed. "Fighting trash without an interesting weapon is no fun." With that, he picked up his sword and declared that since this was an official fight, it had to be fair. He then threw his blade towards Chen Jilei. He added, "I don't want Salali or my men thinking I'm intimidating anyone." Among his followers, whispers spread, "The boss is serious this time." With a smirk, Chen Jilei noted that his opponent didn't seem like the rule-following type, remembering the earlier sneak attack. Boan denied the accusation, calling it just a reflex, but Chen Jilei shot back, "Stop making excuses." Bracing himself, he agreed to fight fairly. He stated clearly, "Either way, I have to defeat you to get that map." In a menacing tone, Boan warned, "You'll taste the power of the Shadow Blade." Without wasting a second, Chen Jilei leaped into the air, aiming for an overhead strike. In a flash, Boan reappeared directly in front of him. Their two swords clashed with a violent crash. Salali screamed a warning, alerting him to something behind him. Two of Boban's followers lunged from behind. Skillfully, he parried one blow, even as another attack came from the front. Raising his sword, he blocked Boban's attack too. The pressure intensified as the Shadow Blade pushed him back, a technique beginning to immobilize him. The grim realization hit him instantly. This was bad. Salali cried out Chen Jilei's name. Gravely wounded, he struggled to breathe, his chest heaving erratically. With his blade dripping blood, Boan simply told him to give up. In a cold, chilling tone, he declared, "You'll never defeat me." Suddenly, a system panel popped up, offering the option to surrender the mission. Detecting his injuries, the system asked if he wanted to use a healing skill. His answer was immediate, yes. In mere seconds, his body began to regenerate, and his health points were fully restored. Boan and his men burst into laughter, finding the idea of a priest challenging a shadow assassin utterly absurd. With a sneer, Boan told Chen Jilei he could leave without Salali, claiming someone who awakened as a priest wasn't worthy of facing him. The taunt continued, as he asked if the young man was afraid of being defeated and humiliated in front of Salali. Slowly turning, Chen Jilei asked, "What did you just say?" Impatient, he ordered Boan to stop talking and fight. Accepting the challenge, Boan declared he would show the true power of a shadow assassin. Immediately after, he created two identical clones of himself. Unexpectedly, one of them appeared right behind him. In a menacing tone, Boan remarked that the young man had survived by sheer luck that time, but wouldn't be so lucky again, as the clone lunged to attack him. Chen quickly realized his opponent had split into three. It was clear that shadow swordsmen relied on their cloning abilities in combat. He deduced the first attack came from a clone, and that the real Boan could swap places with his shadows. Immediately, he recognized the situation had become a serious problem. With utter contempt, Boan declared that the compassion he felt for Chen for awakening as a healer now disgusted him. He then promised to unleash the shadow swordsman's unstoppable attack before killing him. Raising his sword, Chen provoked him. "Show me how strong you really are." Without hesitation, he charged headlong towards the three enemies. In response, Chen was met with an insult called stupid. Immediately after, Boan commanded his clones to advance. One clone unleashed a powerful strike towards him, while the other two moved in from the flanks. Boan extended his hand towards him, and suddenly, Chen was suspended in midair, utterly unable to move. Seizing the opening, all three attacked him simultaneously while he remained immobilized. He barely manages to resist, noting how the power of just one clone is almost unbearable. Meanwhile, the other two watch from a distance. Suddenly, one of the clones reappears behind him. The threat is clear. He hears, "You survived last time, but you won't be so lucky now." Just as the attack lands, Chen simply vanishes. The clone's sword hits only empty ground, a single word escaping its lips. Perhaps. Salili and Boban's men watch, utterly shocked. Confused, the clone wonders how this is possible. What the hell is going on? Chen reappears at a safe distance, muttering, "That was close, I almost died." A system notification pops up, informing him he's gained a new hidden skill called Flash after a critical hit. He immediately realizes that without this skill, it would have been his end. Now steady on his feet, he declares he just needs to get rid of the remaining clones. Boan starts to laugh as one of his doppelgangers dissolves before him. With genuine interest, he comments, "Impressive escape, but you only wounded one clone." He then declares, "The real game begins now," and calls his sword back. Chen watches as the blade takes shape in his hand. In real combat, there are no rules. Boan orders him, "Die!" as the clones prepare to strike. Boan warns him, his voice laced with menace, "I'm not playing anymore. Keep your eyes open and watch." The clones then transform their swords into spears. One of them positions itself, preparing a final blow. Moments later, a massive barrage of projectiles is fired at him. The protagonist finds himself completely surrounded by the assault. One of the projectiles whizzes past his head. With no other choice, he materializes a shield to defend against the storm of blows. Even so, he's forced to dodge multiple attacks coming from all directions. The projectiles merge, forming a creature called Banks, which lunges to attack him. A system notification appears, warning him that he's lost 30% of his HP, and without his weapon, can only passively defend by dodging. Suddenly, one of the clones appears above him, declaring, "Finally got you!" Chen is struck by one of the blows. Watching the scene, Boan states, "Death is approaching." Moments later, the young man is immobilized by a flurry of attacks that pin him in the air. At that instant, a sphere forms around him, shattering the chains that held him captive. Coldly, Boan declares, "I'll find a good tomb for Chen Suddenly, a massive beam of light descended from the heavens, catching everyone off guard. The impact slammed into the ground with devastating force. Salili and Boban's men stared at the scene, utterly shocked. Amidst the storm, Boan and Chen looked up, seeing a figure begin to form within the clouds. Appeared, and with a simple wave of his hand, commanded everyone to stop. Under the rainy night sky, a voice told Chen not to move. Meanwhile, Salili tended to the young man's wounds, apologizing for not even being able to apply the medicine properly. The storm intensified in the sky, accompanied by incessant rain. Even covered in wounds, Chen remained standing. Just then, appeared, telling the young man that it was enough. Salili rushed to him, asking if he was all right. His answer came firm, "Yes," despite his condition. Called them to leave, warning that the storm was closing in. However, Boan began to laugh as they prepared to leave. His laughter continued, laced with contempt, as if he found the entire situation ridiculous. He taunted, questioning if the old man truly believed he could just show up and take them away. In response, called him arrogant, stating that if he hadn't blocked Chen attack, Boan would already be defeated. Directly asked if his opponent still intended to continue, even after having already died once. Boan retorted, questioning if he had truly been killed. He refused to believe that someone who awakened as a healer would be capable of killing him. His fury exploded as he yelled that if hadn't interfered, he would have killed Chen long ago. At that moment, a system notification announced, "Mission complete with Boban's defeat. Map obtained." Surprised, Chen Chen-Ji-Lei wondered if the system truly considered that a victory. Without room for discussion, Ubre hurried the group, insisting they needed to leave before the storm worsened. Boban's men also warned him to retreat, saying that if the storm fully hit, everything would be over. Still, Boban screamed for Chen-Ji-Lei to return, claiming the victor hadn't been decided yet. His shouts continued, demanding they return and finish the fight, while his own men tried to restrain him. Before leaving, Chen-Ji-Lei looked back and watched his opponent in the rain. He wondered what was wrong with that redhead and, turning to Ubre, said he was going, emphasizing that the storm was coming. Later, safe in a shelter during the rainy night, a voice told Chen-Ji-Lei not to move. Lying down and completely bandaged, he heard Salali ask for patience, assuring him everything would be ready soon. She then apologized for not being able to apply the medicine correctly while he moved. Embarrassed, Chen-Ji-Lei apologized for bothering her and her grandfather. In response, she said she hadn't expected him to be so skilled. Curious, he asked if Boban knew her, as well as her grandfather Ubre. Salali revealed that she and Boban grew up together like siblings, leaving Chen-Ji-Lei visibly surprised. After that, she finished the treatment, announcing that all his wounds had been properly cared for. Sitting up on the bed, he sincerely thanked Salali. She replied that it should be her thanking him. Soon after, she stated that she needed to help her grandfather Ubre and that he could rest, to which Chen-Ji-Lei agreed. As he was left alone, Chen-Ji-Lei wondered what might have happened to his mother and was sure she was worried about not finding him. Still, the conviction remained. He could return soon, now that he possessed the mission map, obtained after Boban's defeat. Analyzing the map, he concluded that he just needed to follow the signs, find the temple, and defeat the boss to be able to leave. The decision came swiftly. As soon as the rain stopped, he would depart. Just then, a system notification popped up. He'd obtained a hidden key. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what this key was for. The system quickly explained it was for opening treasure chests that randomly dropped during battles. Clutching the key, he finally understood its purpose. Feeling refreshed, Chen-Ji-Lei declared he'd be out of here soon. Amidst the pouring rain, Ubre appeared at the door. Seeing him, the young man greeted, "Master Ubre is here." With a slight nod, the elder apologized for not coming sooner, explaining the rain had been too heavy. Chen-Ji-Lei replied it was fine, then asked about Ubre's wound and the reason for his visit. The old man told him not to worry, assuring him it was just a superficial injury that would heal in a few days. He then confessed he truly hadn't expected the boy to win against Boban. Without hiding his sincerity, Chen-Ji-Lei admitted that if Boban hadn't been so overconfident, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Lighting his pipe, Ubre explained that a fight wasn't just about strength, but also will and technique. He concluded that victory had been won by sheer chance. Curiosity returned as the young man asked why Boban had become what he was today, especially since he and Salali grew up together. Ubre replied that was a long story. Before leaving, he stated that the storms would cease the next day, and they would reach the mountain slope. Finally, the master promised to teach him, provided he could pass his test. Ubre recalled that 10 years ago, it was raining heavily when he and little Salali arrived in Latonaya. Passing a house, they discovered a strange creature had attacked the family living there. It was too late. The monster had already killed the man and woman. The family's child, however, had survived, persistently asking what was wrong with his mother. Just then, the creature appeared on the rooftop watching the boy. Without warning, it lunged at the boy, who screamed desperately for his mother. Uber appeared and summoned a bolt of lightning. Faced with the attack, the monster recoiled, glared at its new opponent, then leaped, fleeing into the forest. The boy kept calling for his mother while Ubre watched him in silence. That boy was Boban. After burying his parents, old Ubre took him in. Later, Chen-Ji-Lei asked why Boban had turned out that way. Ubre explained that the young man felt his life's purpose was to find the monster, while Ubre himself preferred a peaceful life. The elder stated that Latonaya harbored extremely powerful creatures, and not even he would dare claim he could kill the one that attacked Boban's family. Hearing this, Chen-Ji-Lei understood Boban's departure, realizing that even Grandpa Ubre considered the monster a terrifying existence. Ubre stood up and advised the young man to rest, as they would need to cross the desert to find the temple. He also acknowledged that, with his current strength, the young man could have been killed by a monster before even reaching their destination. Chen-Ji-Lei himself had been easily defeated in the last fight, even with attribute bonuses, forcing him to improve at all costs. At this, Chen-Ji-Lei asked Grandpa Ubre to wait. The young man requested Ubre teach him to fight, stating his desire to grow stronger to find the temple and leave this place. The old man's only reply was an invitation to rest. Still, the young man man insisted, claiming he was serious and that there truly was a way for them to leave this place. Watching Ubre walk away, Chen questioned himself, wondering if he'd been too impulsive. Standing in the rain, the elder told the young man to go to the hillside the next day once the storm passed. If he could overcome the test, Ubre promised to teach him. Confident, Chen guaranteed he would certainly pass. Ubre felt the hope of leaving this place rekindle, remembering the power that had shattered his defenses. With that, he considered that perhaps this boy truly could get them all out of here. A notification for the quest Destroy the Slaughter appeared before Chen On the screen, the daily routine tasks were detailed. Weighted running, weighted push-ups, and sit-ups. Analyzing them, he recognized it was a devilish training regimen, but too important to give up. So he accepted the task on the panel. The young man began his training, running while carrying a heavy log. Next, he completed the sets of push-ups and sit-ups. He declared he hadn't felt like he had a goal to fight for in a long time, and now he was far more enthusiastic. Upon completing the grueling effort, he collapsed, exhausted, to the ground, and received 4 attribute points for finishing the task. Lying on the grass, he began to ponder where he should distribute those 4 points. Considering his healing and defense abilities, he decided to invest 2 points in intelligence and 2 in stamina. Suddenly, Salili's voice called his name. He asked why she was there, and the girl explained she'd brought breakfast, as Grandpa Ubre had said he'd be in that spot. Curious, she asked why he wasn't dressed, and if he'd been training, handing him the food. The young woman was surprised to learn that Grandpa Ubre had promised to teach him how to fight, and Chen confirmed it. Salili exclaimed that was great, eager to see what kind of powers he'd develop. In response, Chen asked if it was possible to awaken other abilities, given his profession was a healer. She clarified that healer was just a profession. Elemental attributes were granted according to individual skills. Professions merely offered a direction for development, while attributes, like her fire, Ubra's thunder, and Boban's shadow, determined combat capabilities. Hearing this, Chen mused about what kind of awakening he would have. Later, Ubra explained that God created the races, quests, and professions of this world from elements, both visible, like water and fire, and invisible, like light and shadow. The world was comprised of 5 continents. Polaris, where the human race gathered, served as a major trade hub. West of this territory, amidst active volcanoes, stood Megalata, the homeland of the Dragon Knights. To the north stretched Xanthido, the continent of eternal winter, inhabited by giants and beasts, and rich in minerals. To the east lay Bergama, a vast region covered by a dense forest. To the south was Chubitik, the continent known for the dwarves' extraordinary forging skills. Salili recounted the legend, crossed the sea, and you could reach the gods' abode, receiving infinite power. For a long time, Chen believed gods and the endless sea were just myths, but after arriving here, he began to consider they might be real. Convinced, he commented that finding the temple to leave Latonaya shouldn't be a myth either, and they would undoubtedly leave this place. At his conviction, Salili simply nodded in agreement. At that moment, Uber approached, commenting he hadn't expected them both to be awake before him. With a teasing tone, the old man asked if Lily had confessed so quickly, but she quickly scolded him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Then, Uber turned to Chen and asked if he was prepared to accept the challenge. The young man met his gaze, declaring without hesitation, "I'm ready." Uber then explained that to utilize the strength of the elements, one must increase their perception. Concentrating, he began to prepare for the demonstration. According to the elder, one must experience the flow of elements, and more, feel their very existence. A powerful energy erupted from the ground before them. The elder revealed a habitat of teleporting beasts, discovered by chance during a hunt. Next, Ubre presented the Kuzil sword, his battle companion for decades. He explained he would activate the array in 3 days, and Chen Jilei's test would be to use the sword to kill the Beast King and bring back its head. Uber warned him that the blade's true strength could only be unleashed after his elemental power awakened. He also cautioned that he might not return, and he could still back out. Without flinching, the young man gripped the sword, declaring, "I will never surrender." Turning away, he promised, "I'll return with the Beast King's head." At that instant, the Awakening with the Beast King quest activated, prompting for confirmation. Without hesitation, Chenjula confirmed the mission. The time limit to complete the task was then set at 72 hours. Moments later, he was teleported to the location as Ubre watched from a distance. The old man mused that those orcs possessed incredible defensive power, and the strength of the elements would come to the young man in his moments of greatest despair. Chenjula materializes at the mission site, enveloped in a flash of light. He scans his surroundings, wondering why this landscape is so utterly different from the desert he expected. Shrugging off the confusion, he focuses on his task, locating the orc horde. He quickly realizes that taking down the boss at his current level will be a monumental challenge, so he'll need to clear out some smaller monsters first. Suddenly, a projectile screams past him. With a swift move, he evades the attack, which crashes into the ground. A chilling thought strikes him. Was he already noticed? He looks up, watching the approaching threat. The creature reveals itself as Dotham, Latonaya's most elusive monster. A memory flashes. Even before his powers awaken, the sword can still kill, depending on how it's wielded. Determined, he grips the blade, ready to test its true power. As his combat experience soars, Chen charges forward, declaring, "I'm not that rookie player anymore." Dotham retaliates, lashing out with its tentacles. This time, Chen feels no terror, but an intense fighting spirit. He realizes he can grow stronger by defeating prey and leveling up. Seizing the opening, he deflects the creature's tentacles with his sword. Using the momentum, he launches himself skyward. He hurtles towards the monster, fueled by the thrill of leveling up. Mid-air, the young man prepares for the final blow. With unwavering resolve, he spins the sword in his hands. In a precise vertical strike, he shatters the creature in two. Victory secured, he gains experience points and attributes, but his triumph is short-lived as a surging horde of creatures materializes before him. Elsewhere, Salali confronts Ubre, demanding to know why he sent the boy into the beast's habitat, a place even Ubre himself had never dared to venture. The old man simply replies, "I'm taking a trip to the city. Have dinner ready when I get back." Salali watches her grandfather walk away, a knot of unease tightening in her stomach. His answer was far too vague. Under the brutal moonlight, Chen roared, "This isn't enough." With every ounce of his strength, he slammed into a giant creature, then unleashed his energy in a devastating, world-shattering strike. The sheer power of that blow made Boan reel, wondering how he could have possibly lost to him. The energy blast hit him head-on, yet the question of how he was defeated still haunted him. He couldn't comprehend how a priest without an awakened element could possess such terrifying attack power that made him tremble. The memory of barely containing that strike returned, a move he'd never even seen Ubre use. Alone, Boan pondered Chen beginning to question who he truly was. In the relentless battle, Chen slaughtered a Dotham and leveled up. Without a moment's rest, he kept pushing forward, carving through creatures all around him. More monsters fell, and his level surged again. A notification flashed, informing him he had leveled up once more. Another message congratulated him for reaching level 25, announcing that the pharmacy was unlocked and he had 45 attribute points. The system then asked if he wished to use 15 levels to unlock the pharmacy. Realizing that the levels he'd earned with such blood and sweat would be consumed, he felt a jolt of irritation. Chen understood that each new upgrade would be harder, and the cost to unlock future items would only skyrocket. The screen also showed that unlocking different shop categories, like weapons and armor, required consuming levels. The real shock came when he noticed the home appliances category cost 300 levels. He concluded that while accumulating levels was the best long-term option, his immediate priority was to kill the Beast King and ensure his own survival through medicine. The pharmacy menu displayed various types of medicine, including recovery, buffs, and speed. Two options caught his eye: a recovery item called Berserk Feather, and a buff known as Clum's Burning Tears. Upon closer inspection, he realized the pharmacy's medicine regenerated based on percentages, making recovery more effective at higher levels. Determined, he unlocked the pharmacy using 15 levels. Notifications informed him that the item requirement was level 8, while his current level was 2. At that moment, he declared, "Now, 2 lives are on the line." Immediately after, he turned towards a loud bang. After expending most of his energy in combat, he decided to buy food from the convenience store, which would leave him with only 1 level remaining. The food would reduce his hunger, and he deemed the cost worthwhile. As he ate the bread, he found it tough and remembered Lily's was far more delicious. A notification popped up. 12 hours had passed, with 60 remaining until the mission's completion. He recalled Ubre mentioning that the monster group resided northwest, where he would likely find the herb. Then, a system reminder urged him to use his 45 unallocated attribute points. Only then did he realize he'd forgotten about them and began to ponder how to best utilize them. His strength and agility had improved, but his MP and defense remained low, potentially compromising future skill damage. The risk of low HP was facing an enemy that wouldn't give him time to use potions. The situation felt like a university exam, one he could only take once. Still, accumulated levels could be converted into attribute points to achieve desired combat effects. With this in mind, he decided to allocate 15 points to Constitution, 15 to Strength, and the remainder across Defense, Agility, and Magic. Decision made, all that remained was to find the lair and complete the trial. Worried, Salali questioned Ubre for allowing Chen to be sent to such a dangerous lair. She found him working the land. Calmly, the old man reassured her, explaining he'd left a mark on the sword and would save him if he was in danger. Still uneasy, the young woman asked again why her grandfather had sent him there, as she'd never heard him mention being there himself. Uber clarified that he'd only discovered the lair by chance during a hunt. He then informed Lily he'd be traveling to the city and asked for meals to be ready upon his return. Sally watched her grandfather, sensing his answer was overly evasive. Without another word, the old man turned and went his way. Deep down, he knew the only way to try and make Chen Jile give up was to confront him with the truth of that world. Even knowing it was an almost impossible task, he still hoped the young man would bring back the Beast King's head. For Ubre, if that happened, everyone would see Chen Jile as the one capable of leading them out of this place. After walking for about 3 hours, Chen Jile continued exploring the region. Logically, he concluded the lair couldn't be far. Just then, screams for help echoed in the distance. A woman appeared, running desperately towards him, carrying a child in her arms. Surprised, he wondered how a woman and child had made it here and rushed forward to help them. Trying to calm her, he told her not to be afraid and asked what had happened. She replied that there were monsters and begged him to save them. Ahead of them, a giant, imposing creature emerged. Immediately after, a man appeared before Chen Jile and commented on the young man's prowess. A panel flashes describing the demonic beast, slow-moving, with formidable defense, high destructive power, and immense vitality. Immediately after, the profile of the Wild Orc Chief appears. Level 40, a trainer capable of summoning and controlling giant beasts to lead attacks. Chen Jile warns that this enemy's level far surpasses their last encounter, possessing the same predatory intelligence as other monsters. Because of this, he orders the others to fall back. Still, he points out the good news. If the orcs are in this region, their lair can't be far. At the same time, he wonders if the woman and boy are new arrivals, transported here just like him and his grandfather. The woman clutches the child to her chest, while the young man's gaze remains fixed on them both. Kneeling before her, he assures her there's no reason to fear, for he will protect them. The orc chief begins to insult him repeatedly, snarling, "You insect! You stupid, ignorant, weak, insolent creature!" A chilling memory surfaces. The man who killed him in the past had also called him an insect. The enemy then orders his beasts, "Stretch your necks, my beasts. Savor the pleasure of chewing your prey." One of the creatures roars, "Charge! Shred these worms and have fun with it!" Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jilo charges forward, attacking the first creature in an instant. A flurry of rapid blows slams into the monster's body. Under the force of the continuous impacts, the creature is forced to recoil. With a final move, the enormous beast is launched skyward. Without hesitation, Chen Jile moves on to the next opponent. As he advances, he comments, "They're much stronger than before." The orc watches the young man stand amidst the fallen monsters. Seeing this, he turns to the largest creature and orders it, "Kill him!" Even so, that monster also crashes to the ground, defeated. Enraged, the orc chief screams at his last remaining subordinate. Calling him useless, he snarls, "You useless fool! Get out of my way! I'll kill him myself!" Suddenly, a blade appears before the chief's face. Chen Jivi orders him, "Drop your weapon and don't move or your head will roll." Turning to the other orc, he points his sword at its neck and demands, "Why are you hunting?" The orc declares, "I am a servant of a god. If you kill me, a curse will fall upon you." Without a flicker of hesitation, Chen Jilo cuts him down with his sword. Then he warns, "Next time the blade will be your answer," and demands, "Where is the lair?" The orc points to a distant mountain range and replies, "It's located there." Blackstone Mountain is confirmed as the beast's lair. The chief glares at the young man with a defiant look. Suddenly he lunges towards the woman and child. Grabbing them both, he threatens, "I'll slowly break your necks and suck your blood." With explicit cruelty, he declares, "That's exactly what I'll do." At high speed, the protagonist and bros charge forward together, leaving multiple afterimages. The orc chief is struck from all sides simultaneously. His image seems to freeze as if trapped in a frame before he's sent flying through the air. A blonde man approaches him, praising him as a skilled fighter. Meanwhile, a woman helps the mother and child, asking who they are and how they got there. She learns that 3 days ago, the blonde man and his companion were transported to this place and attacked by orcs. He then followed the tracks until he found the protagonist. The man then introduces himself as Bros, a warrior, extending his hand in greeting. Bros then introduces the hooded youth as Filoka, the assassin. Pointing to the woman beside him, he identifies her as Raquel, the healer. The young man shakes his hand and introduces himself as Chen Jiliao, asking to be called just Jiliao. Curious, Bros asks if he knows why they were all transported to this place. Jiliao replies that he doesn't know, but his gaze falls on the fallen orc. He then adds, believing the orc might know something. The surviving orc lies sprawled on the ground. The group gathers around him, and the creature demands, "What are you doing?" He screams, calling them worms for disrespecting a god and declaring they will all die for it. Someone calls him by the name Rachidler, making him react instantly. Chen Jiliao sits before Rachidler and warns him he has some questions. In a cold tone, he advises him to behave and answer, "Unless you want to die." As Faloka binds the orc's hands, the others gather further back. With the prisoner finally secured, the group decides their next destination will be the lair. Rachidler insists he's telling the truth, begging them to believe him. He claims to have already revealed everything he knows. He screams, emphasizing that given his position in the tribe, this is all the knowledge he possesses, and that a god brought them here to be food. He reiterates that he is in this place only by divine will and knows absolutely nothing else. In a grand hall in the city of Delk, someone challenges a man. "Have you lost your mind?" Seated on the throne, the ruler confronts him, asking how he can still be so naive after all these years. The other retorts, wanting to know what the point of finding the temple would be. Hicks, the elemental wind mage, intervenes, stating they cannot defeat the guardian monsters, and that he's placing his hopes in a boy who doesn't even master the elements. An elder advises him to immediately go and kill the boy, warning that the entire settlement will be in danger if the gods are enraged. He continues, saying that after that they can go to the gods and beg for forgiveness. The mage retorts, questioning if it isn't ridiculous that the god they speak of would massacre them on a whim, treating them like worms. The elder coldly replies that sacrificing ignorant lives doesn't matter, for the innocent villagers still see them as heroes. He then accuses Hicks of merely showing weakness, doing nothing to prevent others from dying. Surprised, the mage asks, "What did you just say?" Tension mounts as the old man prepares to strike with his hand. Hicks reacts, launching a blow, and shouts, "I'll send you to the gods right now." Meanwhile, Chen Jiliao's group discusses that they don't know what kind of beasts they'll encounter on the way to the lair. The young man emphasizes that the journey certainly won't be safe. They take a brief pause as Faloka finishes binding the prisoner. Bros explains that Raquel, besides being a healer, can also use magic to create barriers and amplify elemental forces, which is why she must stay to protect the others. She agrees and assures them she will keep the area safe until they return. With everything set, Chen Jiliao announces they will now head for the lair. Rachidler tries to dissuade them, warning that the superior beasts will devour them. The young man questions if he fears that by guiding them there, he'll end up devoured too. The prisoner reacts with pride, stating he's not an orc who fears death. Even so, he refuses to continue, shouting, "I won't go! You'll die alone!" Further ahead, a grim sight awaited them, a passage choked with bones and skeletons. Orcs emerged, dragging a massive cage filled with human prisoners deeper into the cavern. They presented their grim cargo to their king, reporting it was all the food they'd found, awaiting further orders. Suddenly, one of the orcs began to freeze solid. He and the other guards were completely immobilized. A mage materialized before the prisoners, attempting to reassure them, promising to free them. He then joined other heroes, rallying them to slay the monsters and escape together. For him, it was unforgivable that so many innocents had been slaughtered for selfish reasons. With a furious roar, he declared to the beast, "You will pay in blood for your deeds." Immediately after, he unleashed a volley of sharp projectiles towards the throne. The attack surged directly at the king. However, the projectiles froze mid-air, halted before reaching their target. The mage reacted with stunned surprise. His body was then lifted from the ground. Immobilized by an unseen force, he began to float helplessly in the air. Meanwhile, the other heroes questioned what was happening, watching him held captive like that. An invisible pressure coursed through the mage's body, holding him utterly paralyzed. From his throne high above, the Beast King stared at him with chilling indifference. The force crushing the conjurer's body intensified gradually. Suddenly, his body disintegrated in a massive explosion, the blast wave slamming into the other heroes. The survivors watched in horror, covered in wounds. Beast King Fineir, level 85, remained impassively seated on his throne of bones. Outside, Rose landed a precise kick on one of the creatures. Faloka grabbed another monster from behind, immobilizing it. Chenjile took his stance, ready for combat. One of the beasts charged directly at him, and without hesitation he met its assault, delivering a flurry of repeated slashes. Rachidler observed the fight, marveling at the group's genius. He then noted that the young man seemed even stronger than before. This made Chenjile begin to question his true identity. He realized that as they neared the cavern, the beasts and their attacks grew more potent. However, the experience needed to level up increased at the same rate. Thus, he noted that the group's progression was slow, and they needed to gain levels much faster. Bros approached, asking if Chenjile wasn't yet accustomed to the battle's intensity. He commented that the beasts were slow but incredibly tough to kill, and he'd never seen anyone defeat them so easily without mastering elemental power. He added that the young man seemed to be exactly the person he was destined to meet. Impressed, Bros showed his admiration and invited him to join the group. Chenjile questioned the idea of forming a team. Bros then leaned in with a grin, offering to introduce him to beautiful girls, but the young man already anticipated his words. In response, Chen Jilei reminded him that Bros had claimed to be the only member of the group. Brushing it off, Bros urged them to keep moving forward, while Chen Jilei simply called him a chatterbox. Filoka points ahead, declaring it must be the cave entrance. The three prepare to move forward. The group stops before the massive entrance to the monster's lair. Chen Jilei turns to ask the orc if it's truly the entrance. At that instant, he notices the rope lying on the ground and the prisoner gone. Bros comments that the orc escaped while they were fighting. Reshidler bolts into the cave's darkness. He plans to warn the king about the human invasion, hoping for a reward. Despite this, the group enters the cave, confirming they've reached the right place. Bros remarks that the distinct smell of orcs confirms the prisoner didn't lie, announcing he'll lead the way. Further in, they encounter an entrance surrounded by enormous skulls. Chen Jula observes it's strange they haven't seen any orcs, even after walking for so long. Bros then tells everyone to observe the path ahead. Before them, a fork appears, splitting into 3 distinct passages. Bros suggests they'll need to split up. In response, Chen Jilei reveals the fire gate in his hand. He explains that the 3 will split up and use a spell to call for help if they find a clue or are in danger. Bros chooses the left path for himself, Chen Jilei takes the right, and Filoka follows the middle one. Before they depart, he reminds them to use the taught spell if anything goes wrong. Thus, each takes his respective path. Chen Jilei advances alone through his passage. The need to level up quickly to reach the top becomes clear, but no orcs appear along the way. Faced with the eerie silence, he braces himself for whatever comes next. A presence approaches. A creature emerges, stepping beside the body of a person fallen on the ground. Without hesitation, the monster begins to devour the remains. Further ahead, Chen Jilei observes several of them feeding among scattered bones. The status window reveals they are level 47 necrophage demons, abandoned spirits with a terrifying bite, rarely appearing alone. Recognizing the danger, the young man prepares for battle, aware he's facing real demons. In moments, he finds himself surrounded by dozens of creatures within a vast, skeleton-filled cavern. Rashidler bows before Master Final's throne. He reports that 3 worms infiltrated, but were separated into distinct traps. The master listens in silence as the orc concludes that by now, they must have been torn to shreds by the necrophage demons. Back in the cave, a demon lunges at Chen Jilei. He quickly assesses the situation. These ghoul demons hit weak but swarm in huge numbers, offering a decent chunk of experience. With a flurry of rapid strikes, he takes down 10 demons, earning 20,000 experience points. But he soon realizes that picking them off one by one is incredibly inefficient. Still, he keeps fighting, knowing he needs to act fast to hit his goal. Eliminate 30 demons for 60,000 experience within the time limit. Then, with a single devastating blow, he wipes out 100 demons, netting 200,000 experience points. A notification pops up congratulating him on eliminating 99 ghoul demons and reaching level 14. It also informs him that upon reaching level 50, he'll unlock 3 skills. The first available skill is Holy Light Condemnation, which can restore health and deal area of effect holy damage. The second option is Divine Destruction, an instant attack against multiple enemies that also recovers some health. The third is Divine Action, which boosts movement speed and restores health with every enemy defeated, though it has a cooldown. Chen Jilei wonders if he can pick 2 professional skills, but the decision feels incredibly tough. Analyzing the options, he notes that Divine Action combined with Holy Light Condemnation is interesting, while Divine Destruction alongside Divine Action offers a double recovery effect. He concludes that melee attacks with healing effects could boost his speed and help him close in on enemies more efficiently. However, he realizes Holy Light's short range isn't ideal for restoring his vitality unless he's close enough to his targets. Faced with this, he decides to go with Divine Action and Divine Destruction. A notification warns him that by making this choice, he'll have to completely abandon Holy Light Condemnation. For a moment, he questions if his companions face the same dilemma, but quickly concludes they're safe since the magic circle in his hand hasn't issued any warnings. More demons begin to emerge from the cave walls. Knowing he can't stop now, he charges into the horde of creatures. Meanwhile, Braz's foot ignites with flames as he activates an attack known as Hellfire Rift. With a stomp on the ground, a fiery eruption bursts forth beneath his enemies. The demons are instantly consumed by the inferno. Shortly after, a sound echoes through the area, making Bros wonder if someone is singing. The surrounding creatures seem paralyzed by the melody. He then spots a path littered with fallen monsters, leading to a distant silhouette. A blindfolded woman emerges amidst the musical notes. Bros accuses her of controlling the ghoul demons to attack him and threatens, "I'll burn you to ashes." She merely stares back with a serene smile. Shadowy hands erupt from the ground and seize him. In that instant, Bros realizes it's her song that's keeping him from moving. The woman slowly approaches as he demands, "What are you doing?" She leans over him and purrs. "It's been a long time since I last tasted fresh meat." Her claw tears into his side. As she grips his face, Bros wonders if he's about to die such a humiliating death. Something streaks between them at high speed. The woman is struck, sent flying. Free from the shadowy grip, Bros regains his movement. Chen appears before him asking, "Did I make it in time?" Surprised, the woman demands, "How did the ghouls fail to kill you?" He throws the question back, pointing behind him. "Were you talking about him?" On the ground, a demon's head slowly rolls. The woman steps on the defeated creature, stating, "That was the best of my ghouls, yet you killed it with ease." She stands over the monster's corpse. Then she begins to sing, unleashing sonic waves that ripple outwards. Bros shouts a warning to Chen, "Don't listen to her!" But the young man is engulfed by the waves, paralyzed by the necromancer's song. Confident, the woman declares, "This time neither of you can move." Chen activates divine action, shattering the spell. With a sneer, he comments, "Your singing is terrible." Bros watches, impressed by the young man's power, when a different sound catches his attention. Both start to hear a persistent buzzing. Chen palm begins to glow, and he realizes the woman is in danger. A malevolent creature, the infernal python Lus, unleashes an immense blast of fire. Filoka recognizes the power gap is too vast. Defeating it would be impossible. Faced with this, he knows he can't withstand the imminent attack. The blast strikes him head-on, slamming him violently against the rock wall. He collapses to the ground, utterly drained of strength to fight on. The python lunges for the final blow, the young man's reflection glinting in its eyes. In that instant, a mysterious figure suddenly lands before Filoka, shielding him. Chen stands before him, his weapon ready for battle. The creature recoils, facing its new adversary. With a single, swift movement, the young man charges, striking the serpent and instantly defeating the infernal python. After the victory, Chen turns to his companion, sprawled on the ground. He apologizes to Filoka, explaining, "We arrived a little late." Gasping, Filoka admits Chen undeniable strength. Bros helps him up, explaining that the paths he and Chen had taken were traps, and this was the true entrance to the beastman's nest. The hooded woman simply calls out her companion's name. Bros asks Filoka if he's okay, and the young man replies affirmatively, assuring him, "I won't die." Still awestruck, Filoka comments, "That giant serpent was too powerful, like a monster from legends." Bros muses aloud, "Wouldn't the Beast King annihilate us in seconds if we faced him?" Chen corrects him, stating, "The true enemy isn't the Beast King, but fear itself." He continues, arguing that fear on the battlefield only leads to death, questioning, "How can we face even stronger creatures in the future then?" Then, he reminds them of their companions. Firmly, he declares, "I will fight to the very end for freedom, even if only a breath of life remains." Suddenly, the defeated serpent began to stir. It rose again, even larger and more menacing than before. Chen surged forward, shouting for them to fight together. The trio braced themselves, ready to charge into battle. Bros leaped towards the creature, telling Chen to let him go first. He loudly taunted the giant worm, demanding its attention. With a flurry of kicks, he assaulted the serpent's body. The creature retaliated, preparing its counterattack and unleashing a powerful blow from its mouth. Meanwhile, Chen focused, readying his elemental powers. Filoka decided he wouldn't be a burden any longer. Resolving to give his all this time, he extended his hand and unleashed Xidigarba's palm. The attack surged towards the serpent, immobilizing it by the neck. Bros roared Chenjilo's name, while his companion watched the scene with absolute focus. Then, Chenjilo leaped into the air, raising his sword high. He descended, delivering a devastating blow to the monster's head. A notification flashed, revealing the infernal python's flame armor had taken 20% damage. Chenjile adjusted his grip on the sword, preparing for another assault. With a swift spin, he began to strike the creature repeatedly. The armor's damage climbed to 30, then 50%. The relentless barrage of attacks pushed the wear to 80%. Finally, the armor shattered completely. With the opening exposed, Chenjilo prepared to deliver the final blow to the creature's head. With a powerful spinning motion, he executed the decisive strike. The blade tore through the serpent's body. After completing the strike, mistake, he landed on the ground. Bros cheered, declaring the creature finally dead. A notification announced the infernal fire python had been defeated, granting 200,000 experience points. Another window popped open, revealing the acquisition of the secret item, Infernal Fire Gloves. Chen meticulously examined the attributes of his new gear. The system prompted him, asking if he wished to equip the item. Without hesitation, Chen equipped the Infernal Fire Gloves. Braz remarked that despite being separated for only a few hours, Chen seemed to have undergone a massive transformation. With a simple command, the glove's appearance vanished from his hands. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake. From the shadows of the passage, Rashidler emerged. Chen and Braz took defensive stances against the new enemy. The orc charged, attacking both of them simultaneously. Chen was sent flying by the force of the blow. Braz stood over the defeated orc, demanding to know why he surrendered. Rashidler explained he'd gotten lost, and the Beast King must have activated the traps. Hearing about the traps, Chen remarked it was no wonder they'd encountered so many monsters along the way. The orc then got up, claiming they were lucky to still be alive. In response, Braz kicked him, demanding to be led to the Beast King. Rashidler agreed to show them the entrance. Bros then threatened him, warning that any tricks would be severely punished. Rashidler mumbled a few words under his breath. Before them, a massive stone door slowly began to open. The group faced the imposing entrance leading to the main hall. On a stormy night, lightning tore across the sky, illuminating it for a brief instant. From his window, Ubra watched the relentless rain fall. Nearby, Boan approached a cabinet that had remained sealed for a long time. Opening it, he revealed a full suit of armor stored inside. Ubre remarked that after so much hesitation, Boan had finally found the courage to do it. Boan replied that both he and Salali had always been curious about that battle armor. The old man suggested that what was sealed within wasn't just metal, but the very desire to leave that place. Boban then revealed he'd heard talk of forming a team to find the monster that killed his parents. Firmly, he declared his desire to join the group and asked if, this time, he wouldn't be stopped. Back in the cave, the group advanced down the corridor. Bros warned Rashidler not to try any tricks, and Chen reinforced the threat, making it clear he'd kill him if there was any betrayal. The orc, in turn, assured them the Beastman's nest hall was just ahead. Next, Chen questioned him about the whereabouts of the captured people. Rashidler replied he knew this place very well. Hearing this, Chen instructed Braz to take Filoka and follow the orc to rescue their companions. Braz, however, questioned if that wouldn't slow them down and warned him not to think he was invincible just because he'd saved them before. The protagonist refused the idea of splitting up. At that moment, the system issued 2 warning alerts. A quest appeared, detecting an unknown boss and stating a survival chance of only 10%. The protagonist pondered the absurdly low rate, even after all his efforts to level up. Filoka noticed the change in his expression and asked what was happening. Chen downplayed the situation, saying it was nothing, and instructed them to warn their companions while he faced the Beast King alone. Bros immediately refused the order, stating he would never abandon a comrade in such a dangerous situation. Chen then warned him that the monster ahead was far stronger than they imagined, and the chance of victory was minimal. Bros retorted, saying they'd all be dead if it weren't for him and he wouldn't run, regardless of the odds. Bros remembered how he'd always handled everything alone, and how it made him feel isolated. Now, however, he realized he wasn't alone anymore. Rashidler pointed ahead, indicating the Great Hall was just beyond, but pleaded to stay behind, fearing the Beast King would kill him. Ignoring the orc's plea, the trio prepared to enter. Bros commented to Chen if you want to die, that's your problem, but I'm not planning on it. Together, they crossed the threshold and entered the vast, imposing hall. The place was utterly empty, wrapped in an unsettling silence. At the far end, a solitary throne stood out in the vast hall. The lack of guards caught Chen attention. He turned to Rashidler, asking where the Beast King was, trying to grasp what was truly happening. Suddenly, the stone doors behind them began to close. Chen and Braz spun around, noticing the sudden movement. The passage sealed shut, sending Rashidler into a panic as he realized it was a trap. In that instant, Filoka was hoisted into the air by an invisible force, and Braz yelled his name. Spinning around, Chen saw his comrade under attack. On the throne, Beast King Fineir, level 85, finally revealed himself. Then, Filoka was struck by a devastating blow. Without hesitation, Chen charged the enemy. With a leap, he attacked the Beast King with his sword. The blow, however, was blocked by an invisible barrier. Determined to break through, he pressed his blade against the magical shield. The barrier reacted, repelling the attack completely. The impact hurled him back, but he landed safely. Meanwhile, Filoka collapsed unconscious from the blow. Bros rushed to him, catching him before he hit the ground. Desperate, he asked if his comrade was okay, but received no answer. Witnessing the scene, Chen Jilei wondered how long the Beast King had been sitting on that throne. The enemy then smirked, revealing he had nullified the attack with absolute ease. Despite Browse's plea not to overexert himself, Filoka, wielding a massive stone weapon, yelled, "It's fine! We have to keep fighting!" The young man charged first, with Browse right behind him, racing towards the enemy. From his throne, the Beast King calmly watched their assault, protected by his defense. Browse's attack was stopped by the barrier, the impact flinging him high into the air. Next, Filoka charged, striking the barrier with all his might, but the Beast King remained utterly still. Chen Jilei was also repelled by the enemy's defense, yet without retreating, he charged back into the fight and with a devastating blow, struck the Beast King's throne directly. The impact shattered the throne and broke the barrier in a single move, surprising even Chen Jilei with the unexpected result of his attack. With a cruel smile, the Beast King glared at his opponents. Raising his hands, he began to prepare a new attack, while Chen Jilei and Brose took defensive stances, bracing for impact. An energy sphere blasted towards them. The explosion hit Brose head-on, sent Filoka crashing to the ground wounded, and dragged Chen Jilei backward despite his partial defense. In the distance, Rashidler cheered, exalting his master's power. Witnessing the scene, Chen Jilei recognized the enemy's offensive might. Brose managed to get up and, seeing his comrade fallen behind him, asked, "Filoka, are you okay?" The young man confirmed, despite his injuries. Chen Jilei then wondered what the adversary's true ability could be. The Beast King began to laugh, his cackle echoing across the battlefield, mocking his struggling opponents. With a sneer, he called them ridiculous insects and declared he would play around a bit with them. Shrouded in mist, the Beast King rose, and in the next instant vanished completely. Chen Jilei was startled by his disappearance, recognizing the ability, and immediately yelled for Brose to be careful. In a flash, the Beast King appeared behind Brose. The young man spun around to face the threat, but a swift blow struck his chest. Still, Brose tried to retaliate with a punch, but the attack was intercepted with extreme ease. With a precise kick, the Beast King blocked any further reaction, leaving Brose unable to move, then stomped down on him with full force. Filoka screamed his companion's name in despair. The Beast King realized Chen Jilei had pulled Brose away just before the final stomp, then ordered Filoka to take care of him. Brose apologized to Chen Jilei for being a burden, but Chen Jilei, dismissing it, told him to leave the rest to him. Consumed by rage, Chen Jilei declared, "I'm going to kill that bastard!" The Beast King commented, "This is just an appetizer." Chen Jilei wondered if the enemy would use the same move again. Immediately after, the Beast King lunged forward with an incredibly powerful punch. The impact slammed directly into Chen Jilei's defense, who managed to block the attack using his gauntlet. Firmly, Chen Jilei stated that while he might be helpless against certain abilities, he was not inferior in agility or strength. A massive explosion erupted at the point of impact. Watching the scene, Filoka commented, "Chen Jilei actually withstood that monster's attack." Brose, for his part, admitted, "Even if I trained for another 10 years, I might never be able to face him." Surprised, the Beast King observed that a mere worm had managed to withstand his blow, and found the situation interesting. He then declared that a worm's resistance only fueled his excitement. With a deafening roar, he unleashed a devastating attack, aiming to send his opponent straight to hell. Even under the energy blast, Chen Jilei stood firm, declaring, "You can save your surprise for when your head gets cut off," and vowing to return everything that had been done to his friends. At that moment, the Divine Blessing skill activates. Chen Jilei immediately charges forward, his sword flashing. Moving at blinding speed, he closes in on the enemy, and with a furious roar, strikes a blow in Filoka's name. The attack lands directly on the Beast King's head. Then he strikes again, this time for Brose, before leaping into the air, preparing his sacred cut. The force of the blow sends the Beast King's crown flying. Without his crown, the enemy stares at Chen Jilei, revealing his true face. He watches intently, bracing for the next move. With a lightning strike, he attacks his opponent head-on. The attack hits dead center, causing a small explosion and shattering the ground around them. In that instant, Chen Jilei dedicates the blow to all the innocent people. His companions watch the scene unfold, while Rachidler gasps in awe at such immense power. Suddenly, another explosion erupts where the enemy stood, and the Beast King emerges from the rubble, completely unharmed, sporting a terrifying new look. Rachidler recognizes his master's elemental power and declares, "We're all doomed!" Chen Lei, however, wonders if this is truly his adversary's elemental power. Then the enemy fully reveals himself in his new, far more powerful form. The Beast King extends his hand, uttering a silent command. In response, a creature charges forward at incredible speed, and in the next instant, multiplies, forming a pack of wolves. The Sovereign of Beasts then summons a massive staff made of bones. Chen Lei tries to counterattack, but he's hit dead on, left completely immobilized by the overwhelming force. Giving him no time to react, the Beast King prepares another attack, this time summoning a colossal, shadowy creature. Immobilized, Chen Lei admits he can no longer move his body, having used all his skills, wondering if this is truly the end. At that moment, a masked creature appears before him and attacks at lightning speed. The blow sends Chen Lei flying backward. Continuing the assault, the enemy unleashes brutal blows, leaving him utterly exhausted. The young man collapses to the ground, his opponent looming over him. Then, the creature manifests two gleaming scythes and, with utter contempt, declares, "A useless insect deserves to be trampled to death. Accept your fate." Lying defeated, Chen Lei wonders if this is truly the end. Memories flood back, voices calling him an insect, despising him. He pushes against the ground, struggling to rise. In that instant, he remembers a woman calling his name, pleading for the little boy to come home. Back in the present, a new strength awakens within him. Veloka and Browse watch, stunned, as Chen Lei transforms. An unprecedented energy engulfs his body. He rises completely, utterly transformed, gripping his sword with unwavering resolve. A voice calls out to Chen Lei, urging him to awaken. He finds himself floating in an empty, silent void, confused. He wonders what's happening, his last memory being the fight against the Beast King. As he surveys the unfamiliar surroundings, he starts to question if he's already dead. The answer comes immediately. He isn't dead. Before Chen Lei, a mysterious man appears, also floating in the void, and calls him by name. Surprised, the young man asks, "How do you know my name? Who are you?" The man replies that he too wishes he knew who he truly was. He explains he was already in this place when he awoke and has lost all sense of time since then. Still, he remembers a voice that echoed in his mind, saying that in the future, someone would take him away from here. According to him, all signs point to that person being Chen Lei. Demanding more clarity, the young man asks, "What do I need to do to get out of here?" The man extends his hand and asks him to accept him. Then he kneels, pleading for Chen Lei to become his master. The young man listens intently as the stranger explains that the voice in his mind said that as long as he supported this person, both of them could leave this place immediately. Once more, he asks Chen Lei to accept him as his master. Without hesitation, the young man agrees, urging him to hurry and get him out. The man smiles and they shake hands. The moment they agreed, an intense energy surged between them. Back in the battle arena, Chen Lei faces his opponent. He remarks that the guy didn't lie. He really did return. Immediately after, he feels a new power surging from his body and wonders if it's a result of that man's support. A notification appears, "You have obtained chaotic elemental power." Understanding the message, he realizes this is his new element. The masked creature observes the scene, questioning how he appears unharmed, realizing with discomfort that the young man seems even stronger than before. Another notification appears. "Your abilities have been reinforced. You have acquired the elemental ability Extinguish." The Extinguish ability consumes 90% of your HP to activate a special mode, draining 100 HP per minute. The newly acquired elemental power also reveals the attributes of the equipped weapon, Ozil. At this moment, Chen Lei realizes that his grandfather Ubre's sword always needed elemental power to be activated, as it had never displayed attributes before. Gripping the sword firmly, he declares, "Now that I've activated it, I can finally begin my counterattack." Advancing towards the enemy, he radiates absolute confidence. The masked creature reacts, questioning, "How dare a mere insect challenge me? Do you truly believe you're on my level?" Without a word, Chen Lei attacks at high speed. Forced to retreat, the creature prepares to launch a new attack, refusing to accept the possibility of defeat. It decides to use all its strength to shatter him. Chen Lei activates Elemental Flash and unleashes a devastating sequence of blows. The masked being is struck repeatedly, reacting with "Impossible." At that very moment, the Extinguish ability takes effect, tearing deep wounds across its back. A notification appears. 90% of your HP has been consumed. Then, the body of Beast King Fineir begins to disintegrate in the air. In mere moments, the opponent is utterly annihilated by the attack. A message appears, congratulating Chen for defeating Beast King Fineir and granting him experience, along with a level up. Finally, another notification confirms the quest completion, rewarding him with additional experience and a black treasure chest, a peaceful village nestled among the mountains. Uber scolds Boan for slacking off, but the young man defends himself, claiming he's just a bit rusty. Sitting by a tree, Salali asks her grandfather if Chen will be back soon. Uber gazes up at the sky, remarking that 3 days have already passed. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, and a wave of energy erupts on the horizon. Uber shields himself from the impact, wondering what it could be. Boan rushes over, asking the old man what's happening. Salali sprints to them, distressed, asking if her grandfather was all right and what had happened. Uber explains that such energy waves appear when high-level monsters are annihilated, and this one originated from the Beastman's nest. With that, he concludes that Chen has awakened his elemental power and slain the Beast King. Meanwhile, a pillar of energy bursts forth from inside a cave, intensely illuminating the entire area. Rachidler states, in disbelief, that his lord was truly murdered by Chen Filoka remarks that it would be hard to believe someone so powerful existed if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Bros, for his part, speaks of the terrifying combat power that just erupted, wondering if Chen had been hiding his true strength all along. Chen himself can barely believe he defeated such a formidable enemy, but he asserts that the man who granted him power is the truly terrifying being. Filoka approaches and asks why he's moving away, reminding him that the battle is already won. Chen replies that he's fine and will rescue their companions, asking them to wait since they are injured. Suddenly, a small creature leaps onto his face, calling him Daddy. Surprised, the young man questions the reason for that name. He then orders Rachidler to lead them to the other prisoners, and the orc readily agrees. As he walks, Chen reflects that despite the victory, he still carries many questions about the old man and how all of this happened. He begins to suspect someone is orchestrating all these events, and the doubt grows, leading him to question the true reason behind it all. Suddenly, his body began to unravel. Uber held him in his arms, the old man watching silently as the young man called out to him. Chen then declared, "I've completed the mission." Suddenly, Chen jolted awake in his bed, a voice urging him to get up. His mother walked in, asking if he planned to sleep all day since it was already noon. Confused, he called out to her, wondering if he had truly made it back. She mentioned she'd already finished making his favorite dishes. Watching her tidy the room, he called her name again. Then, unable to hold back his emotions, he hugged her tightly, shouting, "I'm home!" A voice questioned what he was doing. Boan held him, surprised by the embrace. Now sitting on the bed, Chen asked what he was doing there, while Boan stared at him, confused, questioning the sudden hug. Boan explained he'd promised the old man he'd look after him, but made it clear he still wanted a fight when the time came. He told Chen to stay put and left to inform Ubre and Salali. Alone in the room, he stared at his own hand, concluding it had all been a dream. Yet, he vividly remembered seeing Grandpa Ubre at the very end. Clutching his head, he began to wonder about Bros and Filoka's whereabouts. A notification popped up, informing him of a locked safe in his backpack, along with unassigned level points, recommending they be used as soon as possible. He remembered receiving a key after defeating Boan and decided to use it to open the safe. A system message confirmed the key's successful use and the activation of the mysterious safe. Various items were obtained, including boots, chest plates, gloves, and rings. Among them, the legendary Fineir's Ring of Protection stood out, boosting all attributes and granting a special ability. Immediately after, another notification appeared, congratulating him on obtaining a hidden legendary item. Curious, the young man examined his new acquisition. The legendary item turned out to be an egg, making him wonder if it was edible. But then, the egg began to crack, making him suspect it was some kind of pet. From within the shell, a tiny baby-like creature emerged. Stunned, he questioned if the legendary item was actually a child. The newborn creature looked up at him and called out, "Daddy!" Chen immediately asked the system to search for information about the child and check for any special abilities. Then, he questioned why the vault's reward was a small child, watching her roll around on the bed. The system replied that it couldn't identify the creature, stating that she had been bonded with the young man and he was to take good care of her. Yuruka climbed onto Chen head and he ordered her down, insisting he wasn't her father. Holding the child upside down, he repeated that he wasn't her dad and had no interest in taking her on adventures. Faced with this situation, Chen decided he'd have to ask Salali and Grandpa Ubre who could possibly look after the child. The little one's expression changed. she realized what was about to happen. Instantly, Yuruka burst into ear-splitting sobs. Startled, Chen scooped her up, desperately pleading for his dear ancestor to stop crying, wondering if he'd hurt her. But Yuruka only cried harder, her wails growing even more intense. A notification flashed. A 30-minute punishment has been activated for your desire to abandon a living being. As the countdown began, the young man wondered about the nature of this punishment. When the timer hit 0, the punishment was activated. Instinctively, he shielded his face, questioning the punishment since nothing had been explained. Looking around, he wondered where he was. Surrounded by a vast, icy landscape, he questioned where he'd been sent. Trying to calm the crying little one, Chen explained he didn't know how to care for her, as he was just a student. Two enormous creatures materialized ahead, revealing themselves as elite ice predators. Surprised, he wondered about the sudden appearance of these elite monsters. Another notification informed him that the punishment had begun. He had to annihilate all monsters within 30 minutes, protecting the living being. Confused, he asked what it meant to be obliterated. One of the monsters prepared to strike. Without a second thought, the young man threw himself to the ground, shielding the girl with his own body. The impact dragged him violently across the ice. Wounded, he still rose, holding Yuruka firmly. Urgently, he told her not to die and to cling to his neck. Activating his elemental power, he brandished his sword. With the girl perched on his shoulder, Chen took a combat stance and declared they would fight together. Back in the village, Boan remarked to Ubre that Salali had gone to town and wondered why Chen hadn't returned yet. He then asked about the team's progress regarding the temple, but Ubre replied that the situation was worse than he'd imagined. The old man explained that everyone was terrified by Hicks's lies, believing the journey would provoke the gods' wrath. Boan suggested that if they couldn't recruit anyone, they should just go ahead themselves and abandon the place. Ubra, however, stated he wouldn't risk it, as the monsters beyond the village were too strong. Finally, Ubre decided the best course of action was to find Chen first, so he could report everything that had happened. Salali ran towards them, asking her grandfather Ubre what he was talking about. Ubre explained that Boan had just informed him Chen was awake, and she commented that the young man seemed fine. Eagerly, she said she was in a hurry to see him, and wanted to find out what kind of elemental power he had awakened. Without wasting a moment, Salali dashed off, urging her grandfather to follow her. The defeated ice predators' bodies lay scattered across the ground. On the frozen field, Chen dodged the attack of the last remaining creature. With precision, he parried the tail strike with his sword. His final attack shattered the monster, and a notification appeared, congratulating him on mission completion. Gasping after the intense battle, he struggled to catch his breath. The little creature on his shoulder cheered excitedly for the victory. At this, Chen lamented that if he truly was her father, he was completely lost. Suddenly, the scene shifts, and he's back in the village. A wave of relief washes over him. "Finally, I'm back," he mutters to himself. At the entrance, Salali spots him and calls out his name. Her gaze immediately drops to the child perched on his shoulder. Confusion clouds her face. Where did that boy come from? She wonders. Salali scoops up the tiny creature, gushing over its cuteness. As the little one touches her face, Salali turns to Chen Where did this child come from? I just adore kids, she exclaims. Chen replies that the child hatched from an egg, leaving Salali utterly bewildered. Are you serious? She asks, disbelief etched on her face. Silently, Chen thinks, kids can hatch from eggs now? And I can't just send her away, or I'll be punished. Moments later, Ubre and Boan approach, asking Salali about the commotion they heard from afar. She proudly shows the tiny creature to them, explaining that Chen brought her from somewhere. Isn't she just adorable? She asks. The two men stare at the child, utterly stunned. Actually a baby? They question. Boban turns to Chen demanding, why didn't you have a kid before? What kind of game are you playing? Chen tries to explain. She was under the bed, but quickly decides it's better not to tell the truth. Ubre cuts them off, demanding silence. He reminds them that Chen just woke up, then urges them to prepare food and talk during the meal. Salali leans down to the little creature. Be a good girl, okay? Your big sister is going to make some delicious food. Boban asks Chen if he's decided to be her friend, but the young man replies, he's never even considered it. Yuruka points at him and starts babbling. Chen kneels down and asks if she's hungry, assuring her the food is already being prepared and will be ready soon. Ubri turns to Chen and apologizes. Surprised, the young man asks what he's talking about and why the sudden apology. Ubri explains he was careless, believing it was just a common beast's nest, and almost put Chen in grave danger. Chen replies it's not his fault. Accepting the mission was his own choice. He adds that without this mission, he never would have discovered his arrival there might not have been an accident. During the battle against the Beast King, Chen Jilei was transported to an alternate dimension where a strange man awaited him. He recounts accepting that man's request without hesitation. Ubra comments that when the young man left, he had already awakened the chaotic elemental power, as if everything had been pre-planned. Hearing this, Chen Jilei asks if Ubra knows anything about it, and if everyone who receives this power ends up being taken to a strange dimension. Ubra denies it, stating that awakening an elemental power shouldn't lead to another dimension or an encounter with an unknown person. He adds that he only read about the chaotic elemental power in an ancient book, thousands of years old. Chen Jilei then asks what the book said, guessing that the reason for his arrival might be recorded there. Ubri recounts a legend. Thousands of years ago, the evil god Morpheo descended upon the mortal realm. With overwhelming power, he clashed with human armies, and not even the greatest heroes could withstand his onslaught. As humanity plunged into despair, a savior emerged, Hesiodо, wielding a chaotic power never before seen. Hesiodо gathered an army and waged war against the evil god, a battle that raged for decades. In the end, he slew Morpheo and sealed his soul in the Tartarus of hell forever. However, in exchange for that victory, Hesiodо also had to remain in that place eternally. Hearing the legend, Chen Jilei wonders if the person he found could be Hesiodо. Ubre stares at him in silence. Then, Ubre confirms it's highly probable the man the young hero knows is, in fact, Hesiodо. Just then, Salili interrupts, announcing the food is ready. Ubre replies that everyone is coming. Before standing, he advises Chen Jilei not to tell anyone else about their conversation. A vast array of dishes covers the table. With the tiny creature nestled on his head, Chen Jilei praises Salili, telling her she's incredible. She replies that she only helped, stating the person he truly owes thanks to is the man in the kitchen. The cook smiles and thanks Miss Lisa for the compliment. During the meal, Chen Jilei asks why Rashidler followed him here. The orc replies that Grandpa Ubre himself brought him. He then urges Chen Jilei to eat and try his food. Ubre explains he brought Rashidler because he knows Latoyana's terrain well. The tiny creature climbs onto the orc's head, but Rashidler assures them he can handle it. Chen Jilei then asks what happened to his two companions from the cave battle. Salili replies that Ubre sent them to the city's treatment center, and the group will visit them after the meal. As they eat, Ubre asks Rashidler to fetch some milk, as the tiny creature can't eat this food yet. From a distance, Hicks watches the residents from atop a cliff. A subordinate approaches, informing him the outsider is with Ubre and his group. Hearing this, Hicks decides it's time to finish the job and return to inform his lord. A dragon tears through the cloud-choked, lightning-streaked skies, plummeting towards the ground. The creature nears a massive floating structure in the underworld. Just then, as a hand reaches for a rosebush, the dragon lands before it and shifts into the form of a man. Long-haired, the newcomer greets the figure before him, calling him Argolis. Argolis questions Lord Hades about the reason for such an urgent summons. Hades explains that Fineir's energy has vanished from Latoyana, and he suspects his death. Argolis reacts instantly, declaring that no mere scum could ever kill Fineir. Hades then orders him to go to Latoyana to investigate, as Fineir was the guardian of an extremely important seal. Without hesitation, Argolis agrees, stating he will depart for Latoyana immediately. On a city street, Salili comments to Chen Jilei how incredible everything he accomplished during their journey was. Boan grumbles, claiming he could have done the same if he'd been there. Chen Jilei retorts that if that were the case, he'd probably be on his way to collect Boban's corpse, which promptly leads the young man to challenge him to another duel. Curious, Salili asks what kind of elemental power he awakened to defeat the Beast King. Chen Jilei admits he isn't sure and asks what elements priests usually align with. She explains that priests normally awaken the light element, but can also manifest fire, water, or others. Hearing this, he concludes he must have awakened light, while Boan grumbles that it was too obvious to even think about. In silence, Chen Jilei remembers Ubre's warning not to reveal that he obtained chaotic elemental power. Salili announces they've arrived at the best treatment center in Delk City. The group approaches the grand building. She urges him to enter, and he replies he's coming. Before stepping inside, Chen Jilei pauses at the entrance and observes the building's interior. Suddenly, he realizes he's standing on a teleportation circle. Confused, he looks around, wondering what's happening. The treatment center doors slam shut behind him. In the corridor, Salili found his delay strange and turned to call him. Looking again, she realized he was no longer there. Elsewhere, Chen Jilei scanned the room, wondering why he'd been suddenly brought there. A question hung in the air. What was happening this time? Hicks appeared, explaining there was no need for alarm, as he'd only used a simple teleportation spell. He introduced himself as the protector of Latoyana's villagers, claiming this place was only accessible to the most talented. Chen Jilei shot back, stating he was just a passerby with no interest in power and demanded to know why he'd been brought there. Hicks revealed he knew Chen Jile had killed the Beast King and invited him to join them, promising to fulfill any demand he wished. Chen Jile refused the offer, stating he had no interest in such things and only wanted to leave. Hicks grumbled, saying he already knew he was the same type as Ubre and that this was all a waste of time. Then, he coldly revealed his people had already left to kill Chen Jile's companions. As a final offer, Hicks gave him one more chance, threatening to kill him on the spot if he refused again. Without backing down, Chen Jile countered that he could also offer another opportunity, declaring, "If I don't find Salali and the others when I leave here, all of you will die." Consumed by rage, Hicks lunged from behind to attack Chen Jile. Outside, two assassins raced at high speed towards the treatment center. In the corridor, Salali felt something was wrong and wondered where Chen Jile had gone. Boan sniffed the air, recognizing a familiar scent. Alarmed, he yelled, "Salali, watch out!" An energy blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards her. Immediately after, a shadowy energy hand struck her side. Boan caught her before she hit the ground. Without wasting a moment, he projected a clone to defend against another imminent attack. He asked if Salali was okay, and she confirmed, "I'm fine! Thanks for the help!" Consumed by fury, Boan declared, "I'll kill anyone who dares harm her." At the end of the corridor, a hooded man slowly emerged. Around him, multiple swords floated in the air. Elsewhere, blows rained down on Chen Jile. He dodged the attacks as the small creature tumbled from his head. Rolling across the floor, Chen Jile snatched her before she hit the ground. As he rose, he realized fighting effectively while holding a child was impossible. The little creature waved her arms, babbling happily in his lap. He stared at her, wondering how she could stay so cheerful in such a moment. Hicks remarked that he was a bit stronger than expected, but warned it was just an appetizer. Chen Jile questioned his hatred, asking why he wanted them dead, suggesting they could unite against the monsters outside. Hicks just laughed, mocking the idea of fighting those creatures. He claimed old Uber hadn't told the whole truth. According to Hicks, a deal was struck with the monsters, city dwellers, as food, in exchange for non-interference in the hunt. The revelation hit Chen Jile. Ubre had agreed to sacrifice the weakest to maintain peace within the city. He realized there was never an intention to abandon Latonaya. It was all just an excuse to send people to their deaths. Hicks called him smart, inviting him to join what he called the perfect plan. He added that the monsters were sent by God, accusing Ubre of hypocrisy for trying to defy them. Chen Jile refused again, stating he didn't care about their plan. All he wanted was to go home. Coldly, he declared he'd destroy anything in his way. Humans, monsters, even gods. Hicks retorted, "You talk too much." Without hesitation, Chen Jile set the little creature down, telling her to wait there. Turning, he faced his opponent directly. Hicks promised, "I'll kill you both and bury you together." The next instant, Chen Jile appeared before him, unleashing a brutal punch. The blow caught Hicks completely off guard, as the young man stared him down with fierce determination. Giving no room for reaction, Chen Jile clenched his fists, ready to strike again. He then unleashed a flurry of punches directly into Hicks's chest. The final blow sent him violently flying across the room. Propped on the floor, Hicks stared at him, demanding, "How did you do that?" Still down, he asked, "Who exactly are you, Chen Jile?" In the street, people ran in a panic, screaming that a fight had broken out. An explosion erupted amidst the crowd. Salali leaped into the air, launching a direct attack at one of the hooded men. At the same time, Boan faced multiple opponents simultaneously. He prepared to unleash his shadow strike. His swords clashed with enemy blades in rapid metallic bursts. Amidst the clash, Boan yelled, "Salali, now!" Answering the call, she charged the main adversary. The young woman focused, activating her flame dance. A powerful circular attack spread through the area, consuming everything around it. To her shock, the blow missed its target. Boan instantly realized something was wrong. The hooded man appeared unharmed behind her, making her wonder if it was just a clone. The situation turned critical. Boan understood the danger. The enemy lunged to attack. Before the blow could land, Chen Jile leaped forward, intercepting the attack. He warned, "No one touches my friends." For a few seconds, they stared at each other in silence. Moments later, the hooded man's clone dissolved before them. Confused, Salali asked, "What's going on? Where have you been, Chen Jile?" He replied that the situation was complicated, and the most important thing now was to return immediately. He then explained that Grandpa Ubre was also in danger. Meanwhile, Ubre was at home, engrossed in a book on his table. His mind raced, wondering if Chen Jile had truly awakened the chaotic elemental power. The prophecy within the book spoke of demons and gods descending upon Earth, plunging the world into endless darkness. It stated that only the one wielding chaotic elemental power could save the world. Moments later, the group burst back in, urgently calling for Grandpa Ubre. Startled, he turned, asking why they were back so soon. and if they'd finished visiting their injured friends. Hearing their story, Ubre was stunned, asking if they had truly been attacked. Salili then pressed him, asking if he knew who was behind the assault. Ubre explained that the person Chenjile encountered must be Hicks, the Wind Mage, and the man Salili and Boan faced was Luscious, the Shadow Mage. He revealed that both were guardians of the city. Boan reacted, demanding, "Why would the city's own guardians attack us?" Ubre began to recount how Hicks, Lucius, Salkia, and Dorop were the first heroes to arrive in Latonaya and founded the city. Back then, the land was a brutal place where people hid from monsters and fought each other for food and shelter. When all hope seemed lost, Dorop emerged, gathered the scattered people, and taught them cultivation techniques. Ubre speculated that the group's intention to leave Latonaya must have been seen as a direct threat to the village's stability. At that moment, Chen Ji-lei cut him off. With a steely gaze, he demanded, "Why did you never tell us that the village's peace was maintained at the cost of human sacrifices?" Chen Jila stared him down, asking if Ubre had always known about the agreement to sacrifice innocent people for peace. Boban asked Grandpa Ubre, "Why didn't you tell us the truth from the start?" Chen Jila confronted him, questioning if he too would use innocents as pawns to maintain peace. Salili jumped to his defense, asserting that Ubre wasn't that kind of person, and reminding them he was one of the 12 heroes. Ubre cut her off, admitting that Chen Jile wasn't wrong, and making it clear he didn't agree with the Guardian's actions. The revelation left everyone in the room utterly stunned. Ubre then challenged Chen Jile, asking him what he'd choose, his loved ones or his sense of justice. He argued that anyone would protect those they cherished. Then, his gaze fixed on the young man, he pressed, "Isn't that true?" He explained that Salili and Boban's lives were used as leverage, forcing him to choose between justice and their very survival. Ubre declared that they were the most important people in his life, leaving him no choice but to yield to keep them alive. He swore that if he were alone, he'd never have accepted such a vile trade, for he was no coward who feared death. The old man then mused that if someone were strong enough to protect both, such a cruel choice would never be necessary. Chenjula cut in. "Did you agree precisely because you couldn't defeat all 4 guardians and protect Salili and Boban simultaneously?" Boban bristled, threatening the young man for disrespecting Ubre. But Chenjila merely retorted, "That's just the harsh reality." Then, turning to Boban, he asked, "What would you do if you had to choose between Salili and yourself?" Ubre lowered his head, his silence heavy. Sensing the rising tension, Chen Jile apologized to the old man, explaining that it was simply how he thought, with no intention to offend. Ubre replied that he was the one who should apologize, for his hope of finally escaping that place had reignited the moment he met Chen Jile. Then, Ubre turned to Salili and Boban, declaring it was time to reveal the full truth so they could forge their own destinies. Salili immediately vowed, "No matter where you go, I want to be by your side." Boban, however, flat out refused to accept the past agreements, insisting he had to protect her. He then told Ubre, "It's time to stop going along with this." Chen Jile rallied the 3, urging them to fight together for the city's people, for their freedom, and for those they loved. The 4 united, a formidable force ready to face the looming battle. Uber explained that escaping the city meant defeating all 4 guardians, reminding them that Hicks was the weakest of the bunch. He warned them that the other 3 would be far tougher to beat, and they'd be out for blood the moment Hicks recovered. Finally, Uber announced that from that moment on, they would all endure the most brutal training imaginable. He declared their only chance of survival depended solely on their own strength. In response, the entire group roared their approval. In a tranquil field, Chen Jile rested on the grass, his small companion, Yuruka, intently watching a butterfly. Lying there, he pondered how much time had passed since his arrival, making a silent vow to see his mother again soon. Yuruka bounced excitedly, trying to snatch the butterfly, which promptly fluttered away. Gently, he warned her away from the cliff, asking her to give him less trouble. As he watched, he mused that despite gaining a massive amount of experience from defeating the Beast King, he'd only leveled up 10 times and still had 50 attribute points to distribute. He assessed that his Extinguish skill devoured 90% of his HP, leaving him critically vulnerable to a single fatal blow. The Berserker's Morning Potion flashed in his mind. It could instantly restore his HP, but at the steep cost of 8 levels per vial. With this in mind, he decided to prioritize strength and agility, saving his mana for offense and sacrificing defense for now. His strategy was set. After activating Extinguish, his offense would be his defense. Just then, a notification screen popped up before him, signaling a new message. He looked closer. The interface displayed hundreds of messages, each marked with a shattered heart symbol. He instantly recognized the pattern. Xiaomei's ID. Chen Zhilei stared, wondering if these were truly messages from Xiaomei, and if communication with the outside world was even possible. In the messages, Xiaomei urged him to go to the church, expressed irritation at his silence, and even threatened him. Finally, she reported his disappearance from school, mentioning a bald man who claimed he was moving with his mother and desperately pleaded for him to reply. The young man reeled. Had he been online this entire time? Why would a stranger deliver such bizarre news? The terrifying thought that his physical body might be in a coma gripped him. He glanced at Yuruka beside him, finding it illogical to imagine his mother suddenly selling their home and moving. Confused, Chenjil clutches his head as the tiny creature offers him a flower. Impatient, he pushes it away, declaring, "I don't have time for games right now." The creature drops the flower, bursts into tears, and wails, "Bad data!" Faced with the scene, the young man is at a loss for how to react. A system notification flashes, punishment activated for harming a living being. As the tiny creature sobs uncontrollably, Chen Zhilei wonders what sin he's committed. Without another word, he stares at the situation and announces, "Teleportation initiated." In an instant, he's hurled to the peak of a lava mountain. Suddenly, a colossal creature of fire erupts before him. The scene shifts. Chen Zhilei apologizes to the tiny creature. Holding the small being in his sword, he declares, "We're leaving." Night falls over a grand mansion, the moon illuminating the sky. Inside, Bros questions Ubra's presence and intentions. Recognizing him as one of the 12 heroes, Bros asks if he's also trapped in this place. Ubre replies that the title is meaningless, and the past should no longer be spoken of. Impressed to meet a living legend, Bros asks if the old man came looking for him, and Ubre confirms he needs his help. Curious, Bros presses, "What could be so important that you came yourself?" The elder explains that if anyone asks about Chen Zhilei killing the Beast King, both he and Filoka must remain absolutely silent. Bros agrees not to utter a single word, even without understanding why. Ubra thanks him, bids farewell, and tells him to rest well. Alone, Bros reflects that if even Ubre is trapped, his own desire to escape might have always been a foolish dream. Before leaving, the elder gives him a clue, advising him to seek the temple deep within Latonaya. Then, Uber invites him to join the talent recruitment in the south of the city, and Bros accepts. Just then, Filoka approaches. Bros comments, surprised, "I didn't expect you to be up already, Filoka." Filoka, in turn, asks, "Why are you still awake, Bros? Your wounds are almost healed." Bros admitted that while he'd be out in a few days, he still couldn't shake off the chaos of recent events. He then turned to Filoka, asking if Ubre had also approached him about Chen Zhilei and the temple. Filoka's eyes widened. "That was Ubre, one of the 12 heroes?" Bros confirmed, explaining he only recognized him because Ubre had always been his idol, his room plastered with portraits of the legendary figure. Filoka stared in disbelief. The legendary Ubre, the one who shattered the swift troll, was trapped here too? Bros insisted, "The 12 heroes aren't just a fancy title. They're the 12 strongest people on the planet." He went on to explain that every 5 years, a massive battle unfolds, where the 12 top guilds each pick their most powerful member to become the 12 heroes. Ubre's guild, though relatively new, had crushed many of the old heroes. But after the Battle of O'Brien, the guild shattered. Ubre was the sole survivor, retiring immediately after his final solitary hunt. Bros admitted, "This is all too much to take in. It's insane." He finally concluded that the abilities of someone like Chen Zhilei were beyond anything they could even dream of achieving. A distant memory flickered. A younger, gravely wounded Ubre screaming a warning. A gigantic, shadowy hand lunged forward, aiming to snatch 2 figures. Salali's parents braced themselves, ready to face the imminent attack. But the blow struck true, sending one of them hurtling away. The man and woman crumpled, overwhelmed by the devastating power. Desperate, Ubre screamed their names. "Morse! Luna!" Back in the present, he clutched a locket, a family photo nestled inside, reaffirming his resolve to take Salali far from Latonaya. He lamented his own suffering, vowing that she wouldn't endure the same pain. She deserved to live a full life. He then revealed he'd placed an enchantment on her, a powerful charm to shield her from any mortal danger. Squeezing the locket tight, he swore to himself. This time, he wouldn't break his promise. On the mountain, a notification blares, signaling the end of his punishment. Chen Zhilei lies sprawled on the grass, wondering why this punishment felt far harsher than the last. A system window pops up, explaining that the monster's combat power gradually increases during the punishment. He's shocked to read that this power also grows by 10% with each new activation of the punishment. Faced with this, he realizes the task will only get tougher and tougher. The young man concludes that the small creature resembles an ancient ancestor, needing to be treated with extreme care. Still, he mutters to himself that it doesn't matter much, since he can't understand a word it says. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Pointing at the system screen, he asks the little creature if it can see it. He muses that neither Ubre nor Salali could see the system, but the creature apparently can. So, he asks if it knows anything about the messages he receives from Xiaomei. The creature, however, just shakes its head. Frustrated, Chen Jilei realizes he's trying to talk to someone who can't understand him. Just then, Chen Jilo turns as he hears someone call his name. The entire group is approaching, and Salali shouts his name from a distance. He notices everyone gathered there in the field. Spotting Bros and Filoka among them, the young man greets them. Bros explains that since he didn't show up, they decided to come looking for him. Chen Jilo apologizes for leaving in such a hurry, and Bros comments that he recovered quickly thanks to Boan and Salali's care. Annoyed by the comment, Chen Jilo reacts, but Bros immediately scolds him. Despite that, he feels relieved to see that everyone is all right. Filoka then explains that they came to meet Ubre to finally escape this place. Bros pats the little creature's head and confirms the group's objective, to find Ubre. Surprised, Chen Jilo reacts, questioning how he could possibly have a child, while the little creature bristles in his arms. At that moment, the creature introduces itself saying, "My name is Yuruka." Boan interrupts the conversation, announcing that Ubre is about to start the training. Bros comments that it's been a while since they last saw each other, but Chen Jilei assures him that everyone will take the training seriously. Ubre lets out a booming laugh. Intrigued, Chen Jilei asks the reason for the laughter. The old man explains that he's happy because the atmosphere hasn't been this lively since he arrived in Latonaya. Salali comments that it's the first time she's seen her grandfather laugh like that. Ubre tells everyone to relax for now, but warns them not to cry during the training later. Bros asks how terrifying this training will be. The elder replies that it's a challenge even the 12 heroes wouldn't be able to overcome. The entire group listens in silence, understanding the gravity of what awaits them. Holding an item, Ubre explains that to win, one must find the opponent's weaknesses and flaws. He states that in a real battle, even a 0.01 second mistake can determine victory or defeat. Suddenly, energy copies of all group members appear before them. Bros and Filoka immediately turn to face their own clones. Uber declares that a team battle is, above all, a test of cooperation and mutual understanding. He then reveals the training artifact creates copies with identical skills, but with 1.5 times their combat power. To reassure them, Uber explains the clones won't cause real damage, though pain will be felt, and fatal blows will lead to elimination. He further warns that on the path to the temple, every lost member will make the situation even more brutal. With that, the group faces their opponents with grim determination, understanding this is the true beginning of their training. The sun rises over the small mountain village. In the kitchen, Rashidler asks Ubre what he'd like to eat, explaining he'd prepare a meal for 3. He tells Yuruka to step back a bit to avoid getting hurt while he cooks. Uber, however, corrects him, ordering him to prepare food for 20 people. Surprised, Rashidler asks if they're expecting guests, but the elder replies, "Not exactly." Just then, Chen Jila enters the house, followed by the entire group. Uber remarks they were a bit slower than he'd estimated. He then rushes Rashidler to prepare the 20 portions, leaving Rashidler stunned as he realizes the training had ended in just half an hour. Soon after, a grand feast is served for everyone. During the meal, Boan holds out his bowl, asking Rashidler for another serving. Soon, the others join in, also requesting more food. Uber praises the group for defeating their clones in just half an hour and asks if they're satisfied with the training. Suddenly, everyone stops eating at once, and the elder questions what's wrong. The group rises in unison, shouting they are utterly dissatisfied. Salali explains they were annihilated in less than 30 minutes, while the others agree the clones were incredibly cunning, especially Chen Jilei's clone, who proved terrifyingly powerful. Chen Jile realized the battle felt like a PvP match, with opponents thinking like real humans. He recalled how the clones hid at the start, forcing his team to stick together. They still fell into an ambush. He could only watch as his own clone systematically took down everyone, leaving him alone against 5 enemies. He concluded then that their defeat was sealed even before the battle truly began. Ubre nodded, agreeing with the analysis. The winner was decided from the very start, he stated. He explained that in team battles, the decisive factor is the integrated power of the group, comparing it to a chess game where some pieces must be sacrificed. Ubra revealed that the clones don't think for themselves. Instead, they deduce the best collective strategy by analyzing the group's abilities. He then declared this was the most effective strategy against inexperienced teams, which immediately provoked a reaction from Boan. Chen likened the situation to a math problem that needs to be understood before it can be solved. He concluded that to learn how to fight as a team, everyone needs to grasp the process and acknowledge their own weaknesses. Ending the day's training, Ubre announced he would continue training with them tomorrow and wished everyone a good rest. That night, Chen slept in the same bed as Yuruka. At some point, he woke up, reflecting on how the feeling of powerlessness, watching his comrades fall, felt terrifyingly real. A chilling thought gripped him. What if this was a real battle, and Yuruka or his mother were in danger? Chen resolved that he wasn't strong enough yet to protect everyone he loved. He remembered his mother, who had given up a great job at a good company to take a part-time position just so she could take better care of him. A distant memory flickers. His mother, asking her boss if she could bring him to work on Wednesdays. The man grumbles, claiming the boy would take up customer space, but she promises he'd be no trouble at all. Then, he asks if she's a single mother. A lecherous smile spreads across his face. He remarks that with her looks, she wouldn't need to work so hard. Then, he suggests she go out with him that night. She immediately shuts him down, stating she's only there for a job. Suddenly, little Chen fist connects with the man's stomach. The boy screams, "Stop bullying my mom!" Panicked, his mother apologizes profusely and begs her son to say sorry to the boss. Enraged, the man explodes, calling the boy a brat and spewing threats. As he lunges forward, his mother instantly steps in front, shielding her son. With a lightning-fast move, she flips him over her shoulder, slamming him to the ground. Then, she declares coldly, "If I don't get the job, so be it." Tears streaming down her face, she apologizes to her son, heartbroken that they won't be able to have hamburgers together anymore. In that moment, young Chen gripped her hand, making a silent, solemn vow. He would protect her. Suddenly, a voice warns him, "Wanting to protect others with just your own strength? That's nothing but a joke." He looks up, recognizing the white-haired figure materializing before him as that guy. Chen calls out to the mysterious man, "Where are you?" No answer. He starts to wonder what's happening, certain he heard that voice. He asks Yuruka if she heard anything strange, but the little creature just shakes her head. He considers the possibility of auditory hallucinations, a side effect of the past few days' intense strain. Yuruka, sprawled across Chen stomach, calls him Dada. He wonders how he'll ever sleep with the kid lying on him. Then, he realizes Yuruka is already fast asleep. With a resigned sigh, he covers the tiny being with the blanket, muttering, "Guess there's nothing for it." In the quiet, he reflects on how his mother managed to protect and raise him all those years, completely alone. The path forward becomes crystal clear. He must increase his power, defeat the Guardians, and escape this village. The mysterious man's voice echoed again, claiming he felt Chen power drift like cotton. The young man recognized that comparison as the most fitting metaphor he'd ever heard. The voice continued, explaining that clones were still incredibly simple for him. At that moment, Chen confirmed he wasn't imagining things. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and he found himself in an unknown place. Confused, he asked, "Where am I? Why did I appear here?" The mysterious man explained that this was Chen inner world, and he'd been there since the moment he became his master. Intrigued, the young man questioned, "What exactly is this inner world?" The guide replied that he'd only managed to find him now because he was too weak when he broke free from his seal. Grateful, Chen thanked him for helping defeat the Beast King and asked, "Why are there flowers floating all around?" He replied that he didn't know, but explained that a person's inner world reflects what's most important in their subconscious. Holding one of the flowers, Chen wondered why he had no memories related to them. The guide interrupted him. "Don't dwell on irrelevant things. That's not why I brought you here." Next, he revealed the true reason for calling him to this place. His sole intention was to make him stronger. He stated that even recovering just 1% of his power would be enough to demonstrate true chaotic elemental power. Furthermore, he declared that Chen current power didn't even reach 0.01% of his own. Surprised, the young man questioned, "Isn't that an exaggeration? That would mean a 1,000-fold difference between us." The guide replied that even that estimate was generous. Even so, he affirmed that it didn't matter, because if Chen died, he would also cease to exist. At that instant, a system window appeared before them. The displayed mission was called Chaos Lord Training. The objective was simple: survive for 3 minutes without being defeated to achieve victory. Analyzing the proposal, Chen Jilei considered the reward quite generous for just 3 minutes of endurance. Finally, the mysterious guide asked, "Shall we begin?" Determined, Chen Jilei prepared for the fight, declaring he would endure far more than just 300 seconds. Assuming a new form, the young man shouted to his uncle, "We can begin!" In a cathedral, a woman asked Hicks if Chen Jilei was really that strong, as she'd never seen him so injured. While receiving healing, Hicks scoffed, "It was nothing more than a slip-up. That opponent is just an insignificant nobody." Despite his words, his expression revealed that even he didn't believe it. A hooded woman intervened, warning, if Chen Jilei had used his full power, they'd be collecting Hicks's corpse right now. Shocked, he asked Lucius, "What exactly did you just say?" Another guardian scoffed, demanding how a lowlife like him ever became one of the village's 4 guardians. Hicks pointed a finger at her, scoffing at her arrogance, claiming even she wouldn't stand a chance against that brat. The guardian stomped on his head, coldly stating she wouldn't mind helping to eliminate a completely useless being. She then admitted Chen Jilei was strong, but in her eyes, he was nothing more than brute force, lacking any refined battle technique. Hicks snarled that if Lord Dorop were here, taking down Ubre and his crew would be trivial. Lucius explained that Ubre was already recruiting forces within the city, and any direct move from Lord Dorop would cause widespread panic. Intrigued, the other guardian demanded to know what she meant. The hooded figure then summoned a shadowy creature through a shimmering barrier. The 2 guardians watched, aghast, as the form began to materialize. An enormous werewolf, known as the Latonaya vagabond, materialized before them. Lucius commanded the creature to go eliminate the villagers. The beast's eye locked onto its target. The monster roared violently and lunged towards its prey. The spiritual guide landed with a firm step on the snow. With only 2 minutes left on the clock, Chen Jilei pressed on through the white landscape. He apologized to his uncle, promising that if he could avoid combat for 3 minutes, he'd complete the mission and accept any training afterward. A strange feeling washed over him when he realized the guide wasn't pursuing him, sparking a bad premonition. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky. Then, an overwhelming attack plummeted from the heavens directly onto him. The force of the collision violently hurled him backward. By pure instinct, Chen Jilei plunged his sword into the cliff's edge, stopping his fall. Bracing himself on the blade, he surveyed the destruction before him. The single blow had ripped a gigantic chasm into the earth. He questioned how this could possibly be called training when his life was clearly on the line. He realized he'd only survived because he'd activated the Beast King's shield with less than half a second to react. From the other side of the chasm, the spiritual guide's voice boomed, asking if he was trying to avoid a direct fight. The man admitted he'd underestimated him, acknowledging how quickly Chen Jilei had managed to defend himself. Still, he declared that such cowardly behavior could not be forgiven. Pointing urgently, Chen Jilei screamed at his uncle, "Look behind you!" Annoyed, the guide spun around only to face the young man across the chasm. With time running out, Chen Jilei knew he needed to buy a few more moments to complete his mission. He then asked if they could fight later, claiming he needed a few minutes to rest. The guide questioned why he kept running, reminding him that a real enemy would never give him time to catch his breath. Suddenly, the man appeared right behind Chen Jilei. He attacked with his sword, declaring, "This is your first lesson!" At the last second, Chen Jilei moved at lightning speed and dodged. Now he stood directly before his opponent. Calmly, he commented, "Luckily, that was a physical attack. I managed to avoid it just in time." The guide wondered how the boy had appeared behind him. He hadn't been able to track his movements. Chen Jilei realized his skill's cooldown would leave him vulnerable, and only 30 seconds remained until the mission ended. Keeping his distance, he asked if he could rest a bit before they continued, promising not to run away. The guide accepted the pause but asked what skill he had used moments before. Chen Jilei replied, "You must be talking about Flash." A system notification popped up, announcing that time had run out and the mission was successfully completed. The guide explained that he gained his skills through the system by leveling up, and using them was like giving direct commands to his own body. Chen Jilei then asked if there was anything wrong with using a skill to avoid attacks. The mysterious man admitted he didn't fully understand, but he felt like he'd seen that skill before. Chen Jilei asked, "Has anyone else ever used it?" He mused that his own body's reaction felt familiar, though he couldn't recall who had made him feel the same way in a past battle. The memory of Hesiod's legend, told by Ubre, flashed through his mind, making him connect the dots. With that, he began to wonder if his uncle could actually be the legendary hero. A faint smile touched his lips as he told the man, "I think I know who you really are." Surprised, the guide stared at him in silence. Pointing at him, Chen Jilei revealed, "You're Hesiod, the man who saved the world by defeating the evil god Morpheus." Then he asked, "Do you remember anything?" The mysterious man repeated the name Hesiod softly, as if testing out that identity. Elsewhere, Rakudler slept soundly, clutching a small doll. Beside him, Boan grumbled about having to share a room with a beast-man brought by Ubre. Sitting up in bed, he declared, "I can't take this anymore." Suddenly, a familiar scent filled the air. His body tensing, Boan spun around sharply and exclaimed, "It's him!" Without wasting a second, he bolted out of the room at top speed. The commotion woke Rashidler, who jolted awake, startled, and asked, "Was that an earthquake?" As Boan raced down the corridor, the figure of Latoyana's vagabond materialized on the ceiling behind him. Amidst the wreckage, Rashidler gets up and asks what happened. Looking around, he sees the house is severely damaged and wonders if Boan was buried. The thought of the young man being crushed to death fills him with dread. Suddenly, something streaks past him at incredible speed. A rock smashes into his face. His nose bleeding, Rashidler roars, "Who's looking for a death wish this late at night?" He looks up and recognizes the figure of the Latoyana wanderer. The creature lunges forward, delivering a powerful punch to Boan. The young man leaps back, readying his swords for the fight. Without a moment's pause, the beast charges again, attacking with savage claws. After landing, Boan confirms he wasn't mistaken about the monster's identity. The beast unleashes a deafening roar at him. With hatred burning in his eyes, he declares, "That's the demonic beast that killed my parents. I'll never forget it." Boan states he's trained all these years to find it, but never imagined it would come to him. Rashidler arrives, asking if Boan is okay, and demanding to know why a demonic beast appeared there. Boan orders Rashidler to leave immediately. He swears, "I'll tear that creature limb from limb and spill its blood over my parents' grave." He takes a combat stance, ready for battle. The monster lunges again, roaring, "Die, Boan!" From a distance, the necromancer woman watches the scene with interest. She comments to her companions that she summoned other demonic beasts to lure Ubre. In a cold tone, she orders Hicks, "Deal with the other rookies. Lord Dorop will handle the main target." Before that, she warns him not to fail again. Desperate, Rashidler races to Ubre's house, shouting that a demonic beast has invaded the village. Ubre opens the door, demanding to know what's happening. Rashidler quickly explains that Boan is fighting the creature. The older man turns a serious gaze toward the village. In the distance, he sees destruction spreading. Without hesitation, Ubre orders Rashidler, "Find Chen and tell him to stay with Salali." He speeds off. Legends say the savior Hesiod wielded the power of the chaos element. They also say he defeated the evil god Murius, sealing him in Altalos's infernal tower. With this, Chen concludes that his uncle must be Hesiod, and that the place he rescued him from was the infernal tower itself. He then asks his uncle if he can remember anything. The man replies that his mind is still completely blank, leaving the young man perplexed. Chen questions why his memory hasn't returned, since in anime and manga, characters usually remember everything when they hear their own name. The guide explains that even as Hesiod, he still can't access his past memories. Despite this, he admits that seeing the young man's ability gave him a familiar feeling. This reaction made him feel, even if slightly, connected to that world once more. Chen reflects on his own mysteries, like why he was brought to this place, and how he awakened the chaos element. He believes that if his uncle truly is Hesiod and regains his memory, all these questions might finally be answered. The guide then challenges him to fight again, hoping the confrontation will help him remember something, and the young man accepts without hesitation. Suddenly, a tiny cry pierces the air. Chen immediately recognizes Yuruka's call. Back in his room, a guardian closes in on Chen sleeping form, her gaze fixed on the child beside him, a silent question in her eyes. She whispers to the child, "Don't be afraid. I'm only here to kill him, not you." Her eyes lock onto the sleeping youth as the tiny creature screams, "Yuruka!" The guardian smirks. "If you can't bear to be parted, then you can join him." With a swift motion, she unleashes an attack, aiming straight for Yuruka. The blow, however, is blocked by an invisible barrier, stunning the woman. She spins around, thanking someone named Luca for the protection. Just then, Chen appears, cradling the small creature. He tells her, "Leave her to me. She's easy to handle." The Latoyana wanderer approaches two fallen women. Its massive maw gapes open, ready to devour them. Before it could strike, a counterattack slams into it, sending it violently hurtling backward. Uber holds the little girl in his arms and asks if she's okay. He then turns to face a horde of other monsters all at once. Two creatures close in, their eyes fixed on him. Just then, Bros appears, unleashing his snake attack. He joins Ubre, demanding, "What's happening? Why are these monsters attacking the village?" Ubre explains that the area is protected by an enchantment, meaning these creatures shouldn't have breached it so easily. He realizes the enemy's couldn't wait any longer, and this invasion is nothing but a diversion. Bros and Faloka grasp the chilling truth. Their enemy's real goal is to eliminate them within the city's own walls. Uber then turns and calls them both by name. He orders them to head to the city center, rescue the inhabitants, and bring them to his home. Bros asks where he intends to go. Uber replies he'll go to the enchantment's boundary on the city's outskirts to reseal it. Concerned, Bros insists on joining him, warning that the area is swarming with monsters. Unwavering, Uber commands them to protect the villagers. With that, he summons his first bolt of thunder and vanishes in a flash. Luscious watches, noting that Chenjilei's speed seems even greater than their last encounter. Chenjila recognizes her as the hooded figure who attacked Salili and Boan, and is stunned to realize that Lucio was actually a woman. He then demands, "Why do you love launching sneak attacks so much?" Annoyed, Lucius snaps back, "Who are you calling auntie?" Chenjilo demands to know why they're so bent on killing them when they could achieve freedom by defeating God himself. Lucius retorts that Lord Dorop built this city with his own blood and sweat. The young man counters that the temple has always been a lie. She insists that defying divine will is pure foolishness. He then declares that the temple is real. With a firm voice, he warns that anyone who stands in his way of finding the temple or harms his companions will have to face him. Lucius scoffs, calling him a braggart. "Defeating Hicks, the weakest guardian, doesn't make you powerful," she sneers. She declares her battle power is on par with Dorop's. Immediately after, she summons countless blade-wielding wolf creatures. Then, she commands her shadow army to advance. The protagonist braces for the imminent attack. Activating his sacred blade skill, he channels energy into his sword. With a single devastating strike, he obliterates all the summoned wolves. Lucius watches the scene, utterly stunned. "That's impossible!" she gasps. Enraged, she unleashes an attack. Thousands of blades rain down from the sky. Chenjilei reacts instantly, activating an item in his hand. A shield instantly forms around him, deflecting every single blade. From within the barrier, he taunts, "Is this the power you boasted about?" Surprised, she admits she underestimated him, unable to believe he nullified her attack with such ease. Lucius lands on the ground, a smirk playing on her lips. "Not bad," she concedes. She then declares that was just a warm-up and prepares to fight seriously. The man then reveals a new gigantic sword, emanating an oppressive presence. The Guardian declares, "Now you'll see my true power." At that moment, a quest update flashes, informing him of Delk's defense and the city's escalating instability. At the city's edge, a massive confrontation was unfolding. Amidst the chaos, monsters clashed with each other as the defensive barrier began to crumble. Many channeled their energy into a massive pillar, desperately trying to sustain the defense. Warriors fought bravely against the monstrous horde. Finally, the creatures shattered the barrier and swarmed into the city. One of the defenders yelled for Gloria, asking how long she'd take to repair the zone's boundary. Gloria replied that the number of beasts was only growing, and there wasn't enough energy to restore the barrier. A hooded man ordered everyone to hold their ground, reminding them their mission was to protect this place. He commanded Wagner and Romo to contain the beasts and defend the city. The warrior roared for everyone to hold their positions. The protective barrier completely shattered. One of the mages warned, "It won't hold much longer." A powerful attack struck precisely where the barrier had been breached. The rift slowly began to close. One man questioned, "Was that Marty's doing?" While a woman cheered, seeing the opening sealed. Uber appeared floating in the air, radiating overwhelming power. One of the men immediately recognized him as one of the 12 heroes. As he landed, the monsters recoiled from his presence. With a single motion, he struck down the creatures surrounding the warriors. Uber declared he would handle Dartmouth and Corey, ordering the others to deal with the rest. The mage's leader commanded everyone to move to the next rift. Then, Ubri prepared to unleash a large-scale attack. An incredibly powerful gust of wind erupted against the monsters. The blow struck the creatures, disintegrating them completely. Amidst the chaos, a hooded figure materialized in the sky. One of the warriors identified him. "Lord Dolopo!" Suddenly, the defenders realized they were encircled by a new threat. Flames engulfed them from all sides. Ubre challenged him. "What do you think you're doing?" Dolopo sneered. "I granted these martyrs the chance to live so I can take it away whenever I please." He declared, "This is the fate of those who dare betray me." A rain of swords descended upon Chenjilei. Moving at blinding speed, he dodged the blades. A powerful attack was unleashed directly at him. However, the enemy's sword was caught in the maw of a creature. The beast held the blade firm as Chenjilei braced for his counterattack. He lunged directly at his adversary. Chenjilei's and the creature's blades clashed with immense force. Lucius gasped, her weapon practically vibrating with the sheer power. The collision's impact sent her reeling. Chenjilei then warned her to be more careful, to avoid unnecessary trouble. She scoffed, asking what was wrong with Marty, then declared Lord Dolop would punish all traitors. She then revealed Lord Dolop was one of the 12 heroes. Chenji lay stunned, asked if Dolop had truly arrived. He gripped Grandfather Ubre's sword, questioning if his opponent's lack of a weapon wasn't a disadvantage, but he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing this was no time for hesitation. Determined, he resolved to end this once and for all. Luscious sensed his combat power had surged even higher. She recomposed herself, ready to face him, staring Chenjila down. Pushing her body to its absolute limit, she managed to block his strike. In the next instant, Chenjila vanished from her sight, only to reappear behind her, landing a precise punch. Wounded, Luscious staggered, demanding, "Why didn't you kill me?" Chenjila simply watched her in silence, then turned and walked away. A system window popped up, displaying the defense mission update. Elsewhere, Ubre strode through a corridor of unstable energy. He quickened his pace, closing in on the man ahead. Suddenly, both were dragged into the heart of a violent maelstrom. Uber unleashed a powerful attack against his adversary. Dolopo taunted him, "Do you still have the strength of your youth?" Ubre retorted, "My prime is long past. I am but an old man now." Dolopo declared himself a god who despises those who age and slowly decay. The attack struck him squarely. Then, Dolopo unleashed his wind howl. 2 energy tornadoes erupted before him. He bid Ubre farewell. Luscious collapsed to her knees, groaning, "My whole body aches, I can't move!" She realized she could have been killed in that instant, yet she couldn't understand why Chenji Lo had shown her mercy. She accused him of humiliating her. "Are you too arrogant to kill me?" She screamed, "I'm not grateful. I'll find a chance to kill you later." Chenji Lei replied he didn't want her thanks. He had something urgent to do. She warned him, "Next time, it won't be the hilt of a sword hitting me." He reflected that he couldn't kill her. Even though she was an NPC, everything felt too real. His conscience held him back. Chen Zhila understood that even in a virtual game, devoid of moral responsibility, the weight of taking a life would forever scar his mind. Salily approached, informing him, "Ubre is at the enchantment west of the city." Luscious warned him, "Even together, you and Ubre can't defeat Lord Dolapo." Chen Zhila told her not to worry. He instructed her to follow the map and take Uzi to Ubre, at the enchantment west of the city. Gripping Yuruka firmly, he declared they needed to hurry and help Grandfather Ubre. Then, he leaped away at high speed, shouting, "I'm already on my way to help him!" Dolapo stared down the energy sphere hurtling towards him. In the next instant, the impact struck him squarely, sending him flying backward. The attack's force dragged him through the air, culminating in a violent explosion that echoed across the entire battleground. Ubre landed firmly, ready to continue the fight. He stared at Dolapo, who slowly recomposed himself amidst the rubble, a cold smile twisting his lips. With a clenched fist, Ubre charged without hesitation. His punch tore through the air, creating a powerful shockwave that ripped across the city's rooftops, making buildings tremble. Dolapo sneers, "It's pathetic to see an old man struggle so hard to protect a bunch of idiots." He claims it's been ages since he found anyone capable of entertaining him. Yet, he laments that Ubre lacks the strength to defeat him. As a reward, he promises to unleash the true terror of facing a 4-element mage. Behind him, 4 elemental creatures materialize, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Bros reacts instantly, landing a fierce kick on one of the creatures. Faloka, with precise movements, slices another monster with his daggers. After the attack, he sheathes his weapons and reports that no new creatures have appeared in the area so far. Bros remarks, "Looks like Uncle Ubre managed to fix the city's boundaries." He then asks, "How are you feeling, Faloka?" Faloka replies, "I'm fine, but I've never seen so many high-level beasts gathered at once." Gazing at the partially destroyed city, one of them comments, "Enemies keep swarming like ants. It's hard to imagine how the residents have survived this long." Seeing the countless bodies scattered around, he concludes, "These people must have faced something 1,000 times worse in the past." Bros warns, "The beasts in the city center are annihilated, but the residents on the outskirts are still fighting and need help." Faloka agrees instantly. Then, Bros looks up and asks, "What's that strange sound?" Faloka recognizes the summoning of water and fire elementals, stating, "It's the first time I've witnessed something on this scale. How are there still such powerful mages in this city?" Braz explains, "A multi-elemental mage usually isn't as powerful as a single-element specialist." Bitterly, he concludes, "That bastard is the only exception, capable of wielding multiple elements with such immense power." Faloka shouts, "Bros, look at the sky!" Countless attacks crisscross above them in a chaotic dance of destruction. Amidst the flames, Ubre charges forward as someone shouts shouts his name from a distance. Before him, a fire dragon unleashes a massive energy sphere. Ubre skillfully evades the converging barrage of attacks. In response, he counters with a devastating punch just as Dolopo announces, "Thunder Strike." The old man channels all his energy to break free from the technique, but his opponent merely smiles, declaring, "Resistance is futile." A rock creature lunges, attempting to crush him. With a determined roar, Ubre unleashes a direct punch. The impact tears through the golem's body, shattering it completely. He floats in the air for a brief instant as the creature's remains rain down around him. Suddenly, a colossal mass of water engulfs him. Uber is trapped within a violent maelstrom, formed by the waves of a water elemental. The water prison shatters in a deafening explosion. Liquid fragments blast in all directions as the pressure dissipates. Ubre, leaning on a nearby rock, gasps for breath and watches a small water creature form before him, condensing drop by drop. Behind him, the stone golem begins to reconstruct itself, piecing together its rock fragments in a seemingly inevitable process. The elemental creature rises fully, ready to strike. Wounded, Ubre kneels, gasping for breath, feeling the weight of his years in every ragged inhale. Dolopo approaches slowly, impressed, and comments, "You still managed to dodge that attack." But then he sneers, reminding him, "A mortal is still just a mortal. Your body has aged far too much." He boasts of possessing a youthful body and limitless powers, something he claims that would make anyone envious. Always in command, always above others. Dolopo then taunts him, "Is it truly comfortable living as a walking corpse, selling your own soul for eternal power?" Ubre retorts, his voice hoarse, "Aren't you, Dolopo, the one truly envious of others?" Enraged, Dolopo screams, "Shut up!" A blast of energy shot straight at Ubre. Dolopo glared, fury in his eyes as the attack slammed into him. Ubre was engulfed by the energy, forcibly lifted into the air. Dolopo held him suspended, threatening to crush him as easily as an ant. Then he revealed his twisted plan. He'd blame Ubre for opening the frontier, then declare himself the god who slew him to save the people. Ubre, gasping for breath, could only roar, "Go to hell!" Suddenly, a blur of incredible speed streaked across the battlefield. The impact slammed into Dolopo, shattering his attack. The energy dispersed violently. Chen emerged from the debris, catching the elder before he could fall. Ubre recognized him instantly, calling out his name. Dolopo slowly recomposed himself, scanning his surroundings. "Who dares interfere?" he snarled. Chen asked, "Grandpa Ubre, are you all right?" Ubre replied, "Just superficial wounds," before asking, "How did you get here?" Chen explained, "I came as soon as Lucius was defeated. I figured Dolopo would try to kill you." He apologized for not returning Ozil sooner. Uber told him not to blame himself, explaining, "Even with Ozil, I might not have been able to defeat Dolopo. Our enemy sold his soul for unimaginable power." Uber continued, explaining, "My body is old, my strength has waned, and my movements no longer obey my will. I am just a mortal in decline." He then instructed Chen use a teleportation barrier and escape with the others. "I'll hold Dolopo off." But the young man turned, resolute, and declared he wouldn't leave his grandfather behind. He vowed, "I won't abandon Yuruka, Salili, Boan, Bros, Filoka, or anyone else who is now part of my life." Chen said, "My mother always taught me never to lose faith, never to surrender to destiny, even when living as a mortal is painful." He affirmed, "We can defeat Dolopo, and we'll lead everyone to the temple." Ubre stared at the young man for a few seconds, then, with a tired smile, declared, "Then we'll leave this place together." The instant Chen gripped his sword tighter, a system window flashed before his eyes. Mission complete, the lost weapon Ozil. Dolopo began to laugh, scoffing, "Do you really think you're leaving here together?" In the sky above the group, an immense sphere of energy began to form, a luminous mass poised to violently collide with the ground. Facing the imminent impact, Chen and Ubra braced for confrontation. With utter contempt, the enemy sneered, "You insufferable fools still daring to defy me!" Without hesitation, Dolopo roared, "Die!" and unleashed his explosive fire rain ability. Countless incandescent blasts rained down upon them. To counter the attack, Ubre raises a defensive barrier. Beside him, Chen strains to maintain the shield, as a system alert warns that Fineir's defenses are on the verge of shattering. The ring on his hand begins to crack under the immense pressure. In mere moments, the entire battleground is engulfed by a colossal fiery explosion. Convinced of his victory, Dolopo declares that no one could survive such a rain of flames, questioning if Ubre had been reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a massive energy dome erupts over the area. Shielded by the barrier, Ubre and Chen look up. utterly stunned. The young man shouts Yuruka's name, seeing her floating at the center of the protective dome. Immediately after, a system window announces Yuruka's will to fight has been activated. Another screen pops up, detailing her magic hunt ability, capable of absorbing and converting magical damage. Witnessing this, Dolopo wonders how a mere child could wield a magic shield of that caliber, deeming it utterly impossible. Chen rushes to Yuruka, asking if she's hurt. With a faint smile on her lips, the young girl loses consciousness. Without hesitation, he scoops her into his arms, assuring her that everything would be all right, and that Daddy's here. In that instant, he realizes Yuruka had blocked a terrifying attack, one that even the Beast King's shield couldn't withstand. Without her intervention, both he and Grandpa Ubre would have been reduced to ashes. However, a system notification flashes, informing him that she has lost her power and will be stored for 24 hours. Grateful, Chen tells Yuruka to rest well while he takes down Dolopo. The system then confirms the girl's storage. Observing the situation, Ubre warns that Dolopo has been casting spells non-stop and must now be in a skill cooldown. The veteran then proposes they draw the enemy's attacks, creating an opening for Chen to get close. The young man agrees instantly. Without wasting a moment, Ubre charges at Dolopo with incredible speed. As he moves, Chen wonders about Dolopo's level, assuming it's no lower than Fineir's. The analysis window pops open before his eyes, but only question marks appear for the opponent's attributes. Annoyed, the young man realizes he can't view Dolopo's information like he could with the raiders. Across the field, Dolopo watched Ubre approach, scoffing, "He's as resilient as an insect." Hovering in the air, the elder brandished his sword at his opponent. Weapon firm in hand, Ubre declared, "The time for a true ending has come." Energy surged into his blade, signaling a powerful attack in the making. To Dolopo, the idea of an ending seemed laughable. He only foresaw a one-sided slaughter. Ubre retorted, warning him, "That certainty isn't absolute." With a roar, the elder unleashed his power, while Dolopo muttered his regret for what was about to unfold. Channeling the earth's power, the ground ahead began to tremble violently. A massive rock platform erupted from the soil, rising swiftly. From it, Ubre leaped into the air as Chen landed on the ground. The attack surged forward, tearing through the terrain towards the enemy. The released energy split the surrounding rock formations. In quick succession, Ubre unleashed a flurry of slashes, violently striking the rocks. Anticipating the assault, Dolopo prepared to counterattack, surrounded by several energy spheres. Two elemental creatures, one of water and one of fire, charged at Ubre, but were easily obliterated. Seizing the distraction, Chen surged forward amidst the clash of creatures. Dolopo, now encircled by dozens of energy spheres, watched Ubre and Chen split up to confront him. Arrogantly, the enemy warned them to save their breath, claiming they wouldn't get close like that. Suddenly, a bolt of energy ripped across the battlefield at blinding speed. Sensing its approach, Dolopo whipped his head around. In that instant, Chen appeared behind him, exclaiming, "The plan worked!" Without hesitation, the young man activated obliteration, and a system alert flashed, 90% HP reduction. With a grunt of effort, he landed a direct hit on Dolopo. As the impact hit, shackles began to materialize on Chen wrists and ankles, pinning him in place. Dolopo scoffed at what he deemed a ridiculous child's trick. However, a powerful blow suddenly slammed into Dolopo's gut with full force. A system window popped up detailing, "Divine action, increases movement speed and removes negative effects." Capitalizing on the opening, Chen attacked with God's Fist, an ability unleashing 20 consecutive strikes on a single target. Thanks to another active effect, the damage from this attack converted to true damage. Ubre charges forward, screaming for Dolopo to die, and lands a powerful punch. Giving no time to react, the veteran declares this is the decisive moment to strike. Raising his sword, he states it doesn't matter that Dolopo sacrificed his soul to the devil for overwhelming power. Ubre presses his attack, reminding his foe that a mage's greatest weakness has always been their defense. While admitting the strike might seem excessive, he guarantees it will be more than enough to end his life. The blade then descends with full force, aimed at the ground, and the impact unleashes a colossal explosion that utterly devastates the surrounding area. From a distance, Chen watches the aftermath of the clash. After the strike, Ubre bends over, clearly exhausted. Shortly after, he straightens up and declares the fight has finally ended. Approaching Chen Ubre states they need to split up to repair the various damaged parts of the barrier. The plan is simple. The young man must head west, while he will go east, where monsters still seem to be fighting. However, Chen suddenly stops, claiming something doesn't feel right. Immediately after, the problem's true nature becomes clear to him. The young man explains to Ubre that despite the battle seemingly ending flawlessly, no system notification notification was received after the fight. At the same time, Ubre also senses something strange in the air. In the sky, Dolopo appears, floating, completely unharmed. With disdain, he comments that he never imagined that kid would be able to break free from his control. Dolopo admits this allowed Ubre to get close enough to attack, something he hadn't foreseen. He then claims the power he wields is far beyond what anyone can imagine, as his wounds begin to heal. Watching closely, Chen Lei realizes Dolopo has regenerated all his wounds, just as had happened with the raiders. Beside him, Ubre admits he was wrong. Revealing the truth, he explains that the source of Dolopo's power doesn't come from the devil, but from Hades, the god of the underworld. Surprised, Chen Lei questions, is he really talking about Hades, the god of the underworld? In response, Ubre asks if he remembers Salili's parents, stating that the power they used is the same one Dolopo is now manifesting. The young man recalls hearing them mention something about Hades. In his memory, Argalis turns to a woman and states, "That's not what it looks like." He then observes the fallen bodies, lamenting having wasted another trip and wondering how he'll explain this to Lord Hades. However, one of the men fallen on the ground threatens him with death, questioning, "Where do you think you're going?" Desperate, the man then screams to the sky, "Who is the demon? Why was this done?" These memories solidified Ubre's conviction. Now that Dolopo wielded the same power, there was no doubt. Salili's parents' deaths and their imprisonment in Latonaya were directly linked to him. Dolopo claimed he hadn't expected Ubre to recognize the power's origin, but made it clear he wouldn't waste it on them. Hovering in the air, he sneered, "Still haven't grasped that elemental abilities are useless against me?" With disdain, he asked, "Why not just accept a painless death instead of insisting on fighting?" As his body began to gradually fade, he promised he would still torture them with pleasure. Chenjilu and Ubre looked up at the sky, the elder questioning, "Did he really vanish?" Both scanned their surroundings, searching for any sign of the enemy. Just then, a system notification flashed. Target disappeared. The battlefield plunged into silence. Only the message confirming the target's disappearance remained. Analyzing the situation, Chenjilu concluded Dolopo hadn't fled at high speed, but simply dissolved into thin air. Annoyed, the young man muttered a curse under his breath. Suddenly, Dolopo reappeared right behind Ubre, announcing coldly, "I'm here." Without warning, he unleashed a violent punch into the elder man's stomach. The impact shattered Ubre's ribs. Desperate, Chen Jilo screamed his grandfather's name. Driven by instinct, the young man lunged with a kick, sending Dolopo flying. As he landed, he glared at his enemy's colossal figure. Then, the young man landed a direct punch to his opponent's face, but the struck body dissolved into thin air. Confused, Chen Jilo stared at his own fist, wondering what had just happened. Still, he braced himself to continue the confrontation against Dolopo. Suddenly appearing from behind, the enemy struck him, questioning, "Where do you think you're looking?" With contempt, Dolopo called him an insignificant existence for daring to challenge him. A flurry of rapid blows slammed into Chen Jile. Collapsed on the ground, the young man glared at Dolopo, struggling to catch his breath. A system notification blares, warning him his life is below 10% and he needs to recover. Faced with this, Chen Jile mutters that the bastard has a stealing ability, and his attacks are lightning fast and devastating. Remembering Ubre's words, the young man recalls Dolopo's powers came from a god, realizing this is, in fact, the power of Hades. The protagonist wonders how they could possibly counter such an overwhelming force. A cruel smile twists Dolopo's lips as he asks if Chen Jile is already starting to fall into despair. He then declares that humans are born marked by darkness, always preying on the weak. Proclaiming himself above all, he states that witnessing others' despair fills him with joy. Holding a projection of Chen Jile, Dolopo sarcastically asks, "Do you wish to be a hero and save the world?" Immediately after, he offers him a chance to live, provided the young man can entertain him a little longer. Before the taunt can go further, Ubre's sword slices through the air at blinding speed, heading straight for them. The older man roars for Dolopo to release him. Next, he unleashes the first style of lightning, the blinding slash. Yet Dolopo merely smiles and flings Ubre's sword away. Chenjilo's projection remains trapped by an unknown force. With disdain, Dolopo challenges Ubre, claiming all elemental attacks are useless against his divine powers. He explains that no matter the elemental strength, mortals cannot kill gods. Faced with this, Chen Jile wonders if elemental abilities truly can't harm a god, and if the game itself was designed that way. Turning his attention back to the young man, Dolopo declares he's already given him an opportunity, and now it's time to decide. The offer is clear. If Chen Jile kills Ubre, Dolopo will allow him and his friends to live. In response, the young man's projection commands, "Stop dreaming." Enraged, Dolopo threatens him, vowing to make Chen Jilei watch Ubre's torture and death before doing the same to his friends. Multiple rocks are hurled at incredible speed. The attack slams into Ubre, who writhes violently from the impact. Coldly, Dolopo suggests that instead of prolonging the suffering, it would be better for Ubre to die quickly and painlessly. Consumed by rage, Chen Jilei screams for the bastard to leave him alone. In response, Dolopo reminds him the choice is simple: watch everyone die or kill Ubre to save them. He then declares that everyone's fate rests in Chen Jilei's hands. Overwhelmed by despair, the young man curses his own weakness, helpless to do anything but watch his grandfather and friends die. Images of Salali, Boban, Braz, Faloka, and Yuruka flash through his mind. He remembers his mother, unsure what might have happened to her back home. Torn between fear and responsibility, he wonders what he should do. Just then, a mysterious voice echoes, questioning if such a weak piece of trash could truly be considered a god. Startled, Chen Jilei turns towards the voice and calls out, "Uncle!" Suddenly, Chen Jilei finds himself in a snow-covered landscape. With newfound determination, the young man looks back. The white-haired man declares he'd be deeply ashamed if the master he chose were to die to trash like that. Chen Jilei replies that he couldn't harm him with his elemental power because Dolopo now wields the powers of a god. At this, the man reveals that rule only applies to common elements. Next, the man questions what exactly the young man means by that. The explanation follows swiftly. If the boy dies, he too will vanish, which is why he cannot allow his master to be killed by a false god. The man concedes the underworld god's power is immense, but declares that unfortunately for Dolopo, he crossed paths with Chen Jilei. Confused, the young man asks, "Why me?" In response, the man reveals that while normal elemental powers can't harm a god, the element of chaos is unique and special. In that instant, Chen Jilei grasps the truth. The power of chaos can kill a god. The mysterious man then declares it's time for him to awaken to the true nature of this power. Back in reality, Dolopo cackles, "Have you finally given up, Chen Jilei?" He threatens to kill Ubre, but the protagonist remains silent, his eyes still closed. Enraged, Dolopo conjures a blade of pure energy, declaring, "It's time for Ubre to die." Yet he suddenly spins around, sensing a shift in the very air. A system notification flashes, "Recharge complete for blessing and annihilation /." Simultaneously, Chen Jilei's projection begins to morph. The young man activates blessing, and the system booms, "All negative effects removed, power enhanced." Finding the situation intriguing, Dolopo decides to strike him down first, but Chen Jilei blocks the attack with shocking ease. Stunned, his adversary registers the sudden, immense power radiating from the young man. In one swift motion, Chen Jilei shoves Dolopo back. Next, he grabs him, preparing to annihilate him. All his power is unleashed against the opponent. Dolopo's health bar begins to plummet drastically. Without giving him a chance to react, Chen Jilei relentlessly attacks, raining down blows and kicks on his opponent. Suddenly, his uncle appears beside him, declaring, "The power of chaos is like water, capable of extinguishing any fire." Just then, a system window pops up, showing his newfound power boosts. With unwavering conviction, Chen Jilei declares, "I am a god slayer by nature." Ubre watches Chen Jilei's figure hovering in the sky. Witnessing the scene, Ubre wonders if this is the true power of chaotic elemental energy. Immediately, Chen Jilei asks his guide, "Why am I only now gaining access to the full power of this element?" The man replies, "If your opponent wasn't wielding the power of the gods, I would never have revealed your god-slaying ability." He explains, "This power is an absolute taboo. Those who wield it inevitably draw attention. From this moment forward, the gods will spare no effort to send their strongest warriors to kill you." He makes it clear, in the future, your enemies won't be mere pawns, but the gods themselves. A quest notification pops up. Scattered Tears elixir obtained. Chaotic Trials quest activated. Clutching the vial, Chen Jilei declares, "I'll get out of this place even if it makes me an enemy of the gods." The item description reveals incredibly potent recovery and strengthening effects, lasting for 1 minute. Without hesitation, the young man declares, "All that's left is to kill that bastard," and then gulps down the elixir. As the effects surge through him, he proclaims, "It's time to put an end to all of this." In a distant cave, Dolopo groans, "This is impossible." Confused, he wonders why he's still trembling in pain, even after Lord Hades took his soul and senses. Then he curses, "What the hell did that guy do to me?" A terrifying thought crosses his mind. Could that young man be the legendary Godslayer? Suddenly, an attack slams into him without warning. Chen Jilei's strike violently smashes into the ground. Reeling from the impact, Dolopo curses the bastard with pure hatred. Next, Chen Jilei charges forward, unleashing divine blessing and sacred slash. To evade the attack, Dolopo activates his invisibility. The strike passes right through the spot where he had just been. Immediately after, a system notification blared. Scattered eyes activated. Opponent's stealth nullified. Dolopo reeled in shock, realizing the kid could actually see him. Then a torrent of blows slammed into Dolopo. The system displayed 30 accumulated hits, 3 burst damage strikes, more damage registered, and another notification flashed. Divine Blessing cooldown complete. Another message clarified. Divine Blessing drains opponent's life. Skill effects nearing end. Consumed by rage, Chen roared, "Go to hell, Dolopo!" He unleashed all his remaining energy into one final attack. As the blow landed, Dolopo wondered, is this the true power of a god killer? Giving no quarter, Chen lunged with the finishing strike. The impact triggered a massive explosion, engulfing the entire area. The shockwave tore through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. In the distance, Ubre watched the explosion's flash light up the horizon. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Boan stood firm atop a defeated monster's corpse. Around him, Bros and Faloka silently surveyed the wreckage left by the clash. Meanwhile, Salili was completely enveloped in an intense light. Beast King Fineir was also consumed by the same luminous energy. As the glow began to fade, a system notification blared, Dolopo annihilated, 3 million experience points granted. Immediately, Chen received numerous items and leveled up 5 times in a single surge. The system then confirmed, Chaotic Trials quest complete, new functions activated. Overwhelmed by extreme exhaustion, Chen collapsed to his knees as Ubre sprinted towards him. Reaching him, Ubre placed a hand on his shoulder and called his name. With immense effort, the protagonist lifted his gaze and whispered to his grandfather, "I won." Ubre caught him the instant Chen lost consciousness, screaming his name in desperation. In the underworld, a colossal structure floated amidst the perpetual darkness. Countless souls remained trapped within vials, meticulously aligned on towering shelves. Comfortably seated in an armchair, Hades calmly sipped a cup of tea. On one of the shelves, the soul contained within a vial slowly flickered out. Watching the scene, Hades mused, wasn't Dolopo's soul the guardian of Latonaya? Continuing his drink, he remarked, a god killer has emerged in Latonaya. Cecil should already be on his way. Elsewhere, a small boat sailed alone across an endless sea. At the bow, Argolis stood, while a hooded skeletal figure positioned itself behind him. Impatiently, Argolis grumbled about the boat's sluggish pace, though he conceded it was the only possible transport on this sea. Turning, he asked Cecil, "How much longer until we reach Latonaya?" With a calm voice, the skeletal figure replied, "Our destination is just ahead." A voice calls out to Chen urging him to wake up. Hearing his name again, the young man finally opens his eyes. Confused, he wonders if the voice he heard was his mother's. Then he screams for her inside the train car, startling the other passengers. The people around him just stare in silence. Looking around, Chen wonders what's happening and why he's there. An irritated man snaps at him, accusing him of being crazy for his shouts. After the announcement of the next stop, Chen wonders if he's truly back in the real world. Overwhelmed with emotion, he celebrates his return, while the man sneers, calling him a lunatic. The train continues its journey towards University Avenue. Trying to diffuse the tension, Chen apologizes, explaining he was just having a nightmare. However, a system notification pops up, warning him of imminent danger. Confused, he wonders why he's still getting alerts if he's no longer in the game. The passenger confronts him again, asking if he was looking for trouble. Just then, a man in a sharp suit approaches and barks at Chen to leave immediately. Not understanding the situation, the young man questions what's happening, while the passenger tells him to stop playing dumb. Suddenly, Chen vanishes right before the man's astonished eyes. Stunned, the passenger wonders if he truly just disappeared. Soon after, other men in suits approach and ask if he'd seen a student. Trying to explain, the man says the kid just vanished into thin air. The group leader simply stares at him, silent and unmoving. Abruptly, Chen wakes up somewhere else. He bolts upright in bed, gasping for air. Looking around, he questions if he's back in Latonaya, if it was all just a dream. He murmurs how incredibly real it felt, wondering why he heard his mother's voice at the very end. A voice calls him, confirming he's awake. Salili enters the room, a tray laden with food in her hands. Chen asks if everyone is okay, and she replies yes, explaining that Ubre had gone to help with the city's reconstruction. To his shock, the young man learns he'd been asleep for 10 whole days, solidly confirming everyone had been incredibly worried about him. Before leaving, she says she needs to help others, and asks Chen to find them in the city once he's finished eating. She also mentions that the residents are preparing a thank you feast, and as their hero, he'll get to give a speech. Still bewildered, the protagonist questions what speech she's even talking about. Already at the door, Salili reminds him not to forget the new clothes they'd prepared for him. Alone in the room, Chen remembers Yuruka, still trapped in interdimensional space. Believing the small creature must have recovered by now, he accesses the system interface. However, a notification flashes. Operation failed. Intrigued, Chen wonders why Yuruka hasn't recovered, even after 10 days. Then, the system alerts him to a new unread message. Noticing the blinking icon, Chen wonders what kind of message this could possibly be. The screen then congratulated him on completing the prologue and announced that all system functions were unlocked. Faced with this, the young man wondered if the so-called hellish difficulty was why he still couldn't leave the game. Without wasting time, he decided to check the weapon forging function first. The system displayed the basic forging functions, including item creation, enhancement, and destruction. Another window popped up, detailing the function for creating tonics and recovery items. Reflecting, Chen thought that everything truly felt more like a game now, and the compendium must be for researching creatures he'd already encountered. The interface explained that with the illustrated compendium function activated, all information about discovered creatures and objects would now be recorded. As he scanned the list, he noticed that both Yuruka and the predator still appeared as unknown, indicating he needed to level up to identify them. A new screen presented the map detection function, capable of alerting him to nearby monsters, and the titles function, which granted bonuses upon completing certain events. The system also detailed the teleportation portal function, allowing him to construct up to 3 portals in different districts. Next, his attention turned to the development function for the chaotic Godslayer. At that moment, the system asked if he wished to use the divine essence to unlock 1% of his total power. Thinking about the future, Chen realized he'd need to go to the temple to face the divine beast, and concluded that unleashing as much power as possible was the best path. With that in mind, he decided to use the essence. Sitting on the bed, he began to absorb the new energy. The protagonist felt the power surge through his body like an intense tide, even if it was only a small increase. Soon after, he remembered the items he'd received and began checking the elemental rings and the frost armor. The armor immediately materialized onto his body. Finally, his attention turned to the key that appeared, floating before him. Recalling that the last time he used a key to open a treasure chest, Yuruka had appeared. Chen wondered what would emerge this time. Bros informed Ubre that all the injured had been tended to, and the border barrier was fully repaired. Satisfied, Ubre congratulated him on the work and asked about the banquet preparations, receiving the reply that everything should be almost ready. Furthermore, Bros reported that Guardians Hicks and Luscious were under Boan's surveillance, but Salkia had managed to escape the city. Hearing this, Ubre questioned Salkia's escape, deeming the situation suspicious. Bros commented that being alone, he probably wouldn't survive for long. Even so, Uber sensed that individual was hiding something far more powerful than Dolapo. Faced with the assertion, Bros looked visibly confused. Back in his room, Chen observed the key in his hands and wondered if it was the dungeon quest key, as the system began to recite a prophecy. The system then explained that using the key would activate the quest, but if he died, his physical body would be destroyed. Reflecting on the warning, the young man realized that dying in the game would mean real death. He remembered when he was killed by the Latonaya Wanderer, noting that, on that occasion, there was no mention of a link between the character and his physical body. This led him to question if only his consciousness was trapped there, and why his body had appeared on the train. Confused, Chen wondered what the hell was going on, and if it had all just been a dream. Suddenly, a voice called out to him, asking if he was all right. Startled, the young man turned, and the mysterious man explained that this was just his illusory form. The guide then revealed that his exit from Latonaya wasn't a dream, though he didn't know why Chen had returned. Faced with this, the young man questioned if he had truly left the game at that moment. In response, the man confirmed that he had also seen everything Chen witnessed outside. Chen explained that a bald man had been chasing him, and and asked about his mother's voice telling him to leave. However, the guide claimed he hadn't heard any voice and said he'd never encountered a teleportation power like that. After reflecting, Chen Jilei concluded there were only two possibilities for what had happened. The first was that his consciousness had never left the game, merely being teleported to a map resembling a train station. The second was that he had truly returned to reality, which would imply his physical body had transmigrated into the game from the very beginning. Realizing that in both scenarios, the world he was in was real, the young man began to wonder if the bald man was the person Xiaomei had mentioned. At that instant, he realized his mother had been taken and questioned why only he had been sent to this place. The guide urged Chen Jilei to remain calm, even as the guide's own irritation began to show. Simultaneously, the system asked if he wished to use the Crimson Key and began a countdown. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jilei calmed himself, assuring the man he was fine. But then, he seized the moment to ask if the man had ever killed a god, and if he could defeat the strongest being in this world. The guide apologized, explaining his mind was blank, but he supposed he must have killed a god to be trapped here. He added that all gods feared chaotic elemental power, and he believed that one day, Chen Jilei would have the chance to slay the strongest among them. The protagonist understood the guide was right, realizing the only thing he needed to do now was keep getting stronger. With that, the guide warned him. Once his god-slaying power activated, he needed to prepare, because trouble would soon come for him. Donning his coat, Chen Jilei assured him there was no need to worry, declaring he wouldn't die here. With unwavering conviction, he vowed to unravel every mystery one by one and begin leveling up right after that night's feast. In the city, preparations for the night's feast were already complete, centered around a massive bonfire. As he grilled the food, Rashidler told Salali he'd already said 10 times that everything was ready, and now they just awaited Chen Jilei's arrival. Salali replied, but Ubre warned him not to show irritation with her, prompting Rashidler to apologize immediately. Braz commented to Ubre that he'd never felt so at ease, admitting that if Chen Jilei hadn't defeated Dolapo, he couldn't even imagine what state they'd be in. Still, he claimed he'd always had faith in victory, having witnessed with his own eyes the moment the young man slew the Beast King. Just then, Ubre revealed that Dolapo's power came from Hades, causing Bros to lose his balance and tumble backward. Startled, Bros asked, "Are you talking about Hades, the god of the underworld?" Calmly, Ubre simply questioned why he'd fallen. At that moment, Chen Jilei arrived and asked Bros, "Did Ubre say something that scared you?" Salali greeted him joyfully, while Rachidler was visibly moved to see him finally awake. Ubre bowed before Chen Jilei and announced, "Since our hero is here, the celebration can begin." Then he turned to the city and began to cheer his name loudly. The villagers joined the chorus, raising torches and shouting in unison, "Hero!" Salali called for silence from the crowd, who continued to cheer for their hero. With a calm gesture, she invited Chen Jilei, the city's savior, to say a few words. Beside him, Ubre urged him forward, reminding him that everyone was waiting, even as the young man showed some hesitation. Noticing his nervousness, Ubre asked, "Are you apprehensive about speaking in front of so many people?" Chen Jilei replied, "No," explaining that he didn't feel like a true hero. Everyone who fought to protect this city deserves that title too. He added that he never would have defeated Dolapo without everyone's help, and for that reason he couldn't face these people if he took all the credit alone. Ubre then placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and told him not to worry, stating that everyone there knew they'd be dead if it weren't for him. He added that the people needed a true hero, someone capable of offering new hope to the survivors, and Chen Jilei was the only one truly worthy of that title. Bras and Rashidler also encouraged him, assuring him he could do it. Ubre reinforced the plea, urging him to lead the people and rekindle the hope that escaping this place wasn't impossible. Chen Jilei simply nodded. Then, he walked toward the stage, where Salali awaited him. As he advanced, he realized Ubre was right. The people needed someone to lead them out of this darkness. Determined, he understood that to embrace the title of hero, he had to protect those who needed him. In that moment, he reflected that the feeling of being needed by others wasn't so bad after all. The crowd below continued to cheer and celebrate their hero. Before everyone, he introduced himself as Chen Jilei and thanked them for their trust. With unwavering resolve, he promised to keep everyone safe and lead them out of Latonaya. Meanwhile, on a desolate beach, Argolis told Cecil to wait there, assuring him he'd be back soon. Alone in that barren place, he grumbled that even after centuries, the weather remained awful. Deciding to act, He resolved to observe Fineir's territory. Then, he transformed into a dragon to verify if that fool had truly been slain. Later that night, Chen sat alone, drinking water from his canteen. Bros and Boan approached. Bros immediately praised his excellent speech, admitting he'd never have the guts to speak in front of so many people. Boan, however, quipped that Chen was just too thick-skinned to feel stage fright. A moment later, Filoka joined them, asking about Ubre and Salili. Before the conversation could go further, Chen cut in, explaining that Salili had taken Ubre home. Bros then asked when they'd head to the temple. Chen replied that first, he planned to power up his skills to defeat the Divine Guardian Beast. Hearing this, Boan echoed, "Divine Guardian Beast?" He questioned what exactly that meant. Boan then explained to Filoka that compared to the other guardians, Dolopo was just a low-ranking servant. Chen concluded that they all needed to become far, far stronger than they currently were. After their talk, Chen said his goodbyes, announcing he'd get some rest, and advising the other two to hit the hay soon too. Bros watched the young man walk away, wondering why he always seemed so mysterious. Later, alone in a forest clearing, Chen prepared to train. Checking his status screen, he saw that after defeating Dolopo, he had 65 attribute points available to distribute. The system interface explained that boosting his intelligence attribute would reduce skill cooldown times. With that in mind, he decided to spread the points across intelligence, strength, and agility. Next, Chen realized he still didn't have a proper weapon and would need to unlock the shop to get one. Concluding that even the worst weapon was better than fighting bare-handed, he made a decision. The system consumed 30 of his levels and finally unlocked the weapon shop. Scanning the available options, Chen spotted a golden weapon. Flashy as it was, it couldn't compare to Ozil. Still, his choice fell on the Corsair's magic sword, whose MP recovery effect would be incredibly useful. After equipping his new sword, the young man declared that the next step was to face the mission. Just then, the system asked if he wanted to use the Crimson Key, and Chen confirmed. Ahead, a portal ripped open as the system announced the mission would begin in 5 seconds. The countdown started, accompanied by a notification recommending an equipment check. With his new sword already in hand, Chen waited as the count continued. As soon as time ran out, he walked towards the portal. The next instant, the countdown hit 0, and Chen found himself transported to a new location, bathed in the light of a massive moon. In the distance, his eyes caught sight of a solitary figure standing in the center of a lake. A system notification alerted Chen to his successful entry into the Crimson Realm. He began to trek across the desolate landscape. Then, the system announced the start of the mission, the endless massacre of Bastet. Hearing the name, the young man wondered why Bastet sounded so familiar to him. The mission screen displayed the objectives and rewards, which immediately grabbed his attention with their generosity. Scanning his surroundings, Chen realized he needed to find Bastet before the moon set, but he had no idea which way to go. Looking up at the sky, he noticed a complete lack of landmarks that could guide him. He concluded that if he acted without thinking, he might not find his target in time. Suddenly the phrase, "before the moon sets," echoed in his mind again. In that instant, he understood. It wasn't just a time limit, but also a clue to the enemy's location. Turning, Chen fixed his gaze on a column of smoke rising in the distance. Intrigued, he wondered what could be happening there. Amidst the mist, a massive bestial creature slowly emerged. The system then identified other presences, Bastet's undead beasts, all level 60. 4 of these creatures charged directly towards him. Surrounded, Chen confirmed the enemy's nature. One of them lunged to attack, and he mused that, in the past, dealing with such adversaries would have been incredibly difficult. With a single sword strike, he hit the creature in front, and in the same swift motion, cut down several of the surrounding beasts. Facing the remaining enemies, he realized they were now nothing more than free experience. Elsewhere, Argolis found Fineir's remains and lamented that he had allowed himself to be killed. In his assessment, despite not possessing the power of a god, Fineir was not someone easily eliminated. Suddenly, Argolis caught the scent of bugs nearby. Recognizing the familiar stench, he wondered if that guy was around, but he quickly dismissed the thought, convinced that guy had to be dead. His gaze then swept across the numerous bodies scattered on the ground. The sight made Argolis question if that guy had truly died, or if he'd simply joined the swarm of bugs. Back in Delk City, Uber sat in his office, writing in his diary. He noted that sealing the evil god was just the beginning. Hesiod's appearance had sparked the god's distrust of humanity. Consulting the Book of Prophecies, Ubre read that a god killer would rise from humanity to restore world order. The record stated that the gods, as creators, began eliminating humans when they felt threatened, pushing humanity into rebellion. In his view, the god killer would emerge as humanity's leader in their fight against the gods themselves. With this in mind, Ubre understood that Chen was, without without a doubt the god-killer mentioned in the prophecies. Finally, he wondered if the world's fate truly hinged on a war between humans and gods. Suddenly, Ubre felt an unsettling presence. Without hesitation, he rushed to the window and saw the city's barrier under attack. From the sky, a massive projectile hurtled towards the city. In the next instant, the city was struck by a colossal explosion. As successive detonations ravaged the area, Argolis floated above the ruined city. Amidst the destruction, he watched with contempt, calling the inhabitants miserable bugs. In response, Ubre materialized in the sky, ready to confront him. Recognizing him, the elder glared with palpable fury. Rage consumed Ubre as he accused him of being the bastard responsible for the deaths of Morse and Luna. Coldly, Argolis questioned if he was the guardian of this place, then demanded to know the whereabouts of Fineir's killer, promising a painless death in return. Amidst a devastated battlefield, Chen braced himself for the coming clash. Without hesitation, he activated a new skill, then, harnessing divine speed, charged directly at one of the monsters. Karthus's mythical mana sword incinerated the enemy units, draining 300 HP from each. After slaying 3 undead beasts from Bester's quest, the young man gained 30,000 experience points. Analyzing the effect, he realized that if the passive skill stacked with his new ability, mana consumption was completely nullified. Next, Chen leaped into another group of enemies. Determined to test his new power, he didn't hesitate, instantly unleashing the divine extinction fold. Confirmation came swiftly. MP spent on skills could be fully replenished. Without worrying about mana consumption, battling monsters became far more efficient. Numerous notifications popped up, confirming the elimination of yet another of Bester's undead beasts. Soon after, all enemy units were defeated. Chen then opened his experience window, understanding why he hadn't leveled up yet. Doing the math, he concluded that, at this rate, the quest granted experience, but not enough to advance quickly. A new notification drew his attention to his weapon's durability, revealing it was wearing down far too fast. Even with current efficiency, this combat method still didn't completely prevent equipment wear and tear. He wondered if leveling up would grant him access to more powerful professional skills. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Daddy!" Surprised, Chen asked if Yuruka had finally woken up. Relieved, he asked the little creature to wait, promising to get her out of there immediately. Yuruka hugged him tightly, prompting him to ask her not to squeeze so hard. In a calm tone, Chen reassured the little one, telling her he'd killed the bad man, and they were safe now. Seizing the moment, he thanked Yuruka for saving his life, and Grandpa Ubre's. Filled with joy, the little creature began to fly around excitedly. Perched on his shoulder, Yuruka asked where they were. Chen explained they were still on a quest, and needed to find and defeat the boss before they could leave. He then asked Yuruka to stay close and not wander off. Together, the two set off running under the moonlight. The scene then cuts to a rainy city outside a hospital. Inside the building, paramedics rush down a corridor, shouting for people to clear the way. The medical team races, pushing a gurney, warning of the patient's critically weak heartbeat as they prepare an adrenaline shot. In the operating room, professionals try to revive him one last time, preparing to use the defibrillator again. With the electric shock, the patient's body arches sharply. However, the heart monitor flatlines, showing no signs of life. A TV report announced it was the 3,000th death by cardiac arrest that month. On screen, a man explained to Minister Su that most victims were men in their 20s, with no prior illnesses and an unknown cause of death. The minister asked if the victims had anything in common. In response, the man revealed that the investigation discovered they all played a game called Cosmos. He argued it was no mere coincidence, and Minister Su affirmed there was another factor tied to the game. He then revealed that the previous month, a woman had reported her son, Chen missing while playing Cosmos. The following week, however, a video of a teenager appearing and disappearing in the subway went viral. Facial recognition identified the boy as Chen A colleague then asked Minister Su about their next move. Without hesitation, she ordered the video deleted, public opinion controlled, and immediate contact with the game's developer to track the investigation. Afterward, the minister began analyzing Chen file. High above the city, Argolis scoffed, asking the elder if he was stupid. In response, Ubre lunged forward at high speed, unleashing a full-force punch, yet Argolis effortlessly blocked the blow with just one hand. He then countered with a punch of his own, sending Ubre hurtling backward. Before he hit the ground, Boan quickly appeared to catch him. Concerned, he asked the elder if he was all right. Ubre ordered him away, warning that he was no match for this enemy. Boan, however, declared he wasn't alone, and at that instant, Lucius and Hicks appeared beside him. Chen pressed on towards the moon, realizing that the closer he got, the more undead swarmed around him. With each step, he noticed the creature's levels were far higher than any he'd faced before. Considering his weapon's durability, he realized he could only rely on normal attacks to target the beast's weak points. A grim realization struck him. At this rate, he might not have enough time to reach the boss. Still, Chen Lei charged into a group of creatures. 2 monsters flanked him, ready to strike. Just then, Yuruka suddenly appeared, leaping to his defense. Without hesitation, the tiny creature unleashed its power against the foes. Awestruck, Chen Lei praised Yuruka, calling him incredible. Determined not to waste another second, the young man knew he had to hurry and eliminate the beasts swiftly. Meanwhile, in the burning city, civilians watch figures battling in the sky. One man, terrified, asks if they're being attacked by monsters again, while another voices his fear aloud. High above, Argolis turns to Ubre and Boan, declaring he won't waste any more time. Impatiently, he demands to know where the other man is, warning that his patience has limits. Boan raises his sword and declares the village is under their protection, advising the invader to leave. In a flash, Argolis appears before Boan. His absurd speed makes Lucius and Hicks react with surprise. With contempt, Argolis calls Boan a reckless worm. He raises his hand, preparing an attack. Boan braces himself, ready to take the hit. Before the blow lands, Ubre steps forward, making Boan scream his name. Without flinching, Ubre insists he's fine and orders Boan to get Lucius and Hicks away from there. Confused, Boan asks, "Who is that entity?" Ubre corrects him, explaining, "That's not a person, it's a god." He reveals the enemy is Argolis, the god of the underworld and Hades' direct subordinate, a name that sounds dangerously familiar to him. Then, the old man confesses that Argolis was the one who killed Lily's parents, leaving Boan in shock. Ubre warns that their elemental power is useless against this god, and states he will stop him so the others can escape. With a cruel smile, Argolis says, "It's already too late. I never let my prey survive once I've smelled fresh blood." Lucius and Hicks position themselves to fight, and Lucius calls out to Ubre. She declares, "We're not going anywhere," while Hicks adds, "The killer of Lily's parents can never be forgiven." Boan suggests, "If we attack together, maybe we stand a chance against him." After a brief silence, Ubre agrees, deciding, "Then, in this moment, we give it our all." Determined, the 4 charge forward together to attack Argolis. Faced with their assault, the god merely deems it utter foolishness. With disdain, Argolis declares, "You are all doomed." Immediately after, his body begins to transform. In moments, Argolis takes the form of an immense dragon. Far from there, Chen levels up and tells Yuruka they'll take a quick break. With a tired sigh, he laments that after killing so many beasts and expending so much energy, he only gained a single level. Furthermore, Chen notices his weapon is wearing down much faster than he anticipated. After assessing the situation, he realized his current stats made him a beast in one-on-one fights, but utterly useless against hordes of monsters. This hit him hard, reminding him of his skill choices. Back then, he could only pick 2 out of 3, and he'd gone all in on raw power. But now, he understood. The light skill, even with its fixed damage, was far gentler on his weapons and drained less stamina. Regret gnawed at him. He wished he'd picked a different class, and the question burned. Why only 2 skills? Why not all 3? Just then, a system notification flashed. His hidden level had hit 100. Chen Jilei's eyes widened. Defeat Bastet, and a new skill would unlock. He made up his mind. They had to pick up the pace, get new gear the moment this mission was over. He turned to Yuruka. "Rested enough?" he asked, then gestured for him to move out. Suddenly, a deafening roar ripped through the battlefield. Chen Jilei's gaze shot up. "Is that Bastet?" he wondered aloud. The creature lumbered forward, unleashing another, even more menacing roar. Slowly, Bastet's colossal form fully revealed itself. A system notification flashed, confirming the enemy. Bastet, level 1 to 20. Chen Jile scoffed, a hint of irony in his voice. "So, in the end, it's just a giant cat." Then, his tone turned serious. He warned Yuruka to be careful. "If I die, you're gone too," he stated grimly. With a firm, determined gaze, Chen Jile took his battle stance. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Time to fight!" Meanwhile, in City B, a news report blared, warning of a sudden surge in inexplicable deaths worldwide. Rumors were swirling, connecting the cases to a game called Cosmos. Amidst growing protests, a TV reporter announced that citizens across multiple nations were demanding answers from their governments. She reported that Country Z's government had called an emergency meeting of heads of state to address the deaths, and an official statement was expected soon. Suddenly, a protester collapsed right behind her, triggering desperate shouts for an ambulance. Maintaining her professional composure, the reporter stated that correspondent Lu Yao would continue to cover the unfolding unfolding events. In a tense meeting room, an official reported the autopsy results. No signs of poisoning, no viral infections in any of the victims. Then, medical expert Dr. Lee Yuman stepped forward. The cause of death wasn't cardiac arrest, he explained, but something far more complex. He revealed that the bodies showed visible wounds in internal organs or brain tissue, consistent with blunt force trauma. The doctor suspected a cruel form of murder, one that exploited the very illusions the human brain is capable of producing. The other attendees listened in stunned silence. He then brought up his involvement in a research project where they taught brain tissue to play ping pong, discovering it learned faster than any artificial intelligence. Dr. Lee Yuman asserted that while these might seem like disconnected topics, his research and the current events were all pointing in the same terrifying direction. He concluded with a chilling thought. We live in a world where there's only a 1 in a billion chance that anything is truly real. Back on the battlefield, Bastet lunges at Chen Jilei with its massive paw. The creature then charges, raising its claws for another strike. Chen Jilei swiftly dodges a devastating blow. The next instant, Yuruka appears enveloped in a barrier, successfully blocking the attack and containing the impact. Faced with this, Chen Jilei recognizes the monster's impressive strength. He realizes that bosses of this caliber are as powerful as the Beast King or Dolapo, and a direct hit would mean instant defeat. He cannot afford to underestimate it. Unfamiliar with the enemy's abilities, the young man understands he needs to conserve his strength and analyze its attack patterns before taking any risks. With this goal in mind, he activates his Axe of God ability, moving at high speed. As he approaches the giant monster, he notices Bastet remains motionless. Intrigued, Chen Jilei wonders why the creature isn't reacting or trying to attack him. Nevertheless, he decides to charge forward and strike Bastet directly, questioning as he attacks if the monster is simply allowing the assault. In response, Bastet summons several spectral beings around itself. The spirits rapidly advance towards Chen Jilei. Sensing an opening, the young man decides this is the perfect moment to act. Without hesitation, he unleashes his Gods of Destruction ability. The attack strikes one of the spirits head-on. Using divine decimation, Chen Jilei tests the ability's power while directing the blow at Bastet. The impact hits the monster, causing visible damage. In response, Bastet charges to counterattack. The monster's reaction catches him by surprise. Thrown back by the impact, Chen Jilei loses his balance, and Yuruka tumbles with him. Without relenting, Bastet begins preparing a massive energy attack. The projectile is launched, striking the ground with devastating force. Gasping, Chen Jilei gets up, carefully holding Yuruka. Around them, he observes that the spirits are still surrounding both of them. At that moment, the great beast announces the seal of the undead. Understanding dawns quickly. The situation is extremely unfavorable. With no other choice, Chen Jilei hurls Yuruka directly towards the seal. The small creature collides with the mark, triggering a violent explosion. The shockwave hits Chen Jilei head-on. Kneeling on the ground and coughing, he hears Yuruka call out to him. Then he realizes that explosion wasn't just an attack, but a dead-end trap, like a lock snapping shut. A system notification explains that the mark's explosion converts into blocked damage when hit directly. With this, Chen Jilei understands Bastet's strategy. Approach, mark the enemy, and use the explosion to finish them off. Faced with this revelation, he wonders what his next move should be. Chen Jilei charged against the summoned spirits. With a swift spin, he struck the enemies surrounding him. At the same time, he noticed the movement speed of the undead beasts had begun to increase. Faced with this, he warned Yuruka to be careful, as the creatures were getting faster and faster. Without warning, Bastet lunged straight at him for a direct attack. His weapon barely managed to block the blow. Next, he raised a barrier to shield himself from the creature's assault. Seizing an opening, he unleashed divine destruction directly into the monster's eye. The impact forced Bastet back, but the attack kept dealing continuous damage. Without missing a beat, Chen Jilei charged forward and landed another strike. A violent explosion blasted them both away from each other. Regaining his footing, Chen Jilei called out to Yuruka, asking if he was all right. Quickly assessing the situation, he realized his only option was to rely on Yuruka's shield for both offense and defense, even if it drained the last of the little creature's strength. What's more, the beast's insane speed made any mistake fatal. Failing an ability meant a long cooldown. Yuruka was already showing clear signs of exhaustion, making it obvious this strategy wouldn't be enough. As if that wasn't enough, Chen Jilei also had to deal with the constant attacks from the surrounding undead beasts. With so many variables, he concluded that, in this state, there was no clear way to win. Just then, a memory surfaced. A long long-range attack skill his uncle had used during training. Looking up, he stared at the creatures Bastet had summoned. He called out to his uncle, asking aloud, "Are you here? Is there any way to defeat this enemy?" Dodging attacks, he kept calling, trying to make contact. Slowly, Chen Jilei realized that ever since the mission began, his uncle couldn't communicate with him anymore, unlike before. With the mission timer ticking down, he understood that failure meant losing 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon. In that instant, Bastet lunged forward again for a frontal assault. Chen Jilei blocked the blow with his weapon, creating a brutal impact. He then reflected that if he couldn't even complete this mission, he'd never be ready to face the guardian of Nabuda's temple. Refusing to give up, the young man believed there had to be a way to defeat Bastet. The massive creature prepared to strike once more. At that moment, Chen Jilei noticed Bastet's speed had increased again. The attack hit him with overwhelming force, pinning him to the ground. Even under pressure, he struggled to resist. With a desperate surge, he managed to push one of the spirits away. The entity slammed into the ground, triggering an explosion. The impact forced Bastet to recoil for a brief moment. A system notification flashed, warning that his HP had dropped below 10% and he needed to recover immediately. Chen Jilei knew that with the boss even faster and his life critical, a single additional blow would be fatal. Facing this, he concluded there was only one option left. His last resort was to activate the element of chaos and rely on Yuruka's shield for a final, desperate push. Suddenly, a new idea sparked in his mind. Chen Jilei realized he'd always followed the system's instructions for his elemental powers, never daring to experiment. Then, he remembered his uncle's blade, a weapon capable of channeling all elemental power into a single devastating strike. This made him wonder, could he channel all his elemental power into his weapon for the same explosive effect? Determined to risk it all, he decided to test this wild theory. Focusing with all his might, he began to gather every ounce of available energy. As he did, Chen Jilei realized this was exactly how that legendary skill functioned. Then, he unleashed an incredibly powerful energy attack. The strike, channeled through his sword, hit with pinpoint precision. A system notification flashed. A new divine skill learned, Moon of Chaos. Immediately, the system window displayed all the details of his newly acquired power. With this confirmation, Chen Jilei knew he finally had the power to defeat the boss. In response to this new power, Bastet let out a furious roar. Without backing down, the creature unleashed its own devastating attack. Channeling everything he had left, Chen Jilei focused his power into his weapon once more. With a single decisive movement, he struck Bastet, creating a massive impact. Chen Jilei stood, utterly exhausted. He struggled to move, the skill having drained him completely. Looking down at his defeated enemy, he declared, "I won!" A system notification confirmed Bastet successfully annihilated. A second message announced the completion of the Crimson Moon quest, but Chen Jilei suddenly yelled, "Yuruka, watch out!" Confused, he stared at the pillar of light descending from the sky. The next instant, the luminous column completely enveloped him. Notifications for level ups and experience gains exploded around him. As he watched, Chen Jilei felt his wounds heal and realized a third skill had unlocked upon reaching level 100. The description of his new skill, God Annihilator, appeared in vivid detail before him. Reflecting, he noted the skill was eerily similar to Bastet's. He knew he'd need to redistribute his status points for the next challenge. Right after, the battle's spoils appeared before him. A key, a chest, and an essence. For a moment, Chen Jilei was stunned. He'd gotten a god essence from defeating Bastet. Holding the key, he deduced it must be for unlocking a dungeon, just like the Crimson Key. But as he faced the chest, he joked that he was developing a psychological trauma and called out to Yuruka. A notification popped up, congratulating him on getting a legendary piece of equipment as the chest slowly opened. Laughing at himself, Chen Jilei told Yuruka he was just kidding and wondered what kind of legendary weapon or gear he'd find inside. A set of clothes and accessories floated out of the chest. The system informed him the coat increased his chances of getting magic equipment by 20%. The description detailed the bonuses and history of the item, Song of Latonaya, God of Underworld Spirits. Satisfied, Chen Jilei remarked that, as expected of a legendary item, he could now distribute his stats with much more confidence. As he examined the accessories, he wondered how he was supposed to equip them since his ears weren't pierced. Without much thought, he just hit the equip button, and the item automatically fixed itself to his ear. The new set of gear materialized onto his body. A system message warned that the quest dungeon would close soon, and the teleportation portal was already open. Calling out to Yuruka, Chenjilo said they needed to head back and go to the temple together. He stepped through the portal, which closed right behind them. Appearing on the other side, Chenjile commented that he was finally back, but found it strange that it was still night, wondering if time had stopped inside the dungeon. His expression abruptly shifted as he realized what lay before him. Before his eyes, he stood on a cliff, gazing at a city utterly destroyed. The scene then shifted to a dark alley in City 8. There, a man asked his companion, Lee, about a game called Cosmos, where players supposedly died. Lee just laughed, dismissing it as a senseless joke. One of the men commented that young people got too caught up in the game and forgot to take care of their health. Proudly, he boasted about his physical strength, claiming even girls thought he was just over 20. His friend, on the other hand, confessed he was scared to play, but Lee hurried him along, saying the ladies were still waiting for them. Suddenly, a pillar of light descended from the heavens right in the middle of the alley. The two men immediately turned to watch. Intrigued, Lee questioned the source of the brightness, assuming it was some illegal organization's meeting. A column of energy began to form before them. Both looked up, and a monstrous creature emerged from the light. Startled, Lee asked what it was, while his friend identified the creature as a boss monster from the game Cosmos. Just then, a hooded figure appeared, watching the scene from a distance. Without a moment's hesitation, the figure charged, striking the monster with sharp blades. Moments later, it stood victorious over the defeated creature. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Zhila found himself alone amidst a ruined city. He wondered what had happened to the place while he was gone. Soon after, he began to consider if time flowed differently between the dungeon and Latonaya. Suddenly, the mysterious man appeared, remarking that the young man had finally returned. Chen Zhila asked, "Where did you go?" But the man countered with another question, asking if he could truly be pulled from his own consciousness. The statement left the young hero utterly bewildered. Just then, a projectile tore through the ruined landscape. Instinctively, Chen Zhile summoned his sword to defend himself. Before him, Boan appeared, brandishing his own blade. With raw fury etched on his face, he roared Chen Zhilo's name. Stunned, Chen Zhilo demanded, "What are you doing here? Where are Ubre and the others?" Boan screamed back, "How dare you even mention Grandpa Ubre? You're responsible for everything that happened." Chen Zhile stared him down, his voice low and dangerous. "What exactly did you just say?" A small cabin stood out amidst the destroyed city. Chen Zhile pushed aside the curtain and stepped inside. There, he found Ubre lying on a bed, surrounded by Salali and the others. The elder was unconscious, and a heavy silence hung in the air. One of his arms was wrapped tightly in bandages. Shaken to his core, Chen Zhile knelt beside the bed, his voice trembling as he asked why Grandpa Ubre was in such a state. He then rose, demanding, "What happened? I was only gone for one night." Salali and Bros averted their gaze, unable to meet his eyes or speak. Refusing to accept their silence, Chen Zhile whirled on Rashidler, his voice a raw roar. "Tell me what the hell happened." Rashidler's voice was heavy as he explained. The boss had been gone for 3 days. Everyone thought he'd just vanished without a word. The revelation stunned Chen Zhile. He demanded Rashidler repeat what he'd just said. Just then, Boan stormed into the cabin, ordering Chen Zhile to stop pretending. His voice accusatory, he declared the young man had fled at the absolute worst time. Boan raged on, claiming not just Grandpa Ubre, but thousands in that city had died because of him. Then he snarled, "Who the hell is Chen Zhiliao? And why did that god go to such lengths to find him?" Chen Zhilo remained silent, overwhelmed by the accusations. Far away, in City 8's public security agency, the night seemed peaceful. A female officer warned 2 men she'd arrest them if they kept spouting nonsense. Yet, they gesticulated wildly in the hallway, insisting they were serious, not lying. When her partner asked what was going on, she explained the 2 were causing a ruckus, babbling about monsters. Desperate, the men yelled, "We really saw a monster, and a woman who could fly. She killed it with a sword." Annoyed, the officer ordered them to leave or face arrest for disturbing the peace, while the 2 pleaded to tell their full story. In the background, an officer was on the phone. One of the men still trying to explain the creature was gigantic. On the other end, the voice on the phone expressed shock at reports of unknown creatures. He hung up abruptly, ordering everyone to gather immediately for superior instructions. His partner approached, asking, "What's going on?" He revealed he'd just gotten a call from the director. City B was in a state of emergency, multiple creatures attacking civilians. Back in the ruined city, Boan roared at Chen Zhiliao, demanding an answer. Rage consumed him. He grabbed the young man by the collar, snarling, "Why aren't you saying a word? Do Do you think you'll get away with this? Boban accused him of knowing the enemy would come for him, of deliberately hiding, calling him a cowardly, scaredy cat. Desperate, he screamed, "Do you accept the blame, Chen Jilei, or not?" In a flash, Chen Jilei intercepted Boban's punch before it could land. Boban stared, utterly stunned, unable to process what just happened. With a controlled voice, Chen Jilei apologized, explaining he never intended to leave, but admitted he took full responsibility. Then, he declared he would find and kill that enemy with his own hands. Bros immediately cut in, stating it was impossible. Their opponent was far too powerful. At the same time, he showed curiosity, asking why that god was after Chen Jilei. Without hesitation, the young man revealed it was because he possessed the power to defeat gods. He then recalled his fight against Dolopo, explaining that the guardian had sold his soul to Hades, lord of the underworld. The mere mention of Hades' name sent a visible shockwave through Boban, Bros, and Salali. Continuing, Chen Jilei explained that his chaotic elemental power could stand against a god, and Hades must have realized this the moment Dolopo was killed. Elsewhere, Argolis landed, declaring this was exactly where he needed to be. Before him, the temple Lord Hades used to imprison gods rose into view. As the structure emerged from the sand, Argolis declared, "Everything is ready." The colossal structure, known as the Temple of Kabuli, now utterly dominated the landscape. Far away, Chen Jilei looked up at the sky, questioning if this was truly just a game world. He pondered how everything felt both absurdly real and strangely unreal. Standing on the edge of a cliff, he thought that while senses could deceive, feelings didn't lie, and he realized he couldn't forgive himself for what had happened. Gripped by fierce determination, he turned, resolved to find the culprit, to avenge his grandfather Ubre and all who had died before moving forward. At that instant, a new concern surfaced. Was there any medicine in the shop capable of healing Ubre's wounds, or even restoring lost limbs? A system notification flashed before his eyes, displaying an item called the Guardian of Asclepius, a divine medicine capable of restoring a shattered body. Clutching the item, Chen Jilei declared without a moment's hesitation that he would take it to his grandfather Ubre immediately. Chen Jilei remarked that even from a great distance, he felt the city ground tremble with the impact. Intrigued, he wondered what could have caused such a massive burst of energy in such a short time. Just then, another notification appeared before his eyes. The message warned that the Kabuli temple had been activated, and he realized the blast originated there. Chen Jilei concluded that something monumental must be unfolding. He then stated that only a god could activate that temple. Inside the temple, Argolis strode down a long corridor, remarking that he would have defied even Zeus's command if Hades hadn't personally asked him. As he advanced, he recalled that Hades had sent him to assess the seal's strength, but hadn't mentioned the imprisoned gods within that place. Passing through an ancient wall, Argolis noticed an inscription carved into the stone. Touching it, he surmised it bore the name of a god even Lord Hades feared. Halting before a massive sealed door, he declared, "This must be exactly what I'm looking for." Bracing himself to shatter the seal, Argolis remembered Hades' words. With a single movement, he obliterated the barrier protecting the door. Then, he introduced himself to the beast guarding the seal, Nabulus. From the shadows of the newly opened chamber, a creature began to slowly emerge. Far away, Chen Jilei wondered what a god would be doing inside the Kabuli temple. As he pondered, he realized that once the gods sensed his chaotic power, they would hunt him down, and the rest of the city would be annihilated along with him. Facing this possibility, Chen Jilei asked the mysterious man how the gods could sense his presence and what could be done to prevent it. The guide appeared and explained that whenever the elemental power of chaos was used, Chen Jilei's body emitted an odor that only gods could detect. He added that this trail could only be erased by the bearer's death. In a serious tone, the man reminded him that all power demanded a price. According to him, the only alternative was to eliminate those who wished to kill him. After hearing this, Chen Jilei concluded that if more gods found him, he would need to go to the temple and free all those imprisoned there. The guide confirmed that this was indeed the only way to protect his friends. Back in the cabin, Chen Jilei admitted to himself that Boan was right, and he had brought disaster upon the city. Silently, he sat beside the bed where Ubre lay unconscious. The weight of guilt crushed him, not only for his grandfather's state, but for the countless lives lost in the village because of him. In a low voice, Chen Jilei apologized to the sleeping man. Just then, Rachidler entered the room and asked the chief when he had arrived. Chen replied that he had just returned, and Rachidler explained that Salali had found some medicine and asked him to bring it. Before leaving, Rachidler asked the chief not to blame Boan or Salali, reminding him that the city's situation was hard on everyone. Finally, Chen handed over the medicine for Ubre's wounds and asked them to remember to administer it properly. As he turned to leave, Rachidler asked where he was going, but the answer was brief. "My grandfather will be in your care." Outside, Chen reflected that he couldn't fix everything that had been destroyed, but at least he could protect what remained of the people and lead them out of Latonaya. In his mind, he apologized to everyone for leaving without a word. Without wasting another moment, he broke into a run, believing that if he arrived fast enough, he might still catch that enemy. Elsewhere, citizens fled in sheer panic as grotesque monsters burst forth from a portal ripped open in the sky. Amidst the chaos, a hooded woman stood perfectly still in the street, unmoving as people streamed past her. She braced herself, ready to face the encroaching threat. A colossal winged creature slammed down violently before her. Over her communicator, a voice reported that this was the strongest beast they'd ever encountered, and that 3 heroes were en route to assist her. Without a moment's hesitation, she ordered the others to be sent to City S, declaring she would handle this situation alone. The response from the other end of the line was swift. More than 3 similar-level beasts were near City S and needed to be contained. The creature lunged to attack her. Faced with this, the woman realized the 2 worlds were merging far faster than she had anticipated. Simultaneously, monsters erupted and shattered cities across the globe. Even humanity's most advanced weapons proved useless against these creatures, plunging the planet into an endless crisis. Meanwhile, Chen and his guide trekked through the desert, a grueling journey stretching before them. Tired, he grumbled that the trip would take too long, commenting that everything would be faster if he had a dragon to ride. He then wondered where he'd even find a dragon right now. Almost as if in answer, Yuruka appeared beside him. Remembering the small creature could fly, Chen questioned why it didn't just carry him. A moment later, he grinned, saying he was just kidding. His relaxed expression vanished as he noticed something in the distance. A giant, gravely wounded monster lay sprawled in the sand. Cautiously, Chen approached, his eyes fixed on the massive creature stretched out on the ground. Chen instantly recognized the fallen creature as Harukaru. A memory flashed. It was the Wanderer Dominator who had killed him during his first visit to Latonaya, without the system even issuing an alert. With a raspy voice, the creature remarked that it smelled something familiar, like a known insect. In that instant, Chen understood that the system couldn't detect beings of that level. Finally, however, a notification popped up, identifying the enemy as an elite monster. With a sarcastic grin, he greeted the shithead, stating they'd met again. The Wanderer Dominator recognized him as the bug it had killed before and showed surprise at seeing him still alive. In response, Chen declared that thanks to him, he not only survived but was now far better than before. Furious, the creature prepared to attack, snarling that it would have to kill him once more. In a blur, the creature lunged with incredible speed, initiating a direct confrontation. The monster, trying to contain the assault, raised its defenses. Without hesitation, Chen landed a brutal, direct punch to its face. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of sand in the desert. Seizing the moment, Chen mocked, "Do you still think I'm that same weakling who only knew how to use a sword?" Bursting from the sand debris, the Wanderer Dominator rose again. With unwavering resolve, Chen declared that he was now someone capable of killing even gods. His presence shifted, and Chen announced himself as a god killer. Suddenly, something shot from the sand towards the sky. Gritting its teeth, the creature snarled, "You cursed bug!" as it invoked its energy. Then it materialized a massive, gleaming golden scythe, ready for combat. Assuming its new form, the monster threatened to shred him to pieces, just as a system notification detailed its new ability. Chen comments to his guide that this must be the idiot's elemental power, and they'll need to act with caution. He remembers how easily he'd been killed last time, even with high stats. Now, however, he's level 100, wielding the best weapon and gear he's ever had. With this in mind, he decides that if he still can't win, he can forget any hope tied to the temple. This battle is the ultimate test to determine if he can escape this place. The Wandering Dominator's attack slams into the ground, unleashing a violent explosion. Chen blocks the scythe's blade with his own sword. He then dodges another strike and counters swiftly. The next attack is also blocked with precision. For an instant, the two enter a stalemate, their strength clashing head-on. With disdain, the Wandering Dominator taunts him, saying Chen is still as slow as ever. Faced with the provocation, Chen takes his stance and announces his next move, a sacred slash. The creature stares at him, surprised, realizing what's about to happen. Multiple damage notifications vibrations erupt around the monster as the attack hits. The force of the blow sends the Wandering Dominator flying back, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Wounded, the Wandering Dominator questions how this is possible. At the same time, a system message warns that Chen Jilei's weapon durability is plummeting. Realizing the risk, Chen Jilei understands he needs to end this fight immediately. His appearance shifts once more as he prepares for the final blow. With a firm voice, Chen Jilei declares he will extinguish his opponent. Faced with that transformation, the Wandering Dominator recognizes the face taking shape and wonders what exactly stands before him. Without hesitation, Chen Jilei charges the fallen monster. The blow descends with full force, striking true. Feeling the lack of resistance, Chen Jilei wonders why the enemy didn't try to dodge. Stretched on the ground, the Wandering Dominator murmurs, "This is impossible." With difficulty, the Wandering Dominator tries to say more. Gazing at the young man before him, the monster asks, "Are you my master?" Meanwhile, a cargo plane soars over the ocean. In a control room, an operator reports the emergence of unidentified creatures and the subsequent mobilization of military squads. Faced with this information, Minister Su demands that Mr. Zhang Wusan explain why monsters from Cosmos are appearing in the real world. Calmly, Zhang Wusan replies that the company is just a game developer, and the monsters are nothing more than code. Zhang Wusan, CEO of Cosmos, adds that the minister shouldn't question him about the creature's appearance. The minister formally introduced herself, then slammed down a demand. Cosmos's operations were to cease immediately for investigation. Zhang Wusan merely snorted, calling her Chief Su. He then explained that the game's servers were in Europe, and her country had no authority to investigate them. With a dismissive wave, Zhang Wusan bid them farewell, claiming other obligations called him away. Finally, Zhang Wusan dropped a bombshell. These monsters weren't figments of imagination. They were inspired by ancient legends from across the globe. Minister Su's eyes narrowed. "Ancient legends?" she pressed, her gaze fixed on a tablet resting on the table. A chilling thought echoed in her mind. Was Zhang Wusan implying these ancient legends were real? Meanwhile, in another location, three heroes stood grim-faced, watching a swirling portal. From its depths, three S-rank monsters clawed their way out. Li Xiangqian grimly reminded them, last time it took 4 heroes to take down just one of these. Balang Dafu, however, cut him off. Our goal isn't to defeat them, it's to buy time until reinforcements arrive. The 3 level 120 heroes, Bruce, Balang Dafu, and Li Xiangqian, braced themselves, facing the monstrous threat head-on. Balang Dafu's face was grim. "Prepare for battle," he commanded. Suddenly, a ripple in the water caught their attention. "Another one?" one hero yelled, his voice laced with shock. Balang Dafu's mind raced. What kind of territory lay beyond that portal, spewing out such horrors? Just then, a colossal dragon ripped its way out of the portal. "Is that an SS rank?" one hero whispered, dread creeping into his voice. "What demons are you talking about?" Chen Jilo demanded, utterly confused. "And who's this master?" the fallen creature rasped, recognizing the power he'd just used. "That's my master's power." Then it lunged at the young man with blinding speed. Even wounded, the creature staggered back to its feet, a guttural whisper escaping its lips. Its master's name. "What do you mean, master's power?" Chen Jilei pressed, his guard up. "What are you trying to do?" The creature stared, stunned. How could its master's power reside within a mere insect like him? Just then, a ghostly figure materialized behind Chen Jilei. "Is that the master you keep talking about?" he asked, pointing. The white-haired man simply shook his head. "I've lost all my memories," he replied, his voice hollow. "Even if I am this master, I remember nothing." Chen Jilei watched in silence as the creature slowly slunk away into the desert. "Hey!" he yelled after it. "Is your master a middle-aged man with silver hair?" The creature paused, then snarled back, "My master isn't human! He is my supreme god, Ra!" The name hit Chen Jilei like a bolt, the chief of the Egyptian pantheon. Suddenly, the creature kneels before Chen Jilei, declaring, "Since my master's power now resides within your body, you are my new master." A system notification pops up, revealing the discovery of the deity Kipri's database, the scarab god subordinate to Ra's soul. As Kepri pleads to be accepted, an option appears. Make him a soul-subordinate mercenary. The creature then realizes Chen Jilei is the protagonist of its mission, titled Kepri's Vengeance. Thinking fast, the young man considers that having Kepri by his side would significantly boost his chances against the temple boss, Nabulus. Without much hesitation, he hits the accept button. A system message confirms, Kepri accepted as a soul subordinate. Next, another notification explains that soul subordinates consume no MP and can stay in combat indefinitely. For a moment, Chen Jilei wonders if, by gathering more allies like this, he wouldn't have to fight personally anymore. However, a new message warns that each subordinate consumes 30% of all experience gained, and their death is permanent. Faced with this, he realizes losing such allies in battle would mean an irreparable waste of experience. Still, he concludes that with Kepri's help, his chances against Nabulus are now far greater. A final notification concludes the sole subordinate initiation process as both remain in the desert. Turning to the creature, Chen Jilei calls him by name, Kepri. Then he orders him, "Tell me everything you know." The scene shifts to Earth, where a massive pentagon-shaped building dominates the landscape. Inside, a man informs Minister Su that unidentified monsters have appeared in cities worldwide, and headquarters has summoned her to City B. She confirms receipt of the message and orders, "Everyone, prepare for takeoff in 15 minutes. The order is promptly confirmed. Shortly after, a department head approaches, presenting a recording from City H, showing a mysterious woman eliminating one of the monsters. Minister Su takes the footage, analyzing it intently. He adds to the report that the Maritime Patrol also sent footage showing 3 even larger monsters being contained by 3 individuals in the East China Sea. Faced with this, Minister Su reveals that after forwarding the recordings to specialists, the monsters were identified as creatures from the game Cosmos, and also as entities described in ancient legends from Country R. Based on this information, she concludes, the investigation shouldn't just focus on the game, but on these ancient legends. The scene shifts to the East China Sea. There, Lee uses chains to restrain a massive dragon monster. Straining, he shouts that he's managed to hold back an SS-rank creature and orders the others to hurry and eliminate the 2 remaining S-rank monsters. Balang Dafu replies that he understands, while Bruce and another warrior attack in the background. An archer takes aim, draws his bow, and unleashes a volley of arrows. The projectiles strike another dragon's eye dead on. Seeing this, Balang Dafu and Bruce are stunned. Suddenly, Lee is hurled skyward by the chain still attached to the dragon monster. He screams in pain as his arm is torn by the brutal force of the pull. At that instant, another monster lunges to attack the warriors. All around them, monstrous creatures begin to surge from the waters. With no other choice, Balang Dafu and Bruce retreat through the air, carrying their injured comrade. Bruce demands why reinforcements haven't arrived yet, stating it's impossible to keep fighting this threat. Even so, Balang Dafu insists they can't let the creatures reach the city. With grim determination, he charges back into the fray. Suddenly, a man appears before them, drawing his sword against a crowned sea monster. With a firm voice, Zhang Wusun tells them, "Leave this to me." The dragon monster lunges towards him, but suddenly the creature freezes. Zhang Wusun's blade flashes into full view. In an instant, he encases all 3 monsters in colossal blocks of ice. Finally, the man declares his technique, Snow Moon Spatial Rift. Kepri begins to narrate the story, explaining the need to rewind tens of thousands of years, even before the evil god Morpheus appeared. According to him, after the Battle of the Titans, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon summoned Morpheus to punish humans for their worship. This decision, however, displeased other gods like Ra, Buddha, and Izanami, though none wished to start a war in humanity's name. Still, the ambitions of the 3 brothers didn't cease. Hades tricked Buddha, then imprisoned Ra and other divine factions in the prisons of Latonaya, Guikshu, and Tartarus. Kepri reveals he spent millennia traversing the seas until finally reaching Latonaya, all in search of Ra. Hearing this, Chen Jilei questions why Hades would bring humans to Latonaya. In response, Kepri states that, to the gods, humans are nothing more than food. He continues, explaining humanity's sole purpose there is to sustain the monsters guarding that place. With that, the mystery of Latonaya finally unravels for Chen Jilei. New doubts surface in his mind. He wonders why Kepri sensed Ra's power within him, and if there's any connection between them. After reflecting, he concludes the only way to get answers is to find Ra himself and question him directly. Turning to his companions, Chen Jilei remarks that the temple is still far away and they need to hurry. At that moment, Kepri suggests there might be something that can help them get there faster. Yuruka steps forward, ready. Kepri then transforms into a massive golden beetle, explaining that this form allows him to fly. Meanwhile, Yuruka begins to fly around him. Watching the scene, Chen Julo comments on Kepri's transformation and the low mana cost of that form. The gigantic beetle then lands on the desert sand. Kepri invites his master to climb onto his back for the journey. Soon after, the creature takes flight, kicking up a massive cloud of sand as it departs. With his hair now white, Chen Jilei declares they will set off to save Ra. And so, the group soars through the desert skies, riding atop the giant beetle. The scene shifts to a solitary lighthouse at night. There, a hooded woman approaches Zhang Wusun, informing him that the situation is spiraling out of control. She warns him that without a solution, all humans on Earth will be wiped out. She adds that not even the humans within the Cosmos game will be spared. Zhang Wusun listens to the warning in silence, Soon after, the woman activates a holographic interface on her wrist. A portal rips open in the sky before them. A system notification announces that Hades' army has arrived in Bergama, just as a figure emerges from the portal. The woman then states that it won't be long before Gon Sporades is also dragged into the battle. From inside the temple, the giant beetle approaches through the sky. On its back, Chen Jilei travels alongside the mysterious man and Yuruka. During the journey, he turns to his companion and asks if he still remembers nothing. The white-haired man confirms that his memory remains completely blank. Faced with this, Chen Jilei realizes the man doesn't know who he truly is and that they'll need to find a way to recover those memories. Carefully, the young man places a hand on his shoulder. In a calm tone, Chen Jilei reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, everything has a solution and this situation won't last forever." At that instant, a system notification flashes on the map, informing them they had arrived at the temple. The great golden beetle approaches a solitary structure rising in the middle of the desert. Ahead, Chen Jilei intently watches the destination they had finally reached. Without hesitation, he orders Khepri to descend. The creature then dives towards the ground. Inside the temple, Argolis senses their approach. Almost simultaneously, he catches a familiar scent in the air. As he touches the ground, Khepri returns to his humanoid form and bows respectfully before his master. Chen Jilei thanks him for the effort, but Khepri replies that he merely fulfilled his duty. Next, everyone turns to the imposing stone structure rising before them. With determination, Chen Jilei declares, "All I need to do now is defeat the Guardian so we can leave this place and return to the real world." Khepri muses that if the same person activated the temple and attacked the village, they must still be inside. As they ascend the staircases, Chen Jilei observes the enormous statue positioned at the entrance. Suddenly, a familiar scent invades his senses. Looking up, Chen Jilei spots a figure on top of the temple. From the rooftop, Argolis watches their approach from a distance. With a cold smile, he states, "We finally meet." Chen Jilei recognizes him instantly. Without mincing words, Argolis promises, "I'll gently sever your head, ensuring you a comfortable death." Immediately after, he charges in a direct attack against Chen Jilei. Their blows clash at high speed. The impact kicks up a massive explosion of sand around them. However, Khepri intercepted the attack, revealing himself as a soul servant. Witnessing the scene, Chen Jilei realized he would have been hit without Khepri's intervention. In that moment, he understood Khepri was far stronger than he'd imagined. Argolis watched intently, recognizing his opponent possessed a soul servant, confirming his suspicions were correct. Suddenly, someone grabbed Argolis' arm, halting the confrontation. Lucius burst onto the battlefield, weapon in hand. Without hesitation, she fired 2 spears at the enemy. Before the spears could strike, a giant serpent erupted from the sand to intercept the attack. The spears collided with the creature, triggering a massive explosion. As a result, Argolis was trapped within a mountain of rock. Just then, Chen Jilei noticed a group of people approaching. Leading them, Boan advanced, his voice serious as he questioned how Chen Jilei intended to settle the score for abandoning his teammates. Inside the temple, Boan grumbled about still not finding the exit after walking for so long. Bros, trying to keep his cool, asked him to wait a little longer. Noting their pace, Salili remarked that at this speed, they should have reached their destination ages ago. At that, Chen Jilei turned, stating the exit had probably vanished. He then explained that the spot ahead was exactly the same one they'd marked earlier. The conclusion was immediate. The temple had trapped them in a loop. A mark on the wall confirmed the entire group's suspicion. With Yuruka perched on his head, Chen Jilei wondered when they'd entered this cycle, as the system hadn't given any warning. Analyzing the situation, he realized he couldn't afford to waste time while Khepri fought outside. Just then, Yuruka called out to him as other group members rushed down the corridor. Bros returned shortly after, reporting they'd checked all the walls and the floor, but found no doors or hidden mechanisms. Ubre added that both the protective array and the passage formation had already been destroyed. Chen Jilei asked about the ceiling, but the older man replied they'd need to think of a different way to escape. Boban then suggested Salili use a fireball against the wall to test if the spell could break through it. She questioned the idea's effectiveness, while Ubre stated there was no harm in trying. After a brief exchange of glances, Ubre and Salili agreed. Preparing to act, Salili activated her technique, the Dance of Flames, as the group watched from a distance. Then, she unleashed an explosive fireball against the wall. Immediately after impact, Salili realizes the spell worked. A circular hole rips open in the wall, revealing a corridor above. Bros cheers excitedly, asking if they've finally found a way out. His expression, however, shifts as he gets a better look at the opening. Before them, an identical corridor appears. just like the one below, with the same distinct mark visible in the distance. Bros instantly recognizes Ubre's mark, while Salili wonders how this is even possible. Furious, Ubre shouts, daring whoever is messing with them to show themselves. At that moment, Chen Jilo remembers something similar from his studies, theories comparing Earth to a prison for humanity. The realization hits him. The entire passage was designed in a circular shape, but gravity had prevented them from noticing it before. Faced with this revelation, Chen Jile begins to wonder how they'll ever escape this place. In a Tokyo building, a woman approaches Professor Miyataki, carrying photos of the monsters that have appeared on Earth. She explains that the creatures resemble those from the game Cosmos, modeled after mythological stories from various cultures. The professor's colleague confirms that such monsters are indeed recorded in these mythologies. Faced with this, the woman asks if this means the ancient stories are true. Miyatake realizes that if these accounts are real, then what she's investigating can't just be a myth either. Finally, her colleague concludes, in a serious tone, this isn't a myth at all, it's history. Back in the corridor, the group remains slumped on the floor, exhausted and with no apparent way out. Frustrated by the situation, Boan demands, "Are we just going to be stuck here until we die?" Luscious, however, simply tells him to stop yelling. Unyielding, Boan stands to confront her, but Bros holds him back before things can escalate. Salili turns to Chenjule, asking if he's come up with any solutions. He admits he hasn't, lamenting that this isn't a formal mission and feeling a crucial clue must have been missed. Just then, the mysterious man appears behind him, uttering a single word, Ouroboros. He then confirms their situation is exactly like the Ouroboros. Confused, Chenjilo repeats the name, not immediately understanding. A moment later, he recalls seeing something similar in a mythology book. The memory clicks. Ouroboros is the symbol of a serpent devouring its own tail, representing an eternal cycle found in various cultures. With this in mind, Chenjile asks if they're inside the creature's stomach. The mysterious man denies it, explaining this is actually a divine restriction created by Oneros, the god of dreams. Faced with the explanation, Chenjile asks if there's a way to break this restriction. The man replies that if they discover who is casting the restriction and kill him, the effect will be undone. Hearing this, Chenjile realizes the implication is clear. One of them isn't real, but a creation of Oneros. The guide warns him to be careful, explaining that the impostor acts like a god within the Ouroboros. With this revelation, Chenjile decides he needs to act without raising suspicion, waiting for the perfect moment to strike a fatal blow. Silently, he begins to observe his companions intently. Doubt gnaws at him as he wonders who the impostor could be. His gaze lingers for a moment on Filoka. Then, he watches the other group members one by one. Meanwhile, Salili offers Ubre a piece of bread. Finally, Chenjilo mentally questions how the impostor is disguised and which of them truly doesn't belong. A woman stands beneath a great tree. As petals gently float in her hand, she wonders what's happening. In that instant, she realizes the dream seal has been activated. Moments later, Hades appears before her, greeting Oneros after a long time. Surprised, she questions his presence there. With an ironic tone, Hades asks why she doesn't seem to welcome him. Oneros justifies herself, saying she was surprised since he never visited the underworld's edge anymore, and questions the reason for his sudden appearance. Hades then drops a bombshell. His father, Kronos, has escaped Tartarus's prison. Her reaction is immediate. She declares it's impossible because the dreams of Tartarus haven't been activated. Hades' gaze hardens as he threatens her directly, ordering her to help him recapture Kronos before Zeus and Poseidon find out. If she fails, she'll take his place in the prison. Without hesitation, Oneros agrees to obey. A shimmering portal rips open beside them. Even after accepting the order, she can't help but wonder how Kronos managed to escape without activating the dreams. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Latonaya, a new scene unfolds. A voice cuts through the air, asking what's been decided. Ubre asks, "Are we really doing the clone training here again?" Chenjile confirms, "Since we're trapped, we might as well use this time for a new challenge." The elder, however, reminds them, "But everyone was humiliated last time." Just then, Braz and Filoka approach, curious about Chenjile's plans. Filoka taunts him, "Scared of getting thrashed again?" Salili immediately steps in, telling Ubre, "Don't listen to her provocations." Chenjilu silently observes everyone's reaction. Then, he turns to Ubre, "If you're true to your word, the training must happen." The old man agrees and declares, "The lightning judgment will begin." The announcement stuns Salili, Bros, and Filoka. Chenjile and Ubre exchanged a knowing glance. As one of the 12 heroes, Ubre possessed a keen perception of his surroundings. The spirit guide Ubre commented that he hadn't expected such an idea from Chen Jilei. In response, the young man explained that it was impossible to find the impostor through brute force alone. He then revealed that while a clone could replicate a person, there was one thing it couldn't copy: habits. Each individual possessed their own unique way of thinking and fighting, something impossible to fake. That's why, Chen Jilei concluded, all he needed to do was observe the participants closely to identify the impostor. The guide, however, warned him. If they discovered he knew about the dream, everyone would be trapped in an inescapable temporal vortex. Calmly, Chen Jilei assured him he would find a way. At that moment, Ubre gave the signal and told everyone to prepare. The other participants immediately took their combat stances. In an instant, battle clones materialized before them. Weapon in hand, Chen Jilei charged forward, announcing the start of the confrontation. Without wasting a moment, he leaped towards one of the copies to attack. The battle began, with each member facing his own clone. Lucius declared he had no interest in this game and preferred to end it quickly to find a way out. Attentively, Chen Jilei watched Raquel's fight against her duplicate. At the same time, Salili defended herself against her own opponent. With firm resolve, she managed to block the blow struck by her copy. Chen Jilei informed Salili that he would contain her clone, while she and Lucius helped eliminate the others. Without hesitation, she agreed to the plan. Soon after, the two moved away to put the strategy into action. Remaining calm, he continued to observe the battles, determined to identify the impostor. Meanwhile, Boan and his copy engaged in an intense confrontation. Filoka also plunged into battle against his own reflection. On the other side, Brose unleashed a powerful blow on his duplicate. Filoka launched an attack that kicked up a dense cloud of dust from the ground. The two warriors stared each other down amidst the fight. At that moment, Chen Jilei's clone charged towards him. Analyzing the situation, he realized that while the others fought cautiously, both he and Lucius had faced Salili's weaker replica, which seemed insecure. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Something crucial had gone unnoticed. In that instant, Chen Jilei finally understood who the impostor was. Meanwhile, Raquel defeats her clone with a single decisive blow. Salili and Ubre continue battling their own copies. Confidently, Boan declares his victory. Brose's clone slowly begins to dissipate. Moments later, Braz appears behind Chen Jilei, asking how he got there. Without a word, Chen Jilei turns and attacks Brose directly. His weapon slices through Brose's body without resistance. Shocked, Filoka screams, demanding to know what Chen Jilei is doing. Boan also reacts, yelling, "Has Chen Jilei lost his mind?" Braz's body begins to crumble into luminous particles. Before everyone's eyes, he vanishes completely. Boan and Filoka stare at the scene, unable to comprehend what just happened. At that moment, Chen Jilei confirms his suspicion. Brose was, indeed, the impostor. The surrounding scenery begins to crumble. He looks up, watching everything collapse. The dream world shatters into countless fragments. An intense light engulfs them all, forcing Chen Jilei to shield his face. When he opens his eyes again, disorientation washes over him. Everyone is now sitting on the floor of a dark room. Chen Jilei wonders if they've finally escaped the dream. Before he can speak, Boan grabs him by the collar, demanding an explanation. Filoka helps the real Brose to his feet as Brose asks, "What happened? Why are we all sitting here?" Boan presses him. "What were you staring at?" Calmly, he simply replies, "We escaped the cycle." Before them stands a massive sealed door. Elsewhere, Argolis, who sacrificed his soul to Hades, is finally revealed. He stands before an opponent in the heart of the desert. With disdain, Kipri remarks, "I thought about playing a little longer, but this has become utterly boring." He then lifts the man by his neck as his opponent gasps, "Who are you?" The chilling reply comes, "You can ask Hades himself in hell." As the man begins to choke, Hades reacts from afar. A sinister energy begins to envelop the captive's body. This same force manifests over Kepri, revealing itself as Hades' divine prohibition, hellfire. The man collapses to the ground as the energy utterly consumes his opponent. With great effort, he manages to rise. In the sky, a colossal manifestation of power begins to form. Argolis then raises his voice, calling out to Lord Hades. Far away, Hades feels something activate in his hand. He wonders if the divine prohibition placed on Argolis has been triggered, and if the god killer is truly in Latonaya. Under a tree, petals gently float around the hand of a seated woman. Back at the temple, Uber asks if what happened was caused by a prohibition from the dream gods. He questions how Chen knew it was the work of a god. The young man starts to answer but hesitates mid-sentence. Just then, Salali asks how he knows something she's never even heard of. Boan, more aggressive, demands to know what else is being hidden. Luscious then intervenes, explaining that every god possesses a unique divine prohibition spell. According to her, this prohibition can only be activated by the god who granted it. She adds that such spells are also effective against other gods, making them the ultimate weapon of the deities. Luscious concludes that it was practically a miracle they managed to escape. She then turns to Chen and asks how he knew that killing the impostor brothers would break the prohibition. The real bros looks at him, confused, and asks what exactly was done. Calmly, Chen explains that they eliminated the impostor to escape the divine prohibition, and now the situation is under control. Just then, a system warning flashes, informing them that the god's servant, Kai Buli, has been sealed for 30 hours. The message immediately puts Chen on high alert. Without wasting a moment, he rushes the group, stating that whoever sealed the servant will come after them very soon. Everyone then positions themselves before the massive sealed door. The structure begins to open slowly. Ubro warns everyone to be careful, finding the absence of any guardian beast strange. Suddenly, a door in the back slams shut with a violent bang. Chen watches the situation in silence. Soon after, Salali points into the darkness ahead. In the gloom, multiple pairs of eyes begin to glow. A horde of undead creatures emerges before the group. The army of monsters slowly advances towards them. Boan is shocked by the sheer number of enemies. Bros watches intently, commenting that these beasts are more powerful than anything they've ever seen in Latonaya. While the demon's individual power is only slightly higher than previous foes, their overwhelming numbers make the situation incredibly dangerous. In the narrow corridor, the numerical disadvantage becomes suffocating. A new mission activates, Anubis's Infernal Eye. The system warns that the eye will summon a constant stream of demons, and completing the mission will summon the temple's guardian. At the end of the corridor, a massive eye materializes, ceaselessly unleashing monsters. Seeing this, Chen realizes the beasts are being summoned by the eye, and the only way out is to destroy it. For a moment, he ponders what's most important to do right now. Salali turns to Ubre, asking what their next move should be, as new creatures keep appearing. Without hesitation, the Elder unleashes a powerful attack against the advancing horde, striking the first monsters on the front line head-on. At the same time, Chen charges straight into the enemy ranks. Deep down, he decides that regaining everyone's trust is his top priority. Stopping amidst the defeated monster corpses, he takes a firm stance. Then, he shouts for everyone to cover him, declaring, "I'll destroy the eye and end this once and for all." Boan comments with a hint of irony. He really loves being the center of attention, doesn't he? Ubre, Bros, and Faloka immediately brace for combat. With a firm voice, the Elder orders everyone to cover Chen officially announcing the start of the battle. Determined, Chen pushes forward, resolved to prove they aren't alone and can trust him. Ubre lands another devastating blow against the monster horde. Boban grumbles that he can't let Chen hog all the glory, then unleashes a violent attack of his own against the enemies. Bros and Faloka fight side by side, while Luscious offers support from a distance. Even so, the undead keep pushing forward without any sign of retreat. Reaffirming his determination, Chen holds his ground. Soon he finds himself surrounded by skeletal monsters. One of the creatures reforms after being hit, regenerating itself. The unexpected regeneration puts him on high alert. A system message pops up, revealing that the infernal demon has transformed into a spirit immune to physical attacks. The creature attacks again, but Chen manages to block the blow just in time. As he defends, he mentally questions this absurd immunity. At that moment, Bros warns the group that their physical attacks are having no effect. Trying to turn the tide, Salali unleashes a magic attack on the horde. The projectiles rip through the corridor at blinding speed. Watching the scene, Chen remembers Salali is their only mage, yet the demons raise their shields, blocking the assault and keeping the pressure on the group. I honestly don't know what rating to give this story from 0 to 10, so I want to hear from you. Drop a comment below. What score does this work deserve?